Chapter 735. Poisonous wound. Yuan Saiha stood there like an elegant lotus away from water. Although her appearance was not kingdom-toppling, her gentle and calm temperament made people fall for her. Fairy Yuan. Many alchemists were charmed after seeing her. She was the only girl among the four prodigies, so it could be said that she was the goddess in the minds of countless alchemists. Yuan Saiha was coming their way. In just a short moment, many eyes were glued onto her. Even a genius like the Marquis couldn't help but arch his chest gallantly in order to make himself more presentable. Someone like the extremely arrogant sacred doctor was excited as well. He stood up straight with great confidence, wanting to spark a conversation with her. Fairy Yuan, however, she only slightly nodded her head without pausing, drifting by the doctor. The Marquis saw that she was walking towards his direction and became very happy. He thought that he had a chance. Unfortunately, she continued walking like a gust of wind to appear before Li Qia. She revealed a calm and leisured smile and spoke with a trace of joy in her voice. Big Brother also came to the monarch's mansion. Li Qia's mood brightened after seeing Yuan Saiha. He cheerfully smiled and said, "I heard you were going to be here as a guest, so I especially came to see you." "Thank you, Big Brother." Yuan Saiha revealed a pleasant smile with her always peaceful demeanor. After seeing Yuan Saiha's temperament, the madam couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder why her young master would like Yuan Saiha so much. She was indeed favored by her young master. Yuan Saiha pulled Li Qia's hand in a natural manner, like a gentle and comforting spring breeze. Many young alchemists present were both envious and jealous at such an intimate scene, especially the Cauldron Marquis. He was flustered since earlier, he was teasing Li Qia about not being able to see Yuan Saiha. This scene was simply a violent slap to his face. Even the arrogant doctor felt annoyed and coldly scowled. As an alchemist, he naturally liked Yuan Saiha as well. Unfortunately, the beauty did not reciprocate this sentiment. "Senior, your divine root is fine. In 2 more years, it will be able to bloom," Yuan Saiha told the observant monarch. After hearing this, the monarch heaved a sigh of relief. The worry that lingered in his heart was finally lifted as he quickly responded. "It is all because of virtuous niece that the root was able to be saved. You have to stay here at the mansion for a while so that I, as a senior, can show you my best hospitality. Nothing would be better if young noble Li can stay as well. You should try to get him to stay." The monarch and the serene garden master were the best of friends. When there was a problem with his divine root, he especially invited sect master Ren to come cure it. He didn't expect that the sect master was in seclusive cultivation, so Yuan Saiha came in her master's stead. Yuan Saiha smiled and gently shook her head to say, "Senior is too kind, it was no trouble at all. I will be following my big brother for a bit and will not stay in the mansion for now." The monarch knew that he couldn't hold them back, so it would be awkward if he tried any further. He had to say, "If virtuous niece and young noble Li need anything, you can come to my mansion at any time." Yuan Saiha quickly thanked him and was about to leave with Li Qia, but a disciple from the mansion barged in and exclaimed, "Master, not good, something happened to first brother." His face was pale and he spoke with grave urgency. The monarch's expression quickly changed as he raised his tone. "What happened to make you so anxious?" The first brother referred to in this conversation was the monarch's only son. At this time, more than 10 experts rushed into the room, carrying in a bloodied young man. In his chest was a hole so terrible that it seemed as if it had pierced it through completely. Moreover, the 10 experts were also stained with blood. They all had different levels of injuries, but theirs were merely flesh wounds. "My son." The monarch was aghast after seeing the young man being carried in. He quickly rushed over to check the wound on his son's chest, and his heart immediately sank. The bloody hole on the young man's chest emitted blood of a black shade, completely horrifying to anyone who saw it. The young man bellowed a pitiful cry at this time. There was no doubt that he was still alive, but he was being assaulted by the terrible poison. His body twisted with pain as if it wanted to break itself due to agony. The monarch was saddened by this scene. He hastily took action and sealed his son's fate palace in order to protect his true fate. Despite doing so, the boy's body still emitted a black fog as if the poison was attacking again. What actually happened? The monarch anxiously asked an expert who helped carry in the young man. "Uncle, first brother wanted to enter the Serpent Marsh to hunt some longevity beasts, but we were ambushed by a poisonous creature. We didn't even see its shape before first brother was seriously injured. If senior uncle didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid we would have been completely annihilated.
This child, the monarch was both angry and shocked as he exclaimed. How could he be so reckless as to go to Alchemy City's ominous ground?
The city was vast. Although it was known as the capital, there were many dangerous areas within its territory. There were some that even virtuous paragons would not recklessly tread into. The monarch noticed that the black fog was becoming thicker on his son's body, so he immediately used one of his powerful laws to seal his son's vitality and commanded his disciple. Quick, go bring some soul-rending immortal powder.
The expert holding the young man shook his head and said, Uncle, when first brother was wounded, we immediately used soul-rending immortal powder on his body, but there was not much effect.
It could only temporarily stop the poison. The monarch was in distress after hearing this. Keep in mind that soul-rending immortal powder was a famous medicine in the alchemy kingdom, capable of treating any injury. If this powder was ineffective, then other ointments would be even more so. Monarch, I'm afraid your young noble is stricken with an extremely rare poison, so ointments will not be effective, not even soul-rending immortal powder. The Devil Hand's sacred doctor slowly spoke while standing at the side. The monarch calmed down and looked at the sacred doctor. He finally remembered that this famous doctor's medical skill could be considered top rank in the stone medicine world.
The monarch quickly cupped his hands towards the doctor and said, Virtuous nephew is the #1 doctor in our time.
My son's life is hanging on a thread. Please save him. The sacred doctor couldn't help but reveal a proud smirk after a big shot like the monarch had to ask him for help.
He looked around at everyone before coming closer to the young man on the ground and carefully observed his wound.
After a moment he spoke. Your young noble was ambushed by a devil pond leech. This creature has a body that resembles a serpent and is around 4 meters long. It is completely gray and headless, but it does have a mouth that can open up like a flower with sharp teeth. Its speed is lightning fast and can quickly sneak attack people, piercing through their chest, resulting in a swift death. Yes. The creature that attacked first brother matches the doctor's description. The expert confirmed after hearing this. The devil pond leech's poison is extremely fierce and can instantly kill someone.
If it wasn't for your young noble's high cultivation and the swift application of the powder, then I'm afraid he would not be alive right now.
However, if this continues, his death is certain. He will not last another 6 hours. The doctor raised his tone and said. The frightened monarch quickly asked the doctor, Can virtuous nephew cure this poison? The sacred doctor laughed proudly, then ostentatiously said, Monarch, although this leech might be very rare and extremely poisonous to the point where it can kill a heavenly king, to me, this is not an issue at all. There is no ailment that I cannot heal in this world. After his preening declaration, he couldn't help but to look over at Yuan Saiha. He wanted to show off before the beauty so that she could witness his supreme medical skill. Despite his great hubris, everyone knew that he was qualified to act in that manner due to his amazing medical ability. Virtuous nephew, please save my son. The monarch couldn't contain his elation since there was finally a solution. The doctor smiled arrogantly and said, Monarch, saving your son isn't difficult. However, you should have heard of my habits. My price is not small. The monarch merely took a deep breath. He had heard tales of the doctor before and was mentally prepared. He deepened his tone and said, What does virtuous nephew want? As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best. I heard observant monarch has a wish scepter. The doctor smiled and said, I have heard of this treasure. Would you be willing to part with this item? This condition caused the monarch's expression to change. He really had such a treasure, but it was very important to him. He grew hesitant since this condition was too harsh. His wish scepter is extremely precious, an unfathomable artifact. Monarch, time does not wait for anyone. The doctor coldly said, The imperial family's ancestors or a legendary alchemist can cure this poison, but can Monarch wait until one of them comes to help? If Monarch delays the treatment, then I'm afraid your son will not be able to keep his life. Yuan Saiha stood there like an elegant lotus away from water. Although her appearance was not kingdom-toppling, her gentle and calm temperament made people fall for her. Fairy Yuan. Many alchemists were charmed after seeing her. She was the only girl among the 4 prodigies, so it could be said that she was the goddess in the minds of countless alchemists. Yuan Saiha was coming their way. In just a short moment, many eyes were glued onto her. Even a genius like the Marquis couldn't help but arch his chest gallantly in order to make himself more presentable. Someone like the extremely arrogant sacred doctor was excited as well. He stood up straight with great confidence, wanting to spark a conversation with her. Fairy Yuan, however, she only slightly nodded her head and didn't stop walking. Chapter 736. Devil Pond Leech. The monarch gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, if virtuous nephew can save my son, then my wish scepter will be yours." In order to save his son, the monarch had to give up his treasure. Although there were ancestors from the kingdom that could cure this poison, they were all buried underground. He couldn't just meet them as he pleased. Even if an ancestor was willing to save his son, the delay might adversely affect the treatment. If monarch is willing to trade the wish scepter for his life, then everything will be easy. The sacred doctor said, "The devil pond leech's poison affinity is een, and luckily, I also have the ashes of heartspark grass to stabilize the toxin and prevent it from spreading." Having said that, he took out a small box that contained ashes. People could sense a wave of heat assaulting their faces. It was apparent just how powerful the yang affinity of this particular grass was. All the alchemists watched the sacred doctor with bated breaths. Everyone knew that his medical skill was unmatched in this world, so they wanted to see him in action just once. This is the wrong approach. When the sacred doctor wanted to apply the ashes of heartspark grass on the young man's chest, a leisurely and calm voice appeared. The doctor looked back. The speaker was, of course, Li Qie, whom he was especially annoyed with. Li Qie and the two ladies were about to leave, but they stopped after seeing the gravely wounded son of the monarch being carried in. The always arrogant doctor was proud of his medical ability. Although his conditions were very harsh, he had indeed saved many people near death. Many injuries that rendered even bigger sects helpless were healed by him. Thus, the sacred doctor never allowed people to question his art. Moreover, he already hated Li Qie from the start, so after hearing his words, the doctor immediately coldly spoke. "Ignorant brat, what do you know? Don't spew nonsense if you don't understand medicine. Don't think that just because of your trivial pill refinement skill that you truly understand the Tao of alchemy. When it comes to the art of healing, you are not even comparable to a fart." Due to the existing enmity and Li Qie questioning his skill, he immediately spared no face in his retort. In fact, he had never given anyone face before. "Is that so?" Surprisingly, Li Qie did not become angry like usual. He only revealed a smirk while saying, "Since you are so versed in medicine, I want to hear your opinion." The doctor smiled sarcastically before harshly responding, "Since a cricket like you wants to learn, then I'll teach you a thing or two." Fairy Yuan is also an alchemy genius, so she must understand medicology as well. The leech's poison is een. It's ferocious and spreads extremely quickly. Because of this, I will use the ashes of heartspark grass to stabilize the toxicity. This grass is of the yang affinity, a great recovery tool. I used Samadhi True Fire to burn it into ashes, so its yang affinity became even higher. It is extremely appropriate to combat the cold een poison with the ashes of this grass. After the toxicity level is reduced, I will open the injured person's chest and use my exclusive technique to seal his true fate and flesh and force the poison out of the wound. When there is no poison left over inside his body, I will use another unique strand of detoxifying sacred medicine to destroy any remnants. The doctor laughed proudly at this point before continuing with great hubris. Many people think that a sacred detoxifying medicine would be able to cure all toxins, but this is not the case. Once a ferocious poison infiltrates the body, it won't just spread throughout the physical self, it will also harm the true fate. Only by gathering the poison in one place through meticulous examination then using medicine to dissolve it would no problems be left behind. This is the best method. For this method, outside of using a profound saber art to open the chest, it would require my secret poison removing art. As for the detoxifying medicine, of course it is the best. Only I, the devil hand sacred doctor, know all three of these things in the contemporary times. The doctor was elated as he looked at Yuan Saiha with his head high and chest out. He was usually not a talkative person, but when it came to medicine he could go on and on. Moreover, he wanted to show off to Yuan Saiha, so he deliberately flaunted his skill. "I have little knowledge regarding actual medicinal applications." Yuan Saiha contemplated for a moment before tilting her head and saying, "In theory, this method should work. It is just theoretical." Li Qie smiled while shaking his head to say, "If you try to do this, I'm afraid that not only will you kill the injured, your own life will be forfeited as well." "How ignorant!" the doctor shouted. "I could easily cure an even more ferocious poison." Even the most soul-ending poison in the alchemy realm would be no problem, let alone this devil pond leech. If you don't understand medicine, then don't stand here and spout frightening words to scare people. Someone like you wants to speak of medicine with Brother Sacred Doctor? At this time, the Marquis helped out the doctor. How could he miss this chance of kicking someone who was already down? He sneered, Brother Sacred Doctor's medicinal ability is unmatched in this world. You're just a junior yet you still dare to comment on his ability now of all times. How pitifully ignorant. Regarding the way of medicines, you are not even worthy of holding his shoes. No matter what, he would obtain vengeance for the crystallized sea sect. Even if he couldn't kill Li Qie right now, he would still do his best to humiliate him. Marquis is right. Another young alchemist wouldn't miss this opportunity for flattery and sneered. A few ignorant people want to boast and debate medicine with the Sacred Doctor, but this is simply teaching a fish how to swim. It was rare for such a good opportunity to arise, so the Sacred Doctor just had to show his matchless medicinal skill before Yuan Saihe and humiliate Li Qie. Thus, he snorted and told the monarch, Monarch, when I am detoxifying the poison, I need complete concentration. If some dumb things buzz around my ear, I won't be able to focus. If a mistake happens, then I won't be able to guarantee anything. If Monarch wants your young noble to recover, then please tell these stupid things to shut up for me. This was his favorite thing to do, putting on an imposing and aggressive attitude to shame others. The observant monarch was powerless. His son's life was in the Sacred Doctor's hands, so he quickly cupped his fists towards Li Qie and said, Young noble Li, harmony is to be treasured. Let's take a step back and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. Please don't argue any longer. Li Qie stared at the monarch and only gently shook his head to say, If monarch is so sure, then I won't say anything else. The Sacred Doctor snorted and arrogantly said, Monarch, don't worry. I will save your son in no time at all. With that, he slowly placed the ashes on the young man's chest wound. The moment the ashes fell on the wound, it began to dissolve the toxin. The black energy that was initially coming from the wound turned into a green smoke. It's working. The Sacred Doctor's skill is truly unmatched in this world and worthy of his reputation. Only a few ignorant fools would question him. After seeing this scene, a young alchemist exclaimed in amazement. The doctor was basking in this glory. He smiled proudly with utmost confidence in his medicinal skill. Even if his pill refining ability was not as great as his senior brother, the white-hair alchemy god, no one in the current era could compare to his medicinal skill. However, the doctor's expression suddenly froze. In the blink of an eye, a black ray flashed by at an unbelievable speed. Even an expert like the observant monarch could only see its shadow and couldn't make out what it actually was. At this time, the doctor still wore a gloating smile, but a small hole had been drilled into his forehead. A tiny strand of blood dripped down from it as his body tensed up before falling to the ground. This development came too quickly. Many people had yet to calm down, and once they did, nearly all of them quickly retreated and maintained their distance. No one dared to come close. Even the monarch was aghast and exclaimed, What happened? He gasped after seeing the doctor on the ground. Even a heaven's equal king like him didn't know what killed the doctor by drilling the very small hole on his forehead. Oh God! An alchemist couldn't contain his scream of horror. He was pale with trembling legs. As a genius alchemist, Yuan Saihe instantly realized something and said with surprise, There is something in his body.
The young man lying there bellowed.
His body tensed up again as if it was about to snap in half. One could hear the sounds of bones grinding together, seemingly on the verge of breaking. The young man rolled back and forth, writhing with pain.
My son!
The monarch was horrified. He immediately used his power to seal the young man's body to relieve his pain. However, the effect was not clear. You didn't listen to me, so you have to suffer like this. Li Qie looked at the doctor on the ground and said dismissively, You can only blame your lack of skill for your death, but now you are also bringing someone else down with you. What a sin. Everyone present felt a chill. No one knew how the doctor died or what the thing inside the young man's body was. Bow. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Doctor the Wise? Reader. No. Bow, I thought not. It's not a story Shanks would tell you. It's an emperor's legend. Darth Doctor was a sacred doctor of the Balian clan, so powerful and so wise that he could use alchemy to influence the author into saving people. Reader. He could actually save people from death? Bao. The restorative side of the Tao of alchemy is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Reader, what happened to him? Bao. He became so powerful that the only thing he was afraid of was crossing the main character, which he eventually did, of course. Unfortunately, he acted as arrogantly as he could before this person. Then this person XXX. Ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself. Reader, is it possible to learn this power? Bao. Not if you are someone who reads Shank's translations.
Chapter 737. Peerless Medicinal Skill. The young man's pitiful scream echoed all the way to the blue sky.
His body was about to twist in half, starting with his spine. His entire body was in an agonizing pain. Although his true fate was stained by the poison, he still had some reason and shrilly exclaimed, "Father, send me off."
"No, my son, you have to hold on."
The monarch was distraught and quickly said, "I will find someone to cure this poison." "Senior, someone capable is right in front of you. Why do you still want to search?" The kind Yuan Saiha saw the young man no longer wanting to live from the pain, so she reminded the monarch. The monarch lifted his head to look at Yuan Saiha. After a split second, he immediately understood who she was referring to. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Chia. "Young noble Li, this little monarch has eyes but might as well be blind. I offended you earlier. Please forgive me. As long as young noble can save my son, you can strike or kill me if you like." Monarch said too much. Li Chia gently shook his head and said, "I have no grievance against you, so why would I want to hit or kill you? Besides, curing is not my area of expertise." The monarch was at a loss after hearing this, but he had no other plan at this moment. He couldn't help but send a glance towards Yuan Saiha as a call for help. Ultimately, she was too kind. She gently asked Li Chia, "Big brother, you have a kind heart, so save the young monarch." Saiha's words are wrong. "I have never had a kind heart. I am someone who kills without batting an eye." Li Chia shook his head and smiled. He gently stroked her hair and continued, "However, since you asked, how could I not help him? I knew that big brother will not let someone die without helping." Yuan Saiha smiled softly. Although her smile was not kingdom-toppling, her gentle and tranquil temperament was so beautiful that it made her seem as if she could resolve everything. Li Chia stepped forward and took a fang out from the young man's wound. He threw it on the ground and lightly said, "It is true that he was ambushed by a devil pond leech. Its poison can indeed be fatal, but this is not the most deadly part of this matter. In fact, he will not die right now despite the vicious poison of the leech." "Why is that?" the monarch had to ask. "If its poison can't kill my son, then why is he in such pain right now? Normally, this poison definitely can kill him, but right now there is something inside of him that does not wish for his death." Li Chia answered, "It wants to use your son's body as a breeding ground, as a host. Even if the leech's poison is rampaging throughout his body, that thing will still let him live on." What is it?" The monarch felt creeped out after hearing this. He could already imagine his son's agony if he had to live like this from now on. "It is a leech maggot," Li Chia said, "an extremely rare parasitic monster, even rarer than the devil pond leech. Normally, it will live inside the devil pond leech's poisonous fangs and feed on the toxin there. However, when the maggot wants to lay eggs, it will control the pond leech to attack prey. And this prey has to be a powerful creature. For example, a strong cultivator, a longevity spirit, or a heavenly beast." Li Chia continued, "This is because the maggot requires both the poison of the leech and the essence of the powerful prey to hatch its eggs. After the leech attacks, the maggot will instantly push all the poison from the leech's fangs into the prey and climb inside as well. Because of this, after the venom runs out, the fang will also fall out, stuck in the prey's body." Here, Li Chia glanced at the fang on the ground and said, "Very few pond leeches carry this type of parasite. Only a quack would think that the fatal wound came from the leech's poison. In fact, even without curing this particular toxin, the maggot will eventually devour it completely. After it finishes absorbing this toxin and the new host's vitality, the egg can hatch at any time, and that moment will signal the demise of the host. Of course, before the end, the host will definitely suffer the most painful experience in their life and will wish for death." Li Chia said, "Therefore, after being marked by this particular maggot, Many hosts choose to end their lives early. After listening to Li Qie, the monarch felt creeps running down his spine. This parasite's method of murder was simply too horrifying. The knowledgeable monarch had waded through countless storms and had broad horizons, but he had never heard of this leech maggot before. How do we help him right now then? The monarch anxiously said. Do we need to open his chest to reach his palace, or do we completely cleanse his flesh? If young noble can cleanse the poison in his true fate, then my son can let go of his physical body. As long as the true fate is fine, I can help him rebuild his body.
There is no need to be so serious and open his chest and palace.
Li Qie smiled and said, those are just the practices of quacks. A real alchemist would use their own heavenly cauldron. This is their most important tool. A monster like this leech maggot isn't really that ferocious and can be easily dealt with.
If we have to open his palace just to deal with this maggot, then once we meet a true poisonous fiend, would we have to destroy his true fate as well?
The monarch quickly prostrated to the ground and voiced his request. Young noble, please save my son, this little monarch will be forever grateful. Li Qie lightly said, please stand up. Saga had asked me, so I will save his life. Having said that, he summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron and assumed control. One could only see strands of cauldron flames falling into Li Qie's hand.
He then placed his hand on the young man's chest. It was as if these fiery strands had their own consciousness as they delved into the young man's body. In the blink of an eye, the young man's body was lit up like a transparent lantern. Under the illumination of the fiery strands, one could easily see everything inside, including his muscles and bones. Although the fire had invaded the young man, it didn't hurt him in the slightest. The strands entered his body in such a natural and unbelievable manner. This can't be real.
Many alchemists present were astounded by the scene unraveling before their eyes since they couldn't fathom this reality. Everyone knew that the fire source of a cauldron was formed after devouring many different species of fire. Each cauldron fire was different, but one thing was certain. To be able to refine pills, their power had to be absolutely amazing.
But at this second, Li Qie was able to control the flame and made it enter the body of a living person without damaging them at all.
This was extremely fantastical and shouldn't be possible in real life. Even the young alchemists who were annoyed with Li Qie were left dumbfounded and reckoned that this mastery of fire was unique in this world. After seeing this, the cauldron marquis expression became very unsightly. Outside of shock, he was also extremely jealous. He was called the cauldron marquis because he was adept at controlling his cauldron, but he simply didn't know a technique like Li Qie's. Even if he was to be taught, he wouldn't be able to replicate this level of skill. This was indeed the highest level of cauldron control.
Under the light of the fiery strands, the leech maggot in the young man's body was finally exposed.
It was hiding in a corner of the body.
After being illuminated by the fire, it let out a ferocious scream.
Even though it was as thin as a strand of silk, it was still very creepy looking. In an instant after detecting the maggot, the fiery strands near it turned into universal laws. These strands instantly locked the maggot.
Everyone could hear a clanking sound as the maggot was pulled out of the young man's body by the fire. The maggot frantically struggled to escape the fiery strands with its astonishing speed. Many people quivered after seeing the ferocity of this maggot that was as thin as a strand of hair. They could already imagine how terrible it would be if this maggot was inside their own body. Boom! In this moment, the fiery strands locking the maggot turned into the most overbearing flame in this world. With a little sizzle, it instantly incinerated this maggot, leaving behind nothing but ashes. After seeing the removal of the maggot, the monarch took a deep sigh of relief. However, he couldn't help but ask after seeing the poisonous air that still remained. Young noble Li, what about the poison of the leech inside my son? This is even simpler.
Li Qie controlled the cauldron and smiled before fueling the fire once more. The remaining fiery strands inside the young man's body ignited again.
In the blink of an eye, his body caught on fire as if it was being cremated.
Out of fear for his son's safety, the monarch had to ask, "Young noble, will my son be okay?" Li Qie calmly replied, "Don't worry, this is only burning the poison. He won't be harmed in the slightest." Within the burning fire, the young man's body began to emit green smoke. Plumes of green smoke came out and eventually dispersed. After a while, it completely dissipated. Afterward, these fiery strands receded from his body like a tide. The young man's vitality seemed to be restored as his face became pink again. Li Qie recalled the cauldron and said, "Good, It's now up to you. The wound on his chest can be cured by your kingdom's soul-rending immortal powder. After seeing his son's complexion brightening up after the poison went away, the monarch rejoiced and shouted, "Quick, go get the powder and apply it on your first brother." Chapter 738. Chao Guiyao. After the powder was applied, the chest wound closed up very quickly and a scab started to form. This powder was indeed worthy of being the supreme ointment from the alchemy kingdom. His son's complexion started to look better, so the monarch was relieved.
He prostrated on the ground and said, "Young noble's medical ability must be supreme in this world.
Your Tao of alchemy is profound with no rivals. Your control of fire is also unique in this world. You saved my son's life, so if you ever need this little monarch in the future, just say the word." All of a sudden, everyone in the yard became silent.
The monarch's words were not mere flattery. All had eyes and saw that whether it was Li Qie's medical ability or his fire control, his skills could only be described as astonishing.
Even the Marquis Cauldron, who was known as a genius, was very jealous and full of hate. There were also some envious alchemists. Li Qie was able to save the monarch's son, meaning that he had tied a knot of friendship with him. Since the monarch was a royal subject valued by the imperial family, this was equivalent to gaining a powerful backer. Li Qie was very relaxed after being thanked by the monarch. He leisurely said, "If monarch wants to thank someone, then thank Saga." To him, befriending the monarch or gaining a powerful backer like the kingdom didn't matter. He only saved the monarch's son because of Yuan Saiha's simple request. The monarch quickly showed his gratitude towards Yuan Saiha. She didn't want to accept a big gesture, but nevertheless, the monarch still bowed towards her.
At this time, Li Qie glanced over at the young alchemists present and said, "Only a fool would worship a quack as an expert. A group of fools is not qualified to debate medicine and the Tao of alchemy with me."
Those who made fun of Li Qie earlier felt their faces burning. They had all been flattering the sacred doctor while belittling Li Qie at the same time. But look at it now, the doctor's cold body was on the ground while Li Qie saved the monarch's son. This was a resounding slap to their faces. Li Qie had never given any consideration to those who provoked him. Him mocking them was already mild enough. This was because of Yuan Saiha's presence, greatly improving his mood. Otherwise, he would have slapped them flying away. After saving the monarch's son, Li Qie didn't want to stay at the mansion and rejected the enthusiastic invitation from the monarch.
After leaving, he smiled and said, "I was surprised to see you coming to Alchemy City."
The madam nearby was moved. Yuan Saiha indeed had a strong influence on her young master.
His emotions were normally unreadable, but now, his great mood was plain for all to see, caused by her presence.
She also admitted that a gentle and elegant girl like Yuan Saiha was indeed very likable. Although she was not as peerlessly beautiful as Ming Ye Xue, she gave a comfortable and natural feeling. Anyone, when together with her, would be very relaxed. Senior Observance Divine Root was near death. He invited my master to help, but my master was in a very important stage in his cultivation and couldn't leave. I had no choice but to go in my master's stead. Yuan Saiha calmly said, "Since I'm already here, I will cheer Big Brother on. Your participation will make this conference become a legend." "I'm just playing around," Li Qie said with a smile. "But since you said it will be a legend, then so be it." Yuan Saiha chuckled in response. She had confidence in him. After coming back to the mountain that Li Qie was staying at, there were even more poisonous creatures in the courtyard. Yuan Saiha, as one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, exclaimed with surprise, "I didn't expect Big Brother to be versed in taming poisonous creatures as well." She carefully looked at each of the creatures lured here and was startled by some of them. "Just a little pastime of mine." Li Qie smilingly said, "It's fortunate that this is Alchemy City. Despite being called a city, among its vast lands, there are many ominous and dangerous locations with these kinds of creatures. It wouldn't be easy to attract so many if we were in a different location." "Big Brother wants to use them to deal with an enemy?" she asked while looking at the creatures. Although she was a kind and non-competitive person, she also had a keen heart. She knew that Li Qie didn't want them as pets, so there was only one other explanation: to use them against a powerful enemy. "Just for fun," Li Qie said. "The enemies aren't important. Killing and killing even more becomes a bit boring, so I want to try something new."
Yuan Saiha could only shake her head and lament the fate of whoever was recklessly running towards the spear tip and courting death.
Although she was staying with Li Qiye spent very little time with her. He was either cultivating behind closed doors or playing around with some things that Madame Ziyan didn't understand. Only Yuan Caihe watched him avidly. In the next few days, Li Qiye sometimes attracted more poisonous creatures or prospected the land to glimpse into the mysteries within using profound methods. The madam couldn't see through what he was doing. His methods often had to do with the Tao of alchemy. As one of the 4 prodigies, Yuan Caihe finally saw some clues and startlingly revealed. Big Brother is preparing for something big. Such a heaven-defying method could only be withstood by an enemy like the Alchemy Kingdom. Someone from the younger generation would not be able to handle even a single strike. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't respond to her comment, and she stopped speaking as well. The date of the alchemy conference grew near. More and more youths from the world ran to the city, accompanied by the seniors from their sections. From this, the city didn't only have the presence of many sects, but also countless experts. As the crowd waited eagerly, one of the 2 prime candidates finally appeared. Chao Guiyao is here. No one knew who sent out this information, but it did create quite a stir in the kingdom. Many people, including geniuses of the younger generation, came to see his arrival as he was one of the 4 alchemy prodigies. Chao Guiyao looked around the age of 20 and had a rather square face. Although his appearance was not outstanding, the aura around him made it seem as if an immortal medicine would emerge at any time like the roar of a dragon grass. He was holding onto a cauldron. Although it was still closed, it gave the feeling that it could scorch the entire world. In this manner, he appeared to be a deity with mastery over his cauldron, entering the sceneries of the 9 worlds and dyeing the spirit medicines and grasses that could be found. There was a very extraordinary air about him. He came alone without any accompanying experts. There was no divine chariot either, but there were 4 huge entities by his side that were as cold as ice. These demonic entities seemed to be made from steel and resembled mantises or demon monarchs. Beings like these that didn't have their own vitality rarely appeared. They were more akin to 4 black statues. Anyone would quiver with fear after seeing these 4 huge entities accompanying him. Chao Guiyao came from the state of Chao, an alchemy lineage from an alchemy emperor. It produced many famous alchemists and could be considered one of the strongest alchemy lineages in the stone medicine world. Although it was not known for its cultivation, as an alchemy lineage, many sects were willing to befriend it. Because of this, many from the younger generation and experts from the older generation went out of the city to greet him. To have such a grand reception was not only because of the lineage he hailed from. More importantly, the crowd, especially the youths, wanted to establish good relations with Chao Guiyao. The reason was very simple. His fate pill refinement skill could be considered one of the best in the present times. Fate pills were the most valued items for cultivators as they could increase their cultivation and strengthen their foundation. In this world, countless cultivators that wanted a sudden boost of power craved a large quantity of fate pills, so that their cultivation could exceed others in a short period of time. Thus, the fate pills refined by Chao Guiyao were considered the best treasures in the minds of many cultivators. Due to this, those of the younger generation, especially geniuses who strived for the heaven's will to become the emperor, were more than happy to have ties with him. Brother Chao, you must be tired from traveling. We have prepared a feast just for you. There were many main descendants and princesses at his reception. Even rulers from the great powers could be found present. Chao Guiyao nodded his head and said after seeing the reception, "Then I will be imposing on everyone." In an instant, he became the moon surrounded by the stars as he entered the city, leading to even more spectators on the sidelines. A spectator emotionally exclaimed after seeing him, "One of the 4 prodigies has arrived. This time, if Chao Guiyao doesn't win, then the white-hair alchemy god will win." After the powder was applied, the chest wound closed up very quickly and a scab started to form. This powder was indeed worthy of being the supreme ointment from the alchemy kingdom. His son's complexion started to look better, so the monarch was relieved. He prostrated on the ground and said, "Young noble's medical ability must be supreme in this world. Your Tao of alchemy is profound with no rivals. Your control of fire is also unique in this world. You saved my son's life, so if you ever need this little monarch in the future, just say the word." All of a sudden, everyone in the yard became silent. The monarch's words were not mere flattery. All had eyes to see that whether it was Li Qiye's medical ability or his fire control, only astonishing could describe it. Even the Marquis Cauldron, who was known as a genius, was very jealous and full of hate. There were also some envious alchemists. Li Qiye was able to save the monarch's son, meaning that he had tied a knot of friendship with him. Since the monarch was a royal subject valued by the imperial family, this was equivalent to gaining a powerful backer. Li Qiye was very relaxed after being thanked by the monarch. He leisurely said, "If monarch wants to thank someone, then thank Saga." To him, befriending the monarch or gaining a powerful backer like the kingdom didn't matter. He only saved the monarch's son because of Yuan Saiha's simple request. Chapter 739. White Hair Alchemy God. There was also an expert who saw the cold statues made of steel next to Chao Guiyao and apprehensively said, "These 4 giants are the divine steel demons that rampaged in the beast realm for a generation." So such brutal creatures were actually tamed by Chao Guiyao. Outsiders might not know that Chao Guiyao is not only skilled at fate pill refinement, his poison taming skill is also quite brilliant. A sect master from the beast realm explained, "Rumor has it that 1,000 years ago, the state of Chao used a supreme Tao of alchemy manual to trade for the insect swarm valley's poison insect taming manual. Although it was not a complete manual, rumor has it that this particular chapter was the essence of the art." Someone said in astonishment, "So he cultivates the insect taming art from the valley. No wonder why he can tame even the divine steel demons." The insect swarm valley was famous in this world. It was also an alchemy lineage, but it was different from the others. They were not versed in pill refinement or medicinal concoctions. Instead, they were masters of poisons and growing insects and other ferocious creatures. It was created by immortal Emperor Bai Zhong. Although it was one of the strongest lineages, its disciples rarely showed their faces. While Chao Guiyao had just entered Alchemy City and caused quite a stir, another genius alchemist came. It was the White Hair Alchemy God. His fame could only be greater than Chao Guiyao and not less. The White Hair Alchemy God is here. Many people didn't even need to look before knowing who had arrived, since a mighty and boundless blood energy swept through the city. This vitality was as boundless as a sea, but this great aura did not come from the White Hair Alchemist. At this time, many experts from the previous generation, including the leaders of sects and countries, appeared outside of the city. Even some old undyings who didn't want to show themselves came out at this time to give their greetings. Even the Yi clan's ancestor came out to greet the White Hair Alchemy God. Amazing. Many people were frightened after seeing so many grand characters from the previous generation coming out to greet the alchemist. Those who didn't know about the situation would think that a legendary master or a mythical god monarch had arrived. In actuality, it was only a young alchemist. How unfathomable was it for such a youth to have such a grand reception? Anyone would retreat when this powerful crowd stood outside of the city. With his white robe and tall stature, the White Hair Alchemist was much more handsome than Chao Guiyao. He appeared to be even more of a swan among a flock of chickens. His most outstanding feature was neither his good looks nor his excellent temperament. It was his hair that was as smooth and black as jade. The combination of his waterfall-like hair and shawl garnered a lot of attention. It made his proud aura even more apparent. A few people were confused since they didn't know the reason and had to ask. The White Hair Alchemy God's hair is as black as obsidian, so why is it that he is called White Hair? There are 2 explanations regarding this. A big shot from the stone realm patiently explained. The first is that when he was young, he already revealed his peerless talent for the Tao of alchemy. At the age of 3, he began to study the alchemy scripture left behind by the great refinement alchemy emperor. At 11, he was well versed in the Tao of alchemy. Because he was too focused on his studies and expended too much blood energy and vitality, his hair began to gray out during his childhood. However, on the day he became accomplished in the Tao of alchemy, he refined a medicine for himself. Within one night, his white hair became as black as jade, a very impressive task. Having said this, he couldn't help but glance at the alchemist's smooth and black hair once more. In fact, no matter where he went, his black hair would attract many gazes. It was even prettier than that of the opposite sex. Perhaps no girls in this world had hair comparable to the White Hair Alchemist's. The person who didn't know the reason lost himself in the explanation and immediately asked, "What about the other theory?" The other explanation has to do with the meaning of longevity medicines. The big shot continued. Longevity medicines are used to increase one's lifespan. This means that after using it, white hair would turn black overnight. People considered the White Hair Alchemist to have the best longevity medicine refinement in this world. So many great characters from the previous generation beseeched him for his medicine.
Even those who were near death and had gray hair would immediately have their hair revert to black overnight after using his medicine.
Either speculation symbolized the peerlessness of the white hair alchemist's great longevity medicine refinement skill. Because of this reason, many big shots from the previous generation were willing to befriend him. Among the four prodigies, Xueqi was versed in fate pills while the white hair alchemist specialized in longevity medicines. For experts from the previous generations, especially those near their death, what were they most afraid of? It was not a powerful enemy nor a stagnated cultivation, but death. Many grand characters in their old age became especially frightened of the day when their life would wither completely. Because of this, for millions upon millions of years now, countless ancestors would pay unbelievable sums for longevity medicines and immortal grasses that could prolong their life. Some didn't mind the suffering of being trapped in a blood-era stone underground. Longevity medicines had always been precious. The higher the level, the more sought after it would be. Moreover, alchemists who could create high-level longevity medicines were quite rare. As long as they were capable of refining these medicines, there was no fear of their products being unsold. One can easily imagine it. Since the white hair alchemist's skill was considered top-ranked in this world, countless ancestors lusted for his products. To him, he could sell his medicines to whichever characters he fancied. This all depended on his mood. In the stone medicine world, even the most wealthy expert might not be able to buy longevity medicines from the white hair alchemist. Because of this, these old characters were willing to give up their pride and make ties with him. His position in this world was high to the point that at his call, many big shots would come running and support him. Very few people could enjoy such a grand reception like he did today. Brother Balian, it must have been a long journey, but you are finally here. An old royal lord came out of the city and quickly cupped his hands together to greet him respectfully. The white hair alchemist came from the Balian clan, so many big shots didn't mind lowering themselves and calling him brother to befriend him. Despite receiving the greetings of so many big shots, the white hair alchemist's expression was still quite aloof and arrogant. He had already grown used to such events. Their group boldly entered Alchemy City as their blood energies raged like torrential storms. Anyone would retreat in front of such a group. This was even more prestigious than Xueqi's showing. Every alchemist should try to be like the white hair alchemy god. Many alchemists were envious at such treatment. He was the star in their minds, a goal to strive towards. Countless alchemists worked their entire lives in order to become famous and be worshipped by the masses. With Xueqi and the white hair alchemist creating an uproar in the city, Xueqi should have been inconspicuous in his desolate dwelling. However, someone actually came to see him. Young master, the cloud-soaring venerable is here to visit you. Madame Ziyan informed Xueqi. Xueqi shook his head and said, Cloud-soaring venerable? Never heard of him. This was not surprising at all. Essentially, he had never heard nor cared about the big shots of the stone medicine world. The cloud-soaring venerable is an advisor under Yi Qingqing. People call him Yi Qingqing's right-hand man. Many of Yi Qingqing's strategies come from the venerable. Madame Ziyan explained. Someone under Yi Qingqing? Xueqi smiled and said, his advisor is coming to visit. A bit interesting. Ever since he arrived at the stone medicine world, Yi Qingqing was the person brought up the most. The madam knew that her young master was unaware of many big characters in this world, so she introduced him. The venerable was not famous because of Yi Qingqing. He was already renowned as a cultivator with great talents. Unfortunately, he was born during the difficult Tao era and stopped at the Heavenly King realm. Recently, he became an amazing heavens-equal Heavenly King. Moreover, he is quite skilled at strategizing. His sect had swept over the stone realm for a period of time. However, after Yi Qingqing appeared, he brought his disciples and experts to join Yi Qingqing to work under him. Yi Qingqing also holds him in high regard. While he traveled the world, many alliances with Yi Qingqing were formed due to the venerable's meritable contributions. The madam reminded him at this point, Young master, you have to be wary of this man. He is adept at schemes, so if we are not careful, we will fall into his trap. Xueqi laughed and shook his head to say, Oh Ziyan. Nowadays, those who can dig a hole for me to jump in have yet to be born. For tens of millions of years, he was the master schemer. It was already nice of him to not trick other people, so when was it the turn for other people to trick him? Will young noble see him? Madame Ziyan said. If not, I can go send him away. We'll see him, of course. Xueqi smiled and said, I'd like to see what he is trying to plan. Let him in so that others can't criticize us for our late reception." Having said that, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 740. Cloud Soaring Venerable. Under the madam's lead, the Cloud Soaring Venerable came in. Moreover, he was not the only person. Behind him was the White Cloud Master, who hung his head low. The Venerable had a middle-aged appearance along with an elegant air, making people think that he was born a noble. However, he had a pair of fierce eyes, so it was apparent that he was an unfathomable character. Don't be fooled by his outward appearance and gallant temperament. He was actually a centipede demon that had access to extremely ruthless methods. He came in and immediately cupped his hands towards Li Chia in a very polite and even respectful manner before saying, "Your great fame resounds like thunder. I have been an admirer for a long time." Although he was still relatively young, the Venerable was already a very powerful heaven's equal king, the peak of this realm. Outside of the old Undyings that had already been famous before the difficult Tao era, very few characters in the same generation as him were stronger. Because of this, he was strong enough to create his own sect. He already had a great status in the stone medicine world, but his position only became prevalent after joining Yi Qingqing. Everyone knew that if Yi Qingqing became the immortal emperor in the future, then the Venerable would be a founder and perhaps would be bestowed the title of being the most meritorious contributor. In the stone medicine world, many sects and imperial lineages treated the Venerable with great courtesy. Even if he wasn't greatly valued by Yi Qingqing, his power as a heaven's equal king alone was enough to win respect. However, not to mention a heaven's equal king, even a legendary eternal existence wouldn't be able to move Li Chia. He said lightly, "Have a seat." While the Venerable took a seat, the White Cloud Master quickly rushed forward and prostrated on the ground without daring to lift his head for the time being. Li Chia looked at the prostrating master and asked the Cloud Soaring Venerable, "What is the meaning of this?" The Cloud Soaring Venerable responded humbly, "The White Cloud Master is here to apologize to young noble. He was imperious and used our young noble Ye's name to act as he pleased. This was ruining our young noble's reputation, so he is especially here to ask for forgiveness. Young noble Li can deal with him as you wish." Whether this idea was from Yi Qingqing or the Cloud Soaring Venerable, it was quite a formidable attempt. The White Cloud Master was the leader of a sect. Although it was far from an imperial lineage, it was still a first-rate sect, even if it barely met the criteria. But today, the master willingly prostrated before Li Chia and acquiesced to his whims. Prostrating to anyone was a great humiliation to any accomplished cultivator. There was a creed: one can be killed but not shamed. However, either Yi Qingqing or the Cloud Soaring Venerable was able to make White Cloud obediently come to confess. This was indeed a very frightening feat. Li Chia was too lazy to care, so he replied, "It seems that your play isn't too bad. This is indeed a bit impressive. No wonder why your master Yi Qingqing has so much support from others. Young noble Li, you are misunderstanding us. We are here to sincerely beg for your forgiveness." The Cloud Soaring Venerable hurriedly said, "Our master is willing to befriend the heroes in this world and to work." "Okay, I don't have time to listen to this crap, and I also don't have any interest in taking it out on this cannon fodder. If you wish to apologize, then let Yi Qingqing come himself. As for someone like the White Cloud Master, step to the side and don't waste my time." Li Chia interrupted the Venerable and waved his sleeve dismissively. This type of showing might be able to impress others, but it was only a joke in Li Chia's eyes. A psychological scheme of this level was a common-day occurrence when he stood above the 9 heavens. The Cloud Soaring Venerable hesitated for a moment, but he quickly reacted and commanded the White Cloud Master, "Master, young noble Li is forgiving and kind, so he forgave your sin. Show your gratitude." The White Cloud Master didn't dare to demur and bowed his head to Li Chia 3 times. He then quietly retired to the back. From beginning to end, he didn't say a single word. This was enough to show the great ability of either Yi Qingqing or the Venerable. Li Chia was not cordial and dryly said, "Okay, the play is over. I don't have time to waste with you, so state your business." The Venerable hurriedly responded, "I heard young noble Li is attending this conference. Because of this, outside of the White Cloud Master's apology, I'm here for something relating to this matter." "And?" Li Chia said idly while looking at the Venerable. The response was very respectful. "Although I haven't seen young noble Li's pill refining skill with my own eyes, I have heard that it was akin to cooking. I trust that young noble Li's supreme Tao of alchemy will be able to shine at this conference."
And then what?
At this time, Li Qie revealed a rare chuckle. The Venerable said, "Geniuses will gather at this conference, so it will be quite an event.
Regardless, I'm afraid no one will be able to enter young noble's eyes outside of the four prodigies."
Li Qie raised his brows and dryly said, "Use words, stop beating around the bush. My patience is limited." The Venerable did not become angry and said, "Young noble Li's greatest opponents will be Chao Guiyao and the white-hair alchemy god.
Rumor has it that both of them are already legendary alchemists with exquisite Tao of alchemy. Our master is also extremely confident in young noble Li's Tao of alchemy. However, both of them are fortunate enough to come from the lineages of alchemy emperors.
Our master is willing to lend young noble a hand so that you will win first place this time." The Venerable spoke slowly.
His words were quite moving and capable of tempting the heart.
Li Qie couldn't help but laugh then say, "Oh? How does Yi Qingqing want to help me?"
The Venerable continued, "Young noble Li's Tao of alchemy is peerless, so our master cannot help you in this regard. However, our master has a cauldron left behind by an alchemy emperor.
This is a cauldron used by the emperor throughout his entire life. It is very gentle and easy to use.
Since our master is neither an alchemist nor interested in the Tao of alchemy, our master would like to hand the cauldron to the virtuous if young noble is willing.
There is a great saying, a treasure sword for the heroes and rouge for the beauties.
Only young noble Li is qualified to have such a great cauldron from an alchemy emperor."
The Venerable spoke calmly. "Anyone else would be quite tempted." Li Qie grinned and inquired, "What is your master's condition?"
The Venerable shook his head and said, "Young noble Li is mistaken.
To talk about conditions with a hero like young noble Li is too crude. Our master only wants to befriend young noble. If young noble is willing to give us face, then come be a guest at the Stony Edge Kingdom. Our master will be the best host for young noble." If any alchemist heard such words, they would be ecstatic. In the stone medicine world, countless youths were willing to befriend Yi Qingqing.
Being acquainted with such a famous man would be a tremendous honor.
And for alchemists, the cauldron of an alchemy emperor was a magnificent and priceless symbol, something they would definitely cherish in their hearts. Countless alchemists' lives had ended without ever obtaining one. But now, Yi Qingqing was willing to hand a cauldron of this level over to Li Qie and befriend him. This was more than any alchemist could wish for. Li Qie looked at the Venerable and smiled before speaking. "I am someone who is also very willing to make friends. However, making friends is not about letting someone else do the talking. If he wants to befriend me, then let him come personally. As for the cauldron, I'm not interested. As long as I participate, I will naturally be number one at the conference." The Venerable quickly said, "It is great that young noble Li has such confidence." Li Qie lightly shook his sleeve to interrupt him and coldly stated, "Please leave, I am tired." The Venerable was a sensible man. He did not become angry and instead smilingly said, "Please have a good rest. I will come back another day."
After sending the Venerable away, the madam softly asked, "What does young noble think the Venerable was here for?"
"A weasel trying to offer the chicken New Year's greetings. There were no good intentions here." Li Qie responded with a smirk. The madam said, "Yi Qingqing is purposely trying to recruit you. He is known for gathering capable people. His circle is wide and rumored to have many experts from all over the world."
Li Qie smiled and said, "My Zi Yan, if I were him and had ambitions of reaching a mortal emperor, then I would also use all of my ability to recruit an unfathomable alchemist. Think about it, if you wanted to become the immortal emperor, just imagine how arduous this path would be. Nothing could be better than to have many great characters as your Tao protectors, especially the old geezers on their deathbeds. These are the ones who can wipe out the obstacles on his path towards the throne. So Yi Qingqing needs alchemists." The madam was not foolish, so she understood right away. Li Qie nodded and said, "Yes, an unfathomable alchemist should be able to refine decent longevity medicines. How many old geezers would be attracted by this and work under him? If an unfathomable alchemist without any background or powerful backing joins Yi Qingqing, then one of these days, he would be sucked dry by him. Perhaps, his Tao of alchemy would one day become Yi Qingqing's property." The madam couldn't help but murmur. An upfront investment would truly be worth the price. Under the madam's lead, the cloud-soaring Venerable came in. Moreover, he was not the only person. Behind him was the white cloud master who hung his head low. The Venerable had a middle-aged appearance along with an elegant air, making people think that he was born a noble. However, he had a pair of fierce eyes, so it was apparent that he was an unfathomable character. Don't be fooled by his outward appearance and gallant temperament. He was actually a centipede demon that had access to extremely ruthless methods. He came in and immediately cupped his hands towards Li Qie in a very polite and even respectful manner before saying, "Your great fame resounds like thunder. I have been an admirer for a long time." Although he was still relatively young, the Venerable was already a very powerful heaven's equal king, the peak of this realm. Outside of the old Undyings that had already been famous before the difficult Tao era, very few characters in the same generation as him were stronger.
Because of this, he was strong enough to create his own sect. Chapter 741. Cloud-soaring Venerable's scheme inside a divine pavilion in Alchemy City. The white-hair alchemy god could be found seated on an elegant chair. At this time, the body of the devil-hand sacred doctor was carried forward and placed in the middle of the hall. The alchemist had an oppressive aura while seated in his chair, making him seem as if he was a god monarch standing arrogantly above the 9 worlds, especially with his white cloak and hair as black as jade. This was a true crane among a flock of chickens. This arrogant demeanor was not just for show, it was due to his absolute confidence. The alchemist got up and took a look at the doctor's body, then he looked at the disciple in front of him and raised his voice. "What happened? Dear big brother, this is all because of that human brat named Li Qie." The disciple quickly said, "Li Qie purposely planned a trap against Brother Devil Hand, so that he would die miserably from the poisonous creature." Having said that, the disciple embellished the matters back at the observant monarch's mansion. Of course, he placed the blame on Li Qie and talked about how Li Qie tricked the doctor as well as distracting him with baits. Eventually, the doctor was killed by the poisonous creature. In short, to sum up 1,000 words in one sentence, the death of the doctor was Li Qie's fault. If it wasn't for Li Qie distracting the doctor, he wouldn't have died. Li Qie. After hearing the summary, the alchemist's eyes became fierce. He was still oppressive, but not angry. He coldly commanded, "Go tell Li Qie that I demand an explanation. Otherwise, he shall suffer the consequences." "I understand." The disciple crazily rejoiced. Until now, their Balian clan had always been respected by the sects in this world, especially after their first brother, the white-hair alchemy god, was able to refine peerless longevity medicines. Their clan then obtained a very prestigious status. Even ancestor-level characters had to give their clan face. It could be said that they could do as they pleased while walking around in this world. So today, they must properly take care of Li Qie. After entering the alchemy realm, Chao Guiyao didn't go to the main hall where the kingdom was receiving the participants. A powerful noble from the kingdom could be found preparing a quiet mansion for his stay. 2 days hadn't yet passed after he settled before a guest came to visit him. In fact, he always had guests visiting him to the point where the mansion was quite crowded during the day. Ordinary guests were denied at the door. However, this guest was a bit special, so he had to personally go and meet them. "Cloud-soaring Venerable, if you are here to lobby me, then forget it." After seeing the Venerable, Chao Guiyao coldly said, "Only other people work for my state of Chao, we will not be working under someone. If young noble Yi wants to be my friend, then I will be more than happy to have a friend like him. However, if he wants me to refine pills for him, then it is off the table. I am not anyone's alchemist." There were very few people who weren't considerate of Yi Qingqing's needs, but Chao Guiyao had the power to do so. "Brother Chao is joking." The Venerable smilingly said, "Our young noble of course is your friend. It is our young noble's honor to have a friend like you. That is for the best." At this time, Chao Guiyao's expression eased as he said, "Although Yi Qingqing wants to command the world, I will not join him. Friendship is fine, and occasionally, I can refine 1 or 2 batches for him, but to be his personal alchemist is out of the question." The Venerable said with a smile, "Brother Chao misunderstood. Our young noble wants to have a relationship as equals with Brother Chao. If our young noble becomes the immortal emperor one day, then Brother Chao would be a monarch standing side by side with him. Only Brother Chao is qualified to stand next to my young noble at the peak and look down on the 9 worlds." The Venerable indeed could spew out lotus flowers. Who wouldn't want to listen to flattery of such a level? After hearing this, Chao Guiyao's mood became very good. He smiled and said, "If Brother Cloud Soaring isn't here to recruit me, don't tell me this is just a visit? You have never been one to come without a purpose." Chao Guiyao was very proud. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to talk to him, but the Venerable was eloquent and was able to make Chao Guiyao happy immediately. Brother Chao wronged me just now. I actually had been wanting to visit your state of Chao for a very long time now. Spirit medicines are aplenty and rich worldly energy is everywhere. Who wouldn't want to stay in such a great country? Brother Chao might not know, but I work for my young noble day and night while carrying out countless errands each day. My legs are about to break from traveling from north to south. The Venerable quickly cried out his grievances. Suddenly, his relationship with Chao Guiyao became a lot closer due to this casual conversation. Chao Guiyao said with a smile, "Well, Brother Cloud Soaring, don't make fun of me. If you have any important reason for this visit, just say it." The Venerable quickly said, "Brother Chao, I came this time not for anything else, but the alchemy conference." "Alchemy conference? There is nothing to talk about then." Chao Guiyao said with confidence, "Outside of the white hair brat, I don't care for other people. Only that brat is qualified to compete for first place against me." The Venerable quickly responded, "Brother Chao, do not take things lightly. There is someone else that you certainly shouldn't ignore. He is definitely a strong opponent." "Who might that be?" Chao Guiyao said, "I'd like to see what kind of man can be a threat to me. Li Qie, an alchemist employed by the giant bamboo country. He is definitely a threat to Brother Chao." The Venerable said. Chao Guiyao didn't take this seriously and said, "It is that Li Qie who can refine pills like stir-frying vegetables, right?" "Huh, those are just rumors, they can't be trusted. Refining pills like stir-frying? Only alchemy emperors are able to do so. Even legendary alchemists can't accomplish such a feat." The Venerable said, "Brother Chao, it is better to believe than to not. I have carefully analyzed the information from various parties, and after a lot of scrutinizing, I feel that there is a strong possibility that it is true. Moreover, I also have a bold conjecture." "I'm listening." Chao Guiyao noticed the Venerable's solemn expression and became earnest as well. The Venerable spoke with a serious demeanor. "Brother Chao, think about it. If, say, this Li Qie has no background, an ordinary alchemist with no sect, if he could reach such a level. Okay, we'll take a step back and say that this is an exaggeration, but many people have said that his pill refinement skill is amazing. This is enough to show that he is indeed capable. Refining pills like stir-frying is impossible. If it is like you say and this Li Qie really is that great, then I actually want to meet him." Chao Guiyao grew eager after hearing this. The Venerable replied, "I'm afraid it is far from just so. From different aspects of my analysis and personal deliberation, my bold speculation is that this Li Qie definitely obtained the legacy of a great alchemy emperor. He is versed in longevity medicines, fate pills, and even medicinal arts. Therefore, a young alchemist with no sect simply cannot reach this level. The only explanation is that he had obtained the legacy of an emperor. Moreover, it might be an extraordinary emperor at that." At this point, the Venerable put on his most austere look and said, "I have an even bolder thought. Perhaps, this Li Qie obtained the legacy of the legendary alchemy god." "The alchemy god's legacy?" Chao Guiyao shook his head and said, "That is absolutely impossible. The alchemy god's legacy has been lost for millions of years. Countless people have searched for it across the 9 worlds yet found no clues. As for it being an alchemy emperor's legacy, this is unlikely as well." "Why does Brother Chao say that?" the Venerable asked. Chao Guiyao answered, "If, say, Li Qie obtained an alchemy emperor's legacy, then I should be informed of this. Our state of Chao knows all the legacies from the best alchemy emperors in this world. Several known legacies right now have great ties with us as well, so if one of them found such an excellent disciple, then it is impossible that I would be unaware of this." "That may not be the case," the Venerable replied. "The years are long, so who knows whether an alchemy emperor had lost a manual or left another legacy. There have been so many alchemy emperors since the start of time within the 9 worlds that perhaps Li Qie had a great fortune and obtained one of their legacies. If this Li Qie is truly that amazing, then perhaps it is just like what Brother Cloud Soaring is saying. He might have truly obtained a legacy with great luck." Chao Guiyao thought about it and felt that this conjecture was plausible. The key is that this Li Qie is also adept at longevity medicines. The Venerable said, "This alchemist has no background and is only working for the giant bamboo country. This country is only a first-rate sect that's reaching its end. A sect that cannot reach the apex." "What do you mean?" Chao Guiyao's eyes became serious as he stared at the Venerable. I know that Brother Chao has always wanted to compete with the white-hair alchemist. The Venerable said, but Brother Chao should know that longevity medicines are not your forte. However, what if you were able to obtain the longevity manual of the Alchemy Emperor level? If this manual could improve your weakness. Think about it, if your longevity medicine ability can also compare to the white-hair alchemist, then at that time, not only would the younger generation want to please you, even ancestors of the great powers would want to make contributions to your cause. The Venerable's words aimed to delude the alchemist. He continued on, once you can pressure the white-hair alchemist, how many people in this world would move at your beck and call? Once you become an alchemy emperor versed in both fate pills and longevity medicines, even an immortal emperor would ask you for favors. Chapter 742. The bewitching Chao Guiyao's heart was pumping after hearing such words. He was a true alchemist who didn't care about cultivation. Thus he had to establish superiority using the Tao of alchemy. On this path, his current opponent was the white-hair alchemy god. Although there were 4 prodigies in this world, Yuan Saiha was adept in plant and medicine cultivation and didn't care for competition. As for the alchemy kingdom's Mu Qiao, he could only make physique pastes and kept a low profile on top of that. Therefore, Chao Guiyao believed that his only real opponent was the white-hair alchemist. His pill refinement was unmatched while the white-hair alchemist had unbeatable skill in longevity medicines. Moreover, the alchemist had enjoyed the support of many ancestors. Although Chao Guiyao might have a proud mouth, he was still very envious of such treatment. Chao Guiyao pondered for a bit before looking at the Venerable and asked, "Are your words true?" Without a doubt, he was tempted. It was true that if he could obtain a supreme longevity medicine manual, then with his talents and current accomplishments, he would definitely be able to create longevity medicines no lesser than those of the white-hair alchemist. Once he was versed in both pills and medicines, the white-hair alchemist would have no spotlight before him. Just thinking about the alchemist's expression after being suppressed by him left Chao Guiyao secretly ecstatic. Would I lie to Brother Chao? The Venerable became serious and said, Brother Chao should know what I do very well. My skill in intelligence gathering is top-notch in the stone medicine world and is completely trustworthy. Brother Chao can rest assured about this. Chao Guiyao was tempted, but he still had some hesitation. He looked at the Venerable and asked, if Brother Cloud Soaring is speaking the truth, then there is something I don't understand. Why is Brother Qing not tempted for an alchemy emperor's supreme art when it's right in front of him? The Venerable quickly responded. It would be a lie to say that our young noble is not tempted. However, Brother Chao, you should know that our young noble is focused on cultivation and knows very little about the Tao of alchemy. Moreover, the Stony Edge Kingdom does not prioritize the alchemy Tao. However, Brother Chao is different. The Venerable put on a serious demeanor and said, for a genius like Brother Chao, after obtaining this art for at most 5 years or as little as 1 or 2 years, you will definitely be able to create some superb longevity medicines. Oh, right. The Venerable happily rubbed his palms together and laughingly said, of course, when we try to obtain this supreme manual, we will lend Brother Chao a hand from the shadows. Our young noble also has a condition. We hope that you will be able to refine great batches of fate pills and longevity medicines for our young noble from time to time in the future. The materials will come from us, and of course, we will not cheat you out of a generous commission. Chao Guiyao sneered and drily said, haha, so after so much talking, Yi Qingqing is still trying to get me to refine pills for him. The Venerable coughed with an awkward look and said, Brother Chao, as the proverb says, every man for himself or be punished by the heavens. Plus, this is something that benefits both of us, so Brother Chao, tell me why not? Chao Guiyao sneered and said, you must have hit a wall at the white-hair brat's place. The brat didn't want to give Yi Qingqing any face, so now, you want to find someone else to refine longevity medicines. I know very well that a bunch of geezers by Yi Qingqing's side need them. Brother Chao is very perceptive, truly amazing. The cloud-soaring Venerable quickly smiled and said, however, to put it in another way, does Brother Chao not want to trample over the white-hair alchemist? Do you not want to become a true alchemy emperor? If you can make up for your shortcomings regarding longevity medicines, then what can the white-hair alchemist do to compete with you? Chao Guiyao fell into silence and didn't say anything. The Venerable hurriedly added, there is another thing, I wonder if I should say it or not? Go for it. Chao Guiyao said, you and I are not considered strangers, so there is no need to be reserved. One must be swift in action. The Venerable said, although I sent this news to Brother Chow, news available to me is also available to others. If others make the first move, then your cooked duck will fly away. In my opinion, it is best to make a move at the Alchemy Kingdom. Right here. Chow Guiyao raised his tone. Brother Cloud Soaring, are you trying to bait me? Who doesn't know that it is very risky to make a move in the Alchemy Kingdom? It is only risky for other people. The Venerable confidently replied. It is not a problem for Brother Chow. I can promise you that nothing will happen and no one will ask about it.
Your words are quite questionable.
Chow Guiyao said, everyone knows just how terrifying the Alchemy Kingdom is. One stomp from them would cause the entire world to tremble. The Venerable responded with a smile. First, Brother Chow, there is no need for you to personally take action. Your mastery of insects is already at the peak. Capturing Lichia alive is as easy as flipping your palm, right? Secondly. He paused and revealed a mysterious grin to say, with the Alchemy Kingdom as your backing, what are you afraid of? After hearing this, Chow Guiyao's expression became serious. He looked at the Venerable and finally realized something. I understand now. Brother Cloud Soaring spoke for half a day, so it turns out that you are running errands for the Alchemy Kingdom. Chow Guiyao couldn't help but contemplate this matter. If the kingdom was indeed his backing, then everything would flow smoothly. No matter how capable Lichia might be, he still wouldn't be able to escape their palm. Chow Guiyao eventually asked with a serious tone. How can I trust that the kingdom is willing to make every effort to support me? Without a doubt, he was into the idea. This matter would simply be in the bag if the kingdom were to be involved. It would be strange if he was not tempted. The Venerable said with a smile, Brother Chow is too cautious. Of course, this is not difficult to prove. You should know the kingdom's world pillar monarch.
I do. He could be said to be exceptional among the younger generation of the kingdom.
Chow Guiyao nodded. The Venerable continued. You should also be aware of the monarch Xian ancestor, right? Yes, I have heard of the Xian clan's alchemy ancestor. Chow Guiyao nodded slightly and said, he is one of the older ancestors of the kingdom and is currently buried in its ancestral ground. The Venerable said with a smile. Your news is outdated. The alchemy ancestor has come into being. As long as you say a word, the ancestor will lend you a helping hand at any time. Chow Guiyao was moved after hearing this. An ancestor of the kingdom was not a joke. Although all powerful lineages would have one or two ancestors buried in their main grounds, an ancestor from a sect with 3 emperors was very frightening. With the help of such a character, there was no need to worry about failure. Who in this world could withstand the might of the kingdom's ancestor? Eventually, Chow Guiyao said with a deep voice. Let me consider this for 1 or 2 more days. Very well. The Venerable was fine with it. However, before leaving, he left behind some implicative words. Brother Chow, the opportunity will not wait for people. You need to make a decision quickly since even if you don't want to do it, there are still plenty who are willing. Chow Guiyao didn't answer and had someone see the Venerable out. After leaving, the Venerable went back to his place. The White Cloud Master who had been following the Venerable the entire time asked, Venerable, will Chow Guiyao take action? Don't worry, with such a big bait, how could he not bite? The Venerable was completely confident as he spoke. We'll visit the Xian mansion after a while to see the sacred ancestor of the Huangfu clan. Venerable still hasn't obtained the Xian clan's alchemy ancestor's consent? The White Cloud Master uttered in shock after hearing this. He thought that the Venerable working together with Chow Guiyao was the alchemy ancestor's idea. Don't worry, the Xian alchemy ancestor will definitely agree. The confident Venerable said, the alchemy kingdom might not be able to wade through these muddy waters. If one wants to take action here, both the Xian clan ancestor and the Huangfu clan will need someone to take the blame. Chow Guiyao is the most appropriate person. Venerable's calculations are peerless. Your wisdom is as vast as a sea. The White Cloud Master praised in amazement. The Venerable gently shook his head and said, Young noble came up with this idea before the trip. I only filled in the details and implemented it. The Master was astonished by this. Such a well-thought-out scheme could only be concocted by a supreme genius like Yi Qingqing. The state of Chow, the Huangfu clan, the Alchemy Kingdom, the Balian clan, and even the crystallized sea sect will all be swept into this storm. At that time, even Alpine Mountain and the giant bamboo country will not be able to avoid this. When the majority of the kingdom's ancestors fight against the Alpine Tree Father and the giant bamboo Divine Protector, the stone medicine world will have a change of dynasty. The Venerable's eyes became fierce after revealing his plan and said, "At that time, when all the god kings die in battle, the remaining eternal existences and supreme god monarchs will be generals under our young noble's banner. Who could stop us then?" After hearing such a grand plan, the White Cloud Master felt a chill and was glad that he chose to join Yi Qingqing's side. Qiao Guiyao's heart was pumping after hearing such words. He was a true alchemist who didn't care about cultivation. Thus he had to establish superiority using the Tao of alchemy. On this path, his current opponent was the white-hair alchemy god. Although there were 4 prodigies in this world, Yuan Saiha was adept in plant and medicine cultivation and didn't care for competition. As for the alchemy kingdom's Mu Qiao, he could only make physique pastes and kept a low profile on top of that. Therefore, Qiao Guiyao believed that only the white-hair alchemist was his real opponent. His pill refinement was unmatched while the white-hair alchemist had unbeatable skill in longevity medicines. Moreover, the alchemist had enjoyed the support of many ancestors. Although Qiao Guiyao might have a proud mouth, he was still very envious of such treatment. Qiao Guiyao pondered for a bit before looking at the Venerable and asked, "Are your words true?" Without a doubt, he was tempted. It was true that if he could obtain a supreme longevity medicine manual, then with his talents and current accomplishments, he would definitely be able to create longevity medicines no lesser than those of the white-hair alchemist. Once he was versed in both pills and medicines, the white-hair alchemist would have no spotlight before him. Just thinking about the alchemist's expression after being suppressed by him left Qiao Guiyao secretly ecstatic. Would I lie to Brother Qiao? Chapter 743. Before the storm inside a palace within the Alchemy Kingdom's ancestral ground, Grandma Bai had just quickly returned after gathering enough information. Inside the courtyard, many flowers were blossoming as Ming Yeshue walked among them, basking in their beauty. Although the flowers were brilliantly colorful, all of them were eclipsed by Ming Yeshue's beauty. She was the most beautiful flower here. "Young miss, the Xian alchemy ancestor has come into being," Grandma Bai immediately reported after seeing Ming Yeshue. So he still came out in the end. Ming Yeshue was not surprised after hearing this. She only sighed gently and said, "What is his reason for coming into being?" "The alchemy ancestor wants to refine a cauldron of longevity medicine. His venerable wants to come out and recover for a bit. Once he reaches his peak condition, he will start the cauldron." Grandma Bai said, "He immediately left the alchemy kingdom after coming out, so no one in the family knows his whereabouts right now. Whether he left the kingdom or not, only his venerable knows best," Ming Yeshue said drily. Her current demeanor resembled a fairy in the mortal world, intoxicating everyone. "There is something else that young miss should keep in mind," Grandma Bai said. "The cloud-soaring venerable recently arrived at Alchemy City and has been very active. He visited many people and is very close to the World Pillar Monarch." Ming Yeshue said, "Nothing good will come from the venerable. His actions are simply aiming to stir unrest and fish in troubled waters." "I'm afraid this is Yi Qingqing's scheme," Grandma Bai said. "He wants to become the immortal emperor, and our alchemy kingdom is in his way. Young miss is also his rival on this path. Yi Qingqing daring to extend his reach into my alchemy kingdom. It seems that he is very confident." Ming Yeshue was as calm as the water at the bottom of a well and said, "Does he really believe he can become the immortal emperor? Perhaps young miss should teach him a lesson." Grandma Bai said, "In recent years, young miss has been very low-key, resulting in Yi Qingqing thinking that he is actually the destined prince of the heavens, that he is the only candidate for kinghood. Don't worry, I don't need to do anything about Yi Qingqing." Ming Yeshue leisurely said, "Young noble Li is more than enough to deal with him. There is no need for me to take action. Young miss is very confident in Li Qia." The grandma couldn't help but state, "Young miss, please excuse my big mouth, but does young miss like this Li brat?" Ming Yeshue couldn't help but chuckle. This smile of hers was kingdom-toppling and shamed all the flowers present. She gently shook her head and said, "Grandma, even if I liked young noble Li, he wouldn't necessarily like me back." "Young miss, what are you saying?" The grandma responded immediately. "Who in this world could compare to young miss?" "Humph, that Li brat dares not to like you? That is only because he is blind. It is a blessing of 3 lives to be able to marry young Mississippi. Grandma, young noble Li can't be measured by the common sense of this world.
Ming Yeshua shook her head and said, I still have doubts in my mind that require him to make clear. The grandma couldn't help but sigh after seeing her young miss demeanor. She watched the young miss grow up, so how could she not understand her? However, this was also her first time seeing a man that her young miss liked and held in such high esteem. Grandma, please arrange this for me. I want to meet Ancestor Wushuang. Ming Yeshua ordered. Young miss really wants to get involved in this trouble? The grandma said. Young miss, you should know that the alchemy ancestor has quite a high status in our kingdom. Of course I know this. Ming Yeshua said. I hope that the alchemy ancestor will have some sense of propriety.
This matter won't be anything good.
The grandma added, Young miss, the alchemy ancestor coming into being is not simple.
This signifies his determination.
If young miss meets Ancestor Wushuang and ruins his matters, then I'm afraid this will be quite disadvantageous for you.
In the past, the alchemy ancestor's prestige was great.
Moreover, the alchemy ancestor is also friends with many other ancestors.
If anything happens, you will be in quite a tough spot as a junior.
I am well aware of the alchemy ancestor's influence.
Ming Yeshua replied. I am doing this not because of young noble Li. I'm doing this for the alchemy kingdom. Having said that, she paused for a moment before continuing. It doesn't matter if young noble Li is all alone. Normally, the power of a single person would not be able to shake our kingdom. It could even be said that it's merely wishful thinking that someone could. However, I don't think this is the case for young noble Li. Does that mean that you think this Li brat can shake our kingdom all by himself?
The grandma was skeptical and said, even if the Alpine Tree Father is backing him, he wouldn't be able to do anything.
Our kingdom is not just here for show.
Ming Yeshua shook her head and said, Grandma, you need to stop using common sense when it comes to young noble Li. He is definitely the most frightening person I have met. Although I can't pinpoint the specifics, my intuition tells me that he is not afraid of anyone and will kill all those who block his path.
Our alchemy kingdom antagonizing him is not a wise move.
If our alchemy kingdom goes against him, then irrespective of how this storm will end, we will both be losers while the real winner will be Yi Qingqing.
Ming Yeshua softly sighed and said, Yi Qingqing wants nothing more than for endless war in this world. He has long since hoped for existences like our kingdom and the Jianlong clan to engage in wars. The more chaotic the world is, the more favorable his position will be. I understand young miss' point of view.
The grandma was very confident in her young miss since her vast wisdom and intelligence had few matches. She quickly said, I will arrange with the elders for young miss to meet Ancestor Wushuang.
Ming Yeshua nodded her head and said,
Another thing, let observant monarch go visit young noble Li and tell him that there will be turmoil in the upcoming days.
Caution will be the best policy.
Don't worry, young miss. I will let the observant monarch send the message. Grandma Bai immediately carried out the command without any hesitation or long-windedness.
She didn't like Li Qie.
In her eyes, he was too arrogant and didn't even put her kingdom in his eyes. This made her especially upset. Nevertheless, she still unconditionally carried out Ming Yeshua's order. Aside from knocking random things on his dry mountain, Li Qie used his remaining time to cultivate. After Yuan Caihe's arrival, he had even more time for cultivation. As one of the four prodigies, she was exceptional regarding the Tao of alchemy. She learned a few things after just watching him, so after a few more poisonous creatures came, she took care of them to help Li Qie. Inside his room, Li Qie's divine rings pulsed back and forth. After 81 of them finished pulsing, a faint, proud shadow appeared behind him that was seemingly holding the rest of the world in disdain. This shadow appearing behind his back seemed to be the ruler of myriad eras. This was the highest symbol of the heavenly sovereign realm, an era sovereign as other cultivators would call it. Once reaching this level of the heavenly sovereign realm, it meant that Li Qie could easily step into the heavenly king realm. In fact, with his Tao foundation and the advantages of having 13 palaces, he could easily reach the king realm in a very short time. However, Li Qie did not do this. In the previous levels, Li Qie was cultivating like an ordinary practitioner. This time, Li Qie chose to slowly polish himself at the era sovereign level. Li Qie had a different understanding and interpretation of the era sovereign level. Because of this, he spent a lot of time and effort at this level instead of soaring to the king realm. Moments passed by as his fate palaces floated up and down. His life will disappeared along with the divine rings before Li Qie finally took a deep breath and stood up. The madam was waiting outside. She put a cloak on him right after he appeared and softly said, "Young master, the observant monarch is waiting outside.
He said that Fairy Ming told him to visit you. Will you meet him?" Li Qie gently nodded and said, "It seems that Yeshua found out which big shot from the kingdom took action. Let us go."
In the main hall, Li Qie met the monarch. The monarch bowed after seeing him and once again thanked him for saving his son's life. After the monarch took his seat, Li Qie slowly asked, "What news did Yeshua send you here for?"
"Dear young noble, the princess told me to tell you that our alchemy ancestor has come into being." The observant monarch spoke carefully. Although he didn't know the details of this matter, he could guess a thing or two. He also knew very clearly that something big was going on.
"I got it."
Li Qie smirked.
An ancestor coming into being was within his expectations.
Now, Ming Yeshua's news confirmed his speculation. "The princess also told me to remind young noble to be very careful in the upcoming days." The monarch spoke, especially of Yi Qingqing's people, to avoid falling into a trap. Chapter 744. Imperious regarding this matter, Li Qie only smiled and said, "I will keep monarch's words in mind. You have come far, so you must be tired." The monarch couldn't help but be worried after seeing Li Qie's nonchalant attitude. He added, "Many events occurred and the situation keeps on changing recently. If young noble doesn't mind, then you should come stay at my place for a while." The monarch's invitation could be described as full of good intentions. This request was mainly because of Li Qie saving his son's life. He was aware that someone was aiming for Li Qie, and how the situation was quite disadvantageous for him. However, if Li Qie stayed in his mansion as a guest, no one would dare to make a move recklessly. After all, no matter who they might be, they would have to give a noble like him some consideration. His backing was the imperial family as well as the Stone King of the Alchemy Kingdom. "I appreciate your goodwill." Li Qie smiled and said, "However, I am someone who does not retreat. The stronger the enemy is, the mightier I shall be. If someone wants to cause trouble, then let them come. I will not go anywhere, I will stay here, waiting. The winner has yet to be decided." The monarch could only secretly sigh in his mind. He didn't dare to persuade Li Qie any further after hearing this. However, trouble comes after being mentioned. After the monarch left, trouble came immediately. A disciple from the Baelian clan was outside of the building and stated that he wanted to see Li Qie. "Young master, a disciple from the Baelian clan, a junior brother of the white-hair alchemy god, wants to meet you. He has his senior brother's seal." The madam informed Li Qie. "Seal of the white-hair alchemy god? What the hell is that?" Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. The madam explained, although the white-hair alchemist is part of the younger generation, he carries a lot of weight in the stone medicine world. He even has his own seal. Seeing the seal is the same as seeing him in person. Li Qie smiled and said, "Seeing the seal is like seeing the person? Such arrogance." The madam continued, "In this world, many people from the previous generation, including ancestors from the great powers, all rely on him for their longevity medicines, so his seal has considerable influence. He's just an alchemist. Even an alchemy emperor's seal is only a piece of scrap metal in my eyes. Tell him to scram." Li Qie smiled and waved his sleeve dismissively. To him, the white-hair alchemist's seal was nothing. Back during those years, his iron order commanded the 9 worlds. "Li Qie, my brother said that if you do not give my Baelian clan an answer, there will be no place in the stone medicine world for you." After being turned down, the Bailon disciple stomped his foot angrily. Over the years, the alchemists from their clan had always been honored guests in all the sections. Others dreamed of having one of their alchemists as a guest in their sect, not to mention that he carried the seal of his senior brother. Therefore, after being denied an audience, he stood outside and aggressively spewed out harsh words. "No place in the stone medicine world for me? Li Qie?" While the disciple was releasing his anger outside, a leisurely voice came from inside. Li Qie actually came out. This disciple arched his chest and arrogantly said, "That's right, it seems that you are smart. If you didn't come out, then don't even think about showing your face in this world anymore." After seeing Li Qie, this disciple thought that Li Qie was scared by him, so he became quite pleased with himself. "When you put it that way, I'm truly a bit scared," Li Qie said with a smile. "Okay, anyone who comes should be treated as guests, I should at least listen to you. Since you came bearing the seal of the white hair alchemy god, what is your intention? This disciple scowled before speaking. At the observant monarch's palace, you killed our brother sacred doctor. So my first brother wants you to pay for your crime and give us an answer. Otherwise? No otherwise. Li Chia interrupted the disciple and smiled cheerfully to say, in fact, I have something to tell your first brother as well.
What? The disciple proudly said. You better go see my first brother and say it.
Li Chia happily said. It is very simple. Tell him to scram as far away from me as possible. Flee to the ends of this world. Otherwise, if he comes to provoke me again, I will personally crush him. This thing doesn't know life from death. The disciple's expression greatly soured after hearing this. He became serious and spewed out threats. Ignorant brat, do you not know that my brother does not need to do anything to kill a junior like you? With one command, countless people will come for your head. Pop. Before this disciple could finish this threat, Li Chia had already kicked him flying. In the blink of an eye, this disciple soared through the sky like a shooting star and disappeared in the distance. After kicking him, Li Chia gently patted his palms and smirked before commenting. It's finally quiet. The worried Yuan Saiha, who had been standing next to him the whole time, reminded him. Big brother, you should be careful of the white hair alchemist. Among us four, he is the most influential. As long as he sends out his intention, many experts from the previous generation will be willing to contribute, including ancestors and eternal existences. There is a particular saying in the stone medicine world. Provoking the white hair alchemy god is the same as poking a beehive. If he wants someone dead, these powerful existences would be more than happy to bring this person's head to him. Let them come. The more people who show up, the more exciting things will be. This land requires more nourishment from blood. Li Chia smiled and said, besides, it is more fun this way. Killing one or two is so meaningless. Massacring a few thousand is more interesting. His words made Madame Ziyan speechless. She could already smell the stench of blood. Amidst her shock, it was as if she could see a scene of blood flowing like rivers. Bang! The moment the white hair alchemist saw the dying disciple being carried back, he immediately shattered his desk with one palm with an extremely unsightly face. The disciple that was kicked flying by Li Chia was on the verge of death. If another disciple from the clan didn't bring him back, perhaps his corpse would have been lost in the wilderness. This Li Chia has gone too far. The alchemist's expression was cold as his uncontrollable anger erupted. Even eternal existences in this world would have to give him face, let alone a mere Li Chia. First brother, you must avenge me. This Li Chia deserves 10,000 deaths. This disciple cried miserably. He wanted to stand up but couldn't. The alchemist's eyes revealed a murderous intention as he awe-inspiringly spoke. Rest assured, I will avenge you. After the wounded disciple was taken away for treatment, the alchemist sat down on his chair and coldly said, send out this news. Tell that Li Chia to kneel outside of my doors before sunset. Otherwise, I will tear him to pieces in front of everyone. His command quickly alarmed the entire city, and a storm immediately surged. No one questioned his capabilities. As long as he said the word, countless people would be willing to go take Li Chia's head for him. Someone gleefully said after hearing this news, that Li Chia is unlucky for provoking the white hair alchemist. Just wait for the beehive to come stinging. A bunch of old geezers is about to come out. Another movingly said, angering the white hair alchemist is definitely not wise. Why would Li Chia be so arrogant? Not too many people are willing to oppose the alchemist in this world. Tai Yi also heard the alchemist's desire and went to inform Li Chia. After hearing this, Li Chia was not angry. He calmly smiled and said, let him come, I'll be waiting. However, Li Chia didn't manage to wait for the alchemist to take action as another person had arrived. On the same day, a powerful blood energy soared through the sky as if a divine bridge was connecting the horizons. This blood energy was extremely powerful and traveled at a frightening speed. It instantly crossed the entire alchemy city and reached Li Chia's mountain. What person is so domineering and arrogant like this? This blood energy crossing the city immediately shocked many people. Everyone knew that Alchemy City was a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In this land, not to mention the nobles of the kingdom, many poisonous insects hid in the deep caves and swamps. Many experts, including the ancestors of great powers, would not act recklessly after coming to this city. They would converge their blood energy and maintain a low profile. But now, this energy soared through the entire city in the blink of an eye. Such a grand approach was truly glaring.
The owner of this blood energy soaring in sky with great speed was a young man.
He didn't bother hiding his blood energy. It could even be said that he purposely emitted his energy. Realms floated around his body as if he had formed his own world. Layers of starry lights emerged from this young man's body like celestial shields protecting him.
Under such radiance, this young man appeared to be even more sacred, almost akin to a deity. It was as if he was a general from the heavens descending down to the mortal world.
The only difference was that he didn't wield a battle spear.
Such an arrogant young man letting his energy soar through the city was indeed a rare sight.
Not many geniuses would dare to do so. After all, this was Alchemy City. Chapter 745. Young noble Pei Yu. Many people in the city clearly saw this man flying through the sky. They recognized his identity and exclaimed, "Young noble Pei Yu." Even if young noble Pei Yu was lesser than Yi Qingqing or Mei Aonan, this was still enough to make him proud. Someone immediately noticed that the young noble was going towards Li Qia's abode and said, "That place, isn't that the human brat Li Qia's place?" Young noble Pei Yu wants to take care of Li Qia since several big characters from the crystallized sea sect, such as the alchemy saint, all died at Alpine Mountain. The most likely scenario is that the young noble is placing the blame on Li Qia. Someone speculated. Many big shots from the sea sect were killed at Alpine Mountain. However, many outsiders thought that Li Qia alone couldn't kill so many important people from the sea sect and the ravine. The only explanation was that the Alpine Tree Father secretly lent him a hand. Not necessarily. Maybe the young noble is here to find Fairy Yuan, an important character from the alchemy realm guest. The young noble liking Fairy Yuan was no secret in this domain. Not long ago, he had confessed to her in front of many people. However, she didn't share the same sentiment.
Later on, he chased after her all the way to the serene garden.
She didn't want to see him, so he caused quite a commotion at the garden. The fiasco eventually caused a serene garden ancestor to come out. Afterward, an important character from the crystallized sea sect came to apologize and temporarily calm the storm. The young noble stepped onto Li Qia's mountain with his blood energy still radiating outward. As a life king who had surpassed his life reduction, his mighty blood energy could shake the entire mountain. It was tough for Li Qia's group to not notice when the young noble's aura was so aggressive. Young noble Pei Yu. The madam who was also a heavenly king changed her expression after seeing the young noble descending from the sky. She was wary of him not because he was already a life king, but because he had the heavens will crystal physique.
As for Li Qia, he was still as leisurely as ever and only gave the young noble a glance without a care.
"Sister Yuan, it has been a while." The young noble's gaze fell upon Yuan Saiha and couldn't shift away. In his eyes, there was only Yuan Saiha, others did not matter. They were not from the same sect.
However, both of them were cultivators, so he considered himself as the big brother so that he could be even closer to Yuan Saiha.
"Brother Pei Yu, long time no see."
Yuan Saiha only gently nodded and revealed a distant look.
She was a quiet person by nature and didn't compete with others. Nevertheless, when young noble Pei Yu made a big scene at the serene garden that almost caused the two sects to fight, it would only be natural for Yuan Saiha to not be fond of him at all. "Sister Yuan, the wind has been strange lately. It's dangerous and unpredictable." Young noble Pei Yu looked at her and said, "I am very worried about your safety. How about you come with me to Alchemy City? I can ensure your safety during this period of unrest."
"Brother Pei Yu needlessly worries."
Yuan Saiha shook her head and lightly responded, "I am very safe with Brother Li." After hearing this, Pei Yu's eyes immediately turned cold like an eagle that instantly targeted Li Qia. His fierce eyes were ruthless, making it seem like he was stalking his prey.
"So you are Li Qia?"
Pei Yu coldly said with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At this point, many people came to watch the fun from far away. Even though they were very far from Pei Yu, they could still sense his bloodlust. In fact, he made no attempt of hiding his blatant murderous intent. Many people in the city clearly saw this man flying through the sky. They recognized his identity and exclaimed, "Young noble Pei Yu." Young noble Pei Yu was a thunderous name, especially in the alchemy realm. Others also called him the immortal bird or unkillable young noble. No matter the title, everyone knew one thing. He couldn't be killed. Young noble Pei Yu was the main descendant of the Radiant Sea sect, an imperial lineage created by immortal Emperor Jing Yu. The current sect was still very powerful. Immortal Emperor Jing Yu was not considered the most brilliant emperor among his peers, but he created an incredible Heavens Will secret law. Some even said that this secret law was the most difficult Heavens Will secret law to cultivate in this world. The name of this law was the Heavens Will Radiant Physique, otherwise known as the most powerful defensive merit law in this world. Once one activated this physique, they could ignore all attacks. It didn't matter if it was a merit law or weapon, not accepting poisonous creatures and true flames either. In short, the activation of this physique rendered the user impervious to all harm. Thus, this merit law was also deemed an invincible secret law. Chapter 746. Beat him, it's about to start. Many people who came to watch the fun were anxious after the murderous intent swept through the area like a frigid gale. There were some who even wanted Pei Yu to kill Li Qie. Li Qie lazily opened his eyes to look at Pei Yu and said, "It seems that I am the only person named Li Qie here. You are just an ant who won't be prancing around for much longer." Young noble Pei Yu sneered and also didn't care for Li Qie. He told Yuan Saiha, "Sister Yuan, in less than 2 days, this place will be stained with corpses and blood. You are better off following me into the city. It will be safe there. Staying with this person will only invite disaster or even death." Yuan Saiha had yet to speak before Li Qie waved his hand dismissively and said, "Saiha does not want to go with you, so leave. Don't disturb me cultivating here." Pei Yu's expression sank. He wanted to make a move but managed to hold back while coldly saying, "Li Qie, whether it is for personal reasons or because I am a disciple of the crystallized sea sect, this young noble has good reason to take your dog head. However, the head on your neck has already been claimed by someone else, so I will let you live 1 or 2 days longer." There was no doubt that Pei Yu knew some inside information, so he came to take Yuan Saiha away. Pei Yu not taking action surprised the spectators. An arrogant person like Pei Yu would definitely take revenge and kill Li Qie because of the feud between them. However, Pei Yu actually managed to hold back today. What character actually managed to make the young noble so careful? "You are talking as if you have the ability to take off my head." Li Qie couldn't help but laugh at the young noble's arrogance and said, "Even if you try, you alone are not enough to take me down." Pei Yu glanced at Yuan Saiha once before glaring at Li Qie and aggressively declared, "Although your life was claimed by someone else, it is fine for me to teach you a lesson and break your legs. Make your move, I will show you with my bare hands." "Really?" Li Qie smiled and looked at the young noble to say, "You really don't need a weapon? Do it." The young noble smiled proudly. He had great confidence in his strength, so he said, "My hands are more than enough to teach you a lesson." Pop. However, before the young noble could finish speaking, he was struck by a fist and blown into the sky. Blood spurted everywhere as the crisp sound of bones breaking appeared. His jaw was shattered by this fist, causing his face to be pitifully mangled. Impossible. This sudden development left everyone watching in the distance astonished. Young noble Pei Yu was a life king, yet his jaw was broken after the first exchange. This was simply impossible unless a virtuous paragon was his opponent. Too weak. At this time, Li Qie remained standing at the same spot and wiped off his hand with a smirk on his face. It seemed as if he didn't make a move at all. "You actually dare to say that you will teach me a lesson at this level? Is the descendant of immortal Emperor Jing Yu this weak? Go back and train for another 10,000 years. Pei Yu finally stood up straight at this time with his mangled jaw. A single fist from Li Qie breaking his jaw was the most humiliating thing he had ever experienced. Zzz. In the blink of an eye, his jaw was reformed, perfectly intact. He was ultimately a life king, so he could easily recover an injury of this degree. Little bastard, die! How could the young noble maintain a graceful demeanor at this time? He crazily screamed and created an endless sea of meteors that descended towards Li Qie. These innumerable star-like universal laws were not only able to grind Li Qie to dust, they could also seal the entire area. Such a powerful attack was absolutely capable of shattering this land. Cosmic grasping palm. Many cultivators were horrified by this attack. It was a famous emperor law from the crystallized sea sect. Boom! However, before people could make sense of things, the young noble was blown away again and disappeared among the layers of clouds. Despite his endless universal laws and the vast sea of meteors, he still couldn't stop Li Qi's advance. Li Qie trod freely even under Pei Yu's imperial attack as if nothing could stop him. Moreover, Li Qie's speed was too swift.
It didn't matter if it was the cultivators from the far distance or the madam right at the scene. No one was able to see Li Qie since his speed had reached the zenith.
The soaring immortal physique, the void imperfection physique, and the hell-suppressing godly physique. Li Qie's three physiques had all appeared, so even a life king like Pei Yu was not worth mentioning. By utilizing the speed of the soaring physique, the void physique that was capable of repelling all laws, and the suppressive properties of the godly physique, what could Pei Yu do?
What is going on?
The spectators were horrified. Even heavenly kings were not able to understand the events that just transpired. The madam was shaken as well. Although along the way, she had seen Li Qie take action several times, he had never personally made a move and only used the death chapter to control the dead. Now, Li Qie truly attacked and easily defeated Pei Yu in the blink of an eye. Despite her great cultivation, she still couldn't make out what was going on. Many people glanced at each other in confusion. The young noble was utterly defeated in such a puzzling way. In their opinion, someone like Pei Yu should be able to defeat a nobody like Li Qie without any problems. However, contrary to their expectations, the young noble had brutally lost, resulting in their astonishment. If, say, Li Qie used a supreme emperor law to defeat Pei Yu, then everyone could accept it. However, Li Qie attacked without laws or techniques. Not even the fluctuations of blood energy could be felt. It was an inexplicable bout. Very few people could see through the mystical properties of the three physiques. In fact, even those who could see through Li Qie's speed and situation wouldn't be able to guess correctly. Who on earth would think that someone would be able to cultivate three physiques at the same time? It was essentially impossible. The cowardly Tai Yi hiding in the background grew pale after seeing this and stared at Li Qie as if he was a ghost. Although he didn't completely grasp what just transpired, he understood a thing or two. He couldn't help but shiver as his body became cold. He recalled a particular legend, a legend regarding the Black Dragon King. This legend was still only speculation since future descendants couldn't verify it. Moreover, those who knew this legend were fewer than few, but he was among those rare individuals. He took a deep, calming breath and praised his own fortune for not opposing Li Qie. Boom! A moment later, young noble Pei Yu fell down from the sky. He was covered in blood and his entire chest was caved in. Li Qie's fist had crushed his chest. Crank-clack. The sound of bones snapping appeared. The young noble used an unbelievable method to restore his shattered chest cavity. Almost immediately, his chest was whole again. Indeed worthy of being a life king who had surpassed their life reduction. Such plentiful blood energy and strong vitality. This truly makes other people envious. Young age is indeed one's greatest asset. An older expert noticed that the young noble didn't even waste any energy to reform his chest and commented with envy. There were many people stronger than Pei Yu, especially virtuous paragons of the previous generation. However, to be able to easily recreate one's body like him without wasting any blood energy was simply wondrous. Little bastard, you have enraged me. The young noble couldn't help but growl. The first time when Li Qie broke his jaw could be attributed to his lack of caution. However, he used an emperor law earlier, yet Li Qie still struck him flying into the sky and shattered his chest. How could he withstand such humiliation? What was even more shameful was that he didn't understand what actually happened from start to finish. If Li Qie had supreme speed, then he could understand that. However, the perplexing part was that not only did Li Qie have superior speed, he could even move freely under the influence of his emperor law. His law simply couldn't impact Li Qie's movement. To the young noble, this was the same as meeting a ghost. Ever since he became accomplished in the Tao, this was the most bizarre thing he had encountered. Enraged you? Li Qie gently rubbed his fist and said, "You should thank the heavens that you are still alive because I chose to spare your life. You better use all of your abilities or I will end you with the next move. This is your last chance." Boom! The furious young noble's body erupted with a loud bang. At this second, it was as if he shouldered the heaven's will as the stars became bright. From the firmament descended a boundless radiance that was completely focused on his body as if he was the destined prince of the heavens. Universal laws appeared one after another and imprinted themselves on his body, causing his body to seem like a piece of crystal or a crystallized being. Very beautiful. Heavens will crystal physique.
Someone exclaimed out loud after seeing the young noble's crystal-clear body.
Eyes were opened wide as people scrutinized the young noble for a better look. Chapter 747. Heavens will crystal physique. Many cultivators in the distance were both nervous and scared after young noble Pei Yu activated his crystal physique. Heavens will crystal physique, the most powerful defense in this world. It's completely impenetrable. An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur with great envy. Any sect or cultivator would covet this art. An untouchable secret law. Could anything in this world be better than this? It allowed for its user to stand undefeated so that they wouldn't be afraid of any enemy no matter how mighty they might be. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to witness the crystal physique with my own eyes. This trip was definitely not a waste. The younger generation also became excited and was overwhelmed with greed after seeing the young noble's crystal physique. After activating his art, the young noble looked at Li Qi'er in disdain. He was extremely confident that the moment he used this art, he would be unstoppable, and if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Li Qi'er, your turn. With great hubris, the young noble looked down at Li Qi'er from above and sneered. Even if you cultivate the best law in this world, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Boom! After the young noble finished his remark, Li Qi'er unleashed another powerful fist on the young noble with extreme speed. However, the young noble stood there motionlessly without any harm. Even Li Qi'er's triple physiques couldn't break the young noble's defense. Without any virtuous paragons present, even a demon king couldn't see Li Qi'er's attack clearly. However, everyone could feel the power contained in his punch. It violently shook the earth, making it clear that very few could bear such a blow. Nevertheless, the young noble was unaffected as if he was an immovable god monarch. Nothing could deter him. You only have this meager power? The young noble finally regained some face after being beaten so badly by Li Qi'er earlier. Now, he finally won an exchange. Thus he belittled Li Qi'er with an impetuous look. Since it took so much effort, he had to do a good job at humiliating Li Qi'er to wash away the shame from before. The young noble proudly laughed and told Li Qi'er, even if an ant like you musters all of your strength, you still wouldn't be able to harm even a single strand of my hair. It was no wonder why the young noble was so arrogant. He had complete confidence in his secret law. He had used it to fight Yi Qingqing before. Although he was not Yi Qingqing's match, Yi Qingqing couldn't break through his physique and injure him. Young noble Pei Yu even used the physique to fight against a virtuous paragon. The suppression of this mighty existence still couldn't hurt him. In his eyes, there was no one in this world that could break the heavens will crystal physique. In fact, he was not the only one with this belief. Even the crystallized sea sect and all the cultivators in the stone medicine world held this notion. Boom! Another heavy attack from Li Qi'er struck his head after he finished uttering those words. This attack was enough to destroy a star, but Pei Yu remained unharmed and unmoved. In this world, only the grand completion indestructible diamond physique can compare to the heavens will crystal physique. A great character commented after seeing Li Qi'er's powerful attack that failed to move the young noble. This left people wishing that they could also cultivate this secret law to become undefeatable. Is this the best you can do? The young noble sneered. Take out your weapons if you have any, that is. Even an immortal emperor life treasure or true treasure is fine. Go ahead, use them on me. Otherwise, with your power, even if you hit me 1 or 10,000 times, it still wouldn't harm a hair of mine. If you use eggs to hit a rock, even 10,000 eggs wouldn't be able to hurt the rock. The young noble ignored all scruples because of his status and aggressively belittled Li Qi'er. This was his goal after all. Only someone who trains the crystal physique would be able to challenge imperial weapons like this. Someone murmured. Everyone knew that imperial weapons were too much for the physical body to handle. However, Pei Yu had no fear today and challenged such weaponry. This was enough to show just how confident he was in his physique. It really is the heavens will crystal physique, the real deal. Li Qi'er was not angry at all from Pei Yu's provocation and lazily said, so your true form is a focused steel gem. No wonder why you can cultivate the crystal physique to this level. Very few can compete when you have such a natural advantage. So what? Pei Yu scowled and proudly exclaimed. Kneel and beg right now, or else I will tear you to pieces. It turned out that Pei Yu's original form was a focused steel gem. His original form was very close to immortal Emperor Jing Yu, since the emperor was an extremely rare crystallized jade that became enlightened in the Tao.
The original forms of these two minerals were very similar. The gem was a very rare mineral. Moreover, a gem demon was even rarer. Because of this, the young noble was able to last 6 days and 6 nights with a crystal physique. Li Qie smiled and asked, "You really think I will kneel and beg? It's just a heaven's will crystal physique. Do you really think you are unbeatable with it? Give it a try and find out if it is true or not." The young noble smirked and unleashed a finger strike that was akin to a meteor crossing the sky. It was extremely dazzling and overbearing. The crystal physique was unbeatable. The moment he used the power of the physique to attack, even a life king at the same level wouldn't be able to withstand the force. Li Qie didn't bother dodging. He powerfully swung his fist with an astonishing speed to meet the young noble's overbearing finger. Bang! The void shattered and created a hole after experiencing their heaven-defying exchange. It was very easy to understand the power of the two sides. Despite the powerful finger strike from the young noble, it couldn't move Li Qie. However, Li Qie couldn't deter the young noble either. Just what is the background of this Li Qie? Why is he also so powerful? A big character from the previous generation was dumbfounded at this display. From beginning to end, no one knew Li Qie's status and background since his attacks did not carry laws or any semblance of techniques. You are only relying on the virtue of your crystal physique. Li Qie shook his head and smilingly said, "It's unfortunate that you have met me. The crystal physique is nothing to me." Such big words. The young noble scowled. "Although my crystal physique might be nothing, it is enough to hold the world in disdain. It is unbreakable across the eons." The young noble's pride was overflowing after saying this. His words were indeed true. No one could break this physique across the ages. This was his power that allowed him to be fearless no matter who his opponent was. Even when many geniuses bowed their heads before Yi Qingqing, the young noble remained fearless. Even if he couldn't compete for the heaven's will against Yi Qingqing, he was still confident that Yi Qingqing wouldn't be able to defeat his crystal physique. Unbreakable across the eons? Li Qie couldn't help but burst out in laughter after hearing this and proclaimed, "Very well, since you are so confident, I will break your confidence today. Let me break this legend as I shatter your heaven's will crystal physique." "With just you?" The young noble pointed at Li Qie and also laughed uncontrollably, almost to the point of tears. "Breaking the heaven's will crystal physique? Ha ha!" The young noble did not hold back and laughed unabashedly as if this was the best joke he had ever heard. Meanwhile, Li Qie did not become angry and remained leisurely standing there, waiting for the young noble to finish laughing. "I don't find it funny at all. It seems that my standards for comedy are too high." After the young noble finished laughing, Li Qie leisurely commented. In fact, upon hearing this, not only did the young noble laugh, many cultivators in the distance joined in as well. An older cultivator shook his head and smilingly said, "A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger." Maybe Li Qie still doesn't know the true meaning of the crystal physique. Some among the laughing crowd were shaking their heads because this was the funniest joke they had heard. In their opinion, Li Qie didn't know his own limits. For millions of years, no one had been able to break the crystal physique. A junior like Li Qie declaring this was just wishful daydreaming. The young noble put away his smile and pointed at Li Qie with disdain before shouting, "You overestimate yourself, ignorant brat." The young noble smirked and leisurely continued, "Li Qie, do you not know how many people wanted to break the crystal physiques for generations? Do you know what kind of characters they were?" "I'm listening. Which immortal emperors wanted to break the heavens will crystal physique?" The young noble proudly replied, "For tens of millions of years, no less than 10 immortal emperors wanted to break my crystallized sea's heavens will crystal physique. I won't bring up older emperors, but in recent times, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong and Immortal Emperor Yin Tian didn't manage to break it." Chapter 748. Battle. It was no wonder why the young noble ridiculed Li Qie so badly. Even the spectators afar shook their heads. Very bold. Unfortunately, this is an impossible matter. An older expert also thought that Li Qie was in over his head. The younger generation was ridiculing him even more. "Ignorant child, I'm afraid he doesn't even know what the crystal physique is, that's why he is talking about breaking it. Even celestial being Yi Qingqing couldn't do it, let alone a human junior." This opinion was not without reason. In fact, for many millions of years, many apex existences, including immortal emperors, all tried and failed to crack the crystal physique. Li Qie only smiled in the face of this confidence and clearly said, "So you are saying that your physique is impossible to crack? If you are so confident, then how about we make a bet? If I break your physique, then you will have to hand this secret law over to me. You won't even have a chance. No one in this world can break the crystallized sex physique." The young noble emphasized his point with a sneer. "You never know, anything is possible." The always calm Li Qie leisurely said, "So you don't dare to make the bet? Of course, if you are afraid, then forget it. It seems that you aren't confident in your crystal physique at all." "Bullshit." The young noble couldn't help but curse after hearing such provocation. He sneered and said, "Just you alone want to break my crystal physique? In your dreams. Okay then, forget the bet since you are afraid. It's just a heavens will crystal physique, no big deal." Li Qie smiled and shook his head dismissively. "Ignorant fool." The young noble sneered and said, "A bet it is then. What do you bet?" "If I can't break your crystal physique, then you can kill me however you like," Li Qie said with a smile. The moment these words came out, the madam was aghast. This was because generation after generation, no one had been able to break the crystal physique. If the young master participated in this bet, then his loss was assured. She wanted to step out and stop her master, but she stopped herself and remained calm. She had this feeling, a baseless faith in her young master that he would be able to create a miracle. "Your dog life is not enough to bet against the crystal physique of my sect." The young noble laughed and looked at Li Qie in disdain. Li Qie shook his head gently and said, "A man cannot be so short-sighted. Perhaps my life is not worth anything, but I have many valuable items, such as king medicines, imperial medicines, and a supreme Tao of alchemy. This is quite a lot of treasures." After hearing this, the young noble had to take a second glance at Li Qie. He knew that Li Qie's life was reserved by someone else, but after hearing this, he was tempted all the same. Although the crystallized sea sect was an imperial lineage, it didn't have many achievements in the Tao of alchemy. It was not comparable to the Baelian clan, let alone a behemoth like the alchemy kingdom. He had also heard of Li Qie's superb pill refinement skill. If he were able to obtain Li Qie's method, then it would be an unfathomable contribution and grand event for the crystallized sea sect. His name would be written down in its historical annals. "Okay, a bet it is." The young noble sneered, eventually agreeing. He stated, "Get ready to throw in the towel. Today, I will completely defeat you." Even as the descendant of the sea sect, he was not qualified to bet his supreme crystal physique art to an outsider. However, due to his confidence, he felt that no one could break this physique, let alone Li Qie. This bet left many spectators puzzled. They all felt that it was too irrational. A heavenly king murmured, "Isn't this brat crazy? He actually dared to make a bet that is doomed from the start." There was also a genius demon monarch who sneered, "Having too much confidence is just ignorance and courting death. Even immortal emperors can't break it, let alone this Li Qie." Although many people in this world coveted the art, they all knew that breaking the physique was more difficult than becoming an immortal emperor. It was essentially impossible. Countless people who were more powerful had tried and failed, let alone them. An immortal emperor might be able to suppress the crystal physique, but they wouldn't be able to crack it using their own merit laws. Because of this, the crystal physique was also known as the world's impregnable defense. At this point, both the madam and Yuan Saiha looked at Li Qie with worry. They knew just how impossible this feat might be, but they couldn't change Li Qie's decision. "Good. I like people who dare to gamble." Li Qie smiled and said, "Let me remind you to prepare carefully as I'm about to break your crystal physique." The young noble laughed mockingly and looked down at Li Qie to confidently say, "Bring it. I will stand still right here. You can attack as you please for 6 days and see if you can break it or not." Since the young noble's crystal physique could last for 6 days and 6 nights, he believed that he could receive any attack from Li Qie, including those from imperial true treasures. No need for 6 days. Half a day is enough. Having said that, Li Qie rushed forward instantly. Meanwhile, the young noble only sneered. He didn't move at all, he only stood still. He planned to let Li Qie do as he pleased. No matter what Li Qie tried, the young noble would still be able to accept it. He could handle a paragon using an imperial weapon, so it was needless to mention Li Qie. Whoosh! However,
Li Qie didn't attack just yet.
He circled around the young noble at a rapidly increasing pace.
At this time, he had activated the soaring immortal physique. In the beginning, the young noble and others could see Li Qie's figure, but the moment the true soaring physique activated, even the top heavenly kings at the scene were unable to keep up. Li Qie's shadow was as fast as light, almost beyond description. His soaring physique had reached minor completion, so with the current power of his physique at its limit, even a top heavenly king was far from being comparable to him regarding speed. What kind of speed is this? Many people were astonished after seeing such a display of speed. A demon king saw this scene and speculated, could this be an immortal physique? Perhaps this is the soaring immortal physique. Only this physique could reach such an ultimate speed. This doesn't look like the characteristics of the soaring immortal physique though. A few knowledgeable big shots were attracted by Li Qie's speed as well and began to guess its origin. At this moment, very few people could see the special characteristic that belonged to Li Qie's soaring physique, especially when Li Qie mixed three physiques together. This created a new combination, causing the special characteristics of the three to change quite a bit. Perhaps it is the Ascension physique, one of the 18 saint physiques. Someone else speculated. The Ascension physique was the saint physique right below the soaring immortal physique. At grand completion, it also had amazing speed that few things in this world could compare to. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like the soaring immortal physique or the Ascension physique. A great demon monarch from the previous generation muttered. Perhaps the junior is carrying a treasure that can instantly boost his speed. While the crowd was guessing the source of his speed, Li Qie became faster and faster. Eventually, his shadow could no longer be seen. There was only a halo that stretched around the young noble's body. Moreover, this halo became increasingly large and eventually encompassed the young noble completely. You must be dreaming to think that such a method can break my crystal physique. The young noble couldn't help but sneer after seeing Li Qie turn into a pulsing halo around him. To him, such a method had no offensive value, so there was no way it could break his physique.
However, the moment these words came out, a very faint buzzing resounded.
In an instant, Li Qie's speed had reached its utmost limit, surpassing even time itself.
The halo that encircled the young noble suddenly lit up and covered the young noble's body in a very clear light.
At the split second, it seemed that the young noble had jumped out of the space-time continuum. This entire process was extremely short like a flash. No one could see this development clearly. Not even the young noble. He felt as if he had escaped the regular space-time. Time had reversed by a second. With the reversal of this second, his crystal physique suddenly degraded. No wonder why the young noble ridiculed Li Qie so badly. Even the spectators from afar shook their heads. Very bold. Unfortunately, this is an impossible matter. An older expert also thought that Li Qie was in over his head. The younger generation was ridiculing him even more. Ignorant child, I'm afraid he doesn't even know what the crystal physique is, that's why he is talking about breaking it. Even celestial being Yi Qingqing couldn't do it, let alone a human junior. This opinion was not without reason. In fact, for many millions of years, many apex existences, including immortal emperors, all failed trying to crack the crystal physique. Li Qie only smiled in the face of this confidence and clearly said, "So you are saying that your physique is impossible to crack?" Chapter 749. Breaking the crystal physique pop. In this instant, no one could sense the 1-second reversal. The sound of ceramic shattering could be heard as time seemed to stop for 1 second. Although this was not what truly happened, everyone had this illusion. Once this illusion ended, the many people present returned from their absent-minded state and saw the young noble being blown away. By the time they could see Li Qie again, he was already clutching the young noble by the neck and had sealed him. Suddenly, the world turned silent as everyone's wide-open eyes ogled them. Their mouths were gaping as if they all wanted to cry out, but no sound came out. No one among the astounded crowd could believe their own eyes. Li Qie was able to break the crystal physique. No one could accept this because no one in this world should be able to break the crystal physique. Not even an immortal emperor was able to. Yet Li Qie had done so. No one would believe such a tale. This can't be real. A person lost faith in his eyes and couldn't help but pinch himself ruthlessly. Once the pain came, they finally believed that this was neither an illusion nor a dream. This was reality. The impossible had happened in front of everyone. How can this be? To many of them, even witnessing the event personally was not enough to convince them, as it was simply too difficult to imagine. Even the madam and Yuan Saiha, who were praying for a miracle, couldn't believe when it truly occurred. This is too scary. Tai paled at such a sight. He thought about many things in this split second and shivered fearfully. The crystal physique that was notorious for being unbreakable across the eons had been shattered. Even young noble Pei Yu, who was sealed by Li Qie and grasped by the neck, couldn't believe that this was actually happening. He gasped and uttered, There is no way. For the young noble, he would rather believe in dying pitifully at the hands of Li Qie. His crystal physique being shattered was even more shocking than his own death. To him and the Sea sect, the crystal physique must be indestructible. This was their eternal legend and supreme honor. But now, the physique had been shattered by Li Qie. This was akin to their supreme honor being trampled under Li Qie's foot. Such a blow to a descendant like young noble Pei Yu was even more agonizing than being killed. He couldn't handle such suffering. Li Qie smirked at the paled young noble and said, Nothing is impossible. All shall eventually come to an end. No, this is impossible. You can't break the crystal physique. This can't be true. The young noble would rather die than have his sex legend be shattered. This end was too cruel for him. Unfortunately for you, I have broken your heavens will crystal physique. Li Qie smilingly said, As long as I keep at it, I can definitely find the method to crack it. In fact, ever since immortal Emperor Jing Yu created this physique, Li Qie, as the Dark Crow, had paid attention to it. In an old era, the Dark Crow had also obtained this secret physique art of the crystallized Sea sect. At that time, he had pondered how to break it and tried out numerous approaches. He utilized the most supreme secret laws of both the deity and imperial levels to break the physique. He went as far as to let immortal emperors research this art in hopes of finding a solution. However, no matter what they came up with, it was still too difficult. It wasn't until later on, when Li Qie stumbled upon a very accidental opportunity, that he figured out a way to break this physique. When one used the soaring immortal physique to surround a crystal physique user at maximum speed, they would be able to surpass time itself. In this split second, the surrounding space would be reversed due to the momentum. In this split second of time reversal, the crystal physique would undergo a change back to its past state. The moment of this shift was when the physique was most vulnerable. Later on, Li Qie expanded on this particular solution. One would use the soaring physique to shift the crystal physique back to its weakest state, while another would use the void imperfection physique to penetrate its defense. The idea appeared to be very easy, but it was practically impossible. Even if an expert trained in the soaring immortal physique and another trained in the void imperfection physique, the two would not be able to cooperate, as the void user wouldn't be able to grasp the split second of time reversal. The only possible solution was for one person to cultivate both the soaring immortal physique and the void imperfect physique. However, anyone with common sense would know that a single cultivator could only have one physique. It was impossible for one to have two physiques. However, what was impossible for others had been accomplished by Li Qie. Today, he once again recreated this miracle and broke the legend. Ever since the beginning, when he saw Pei Yu's crystal physique, he was already tempted and wanted to personally give it a shot. After the first attempt, he was certain that the young noble cultivated a complete heavens will secret law. This was something he wanted, resulting in the inception of this bet. The young noble was certain of victory, and that he would be able to utterly defeat Li Qie. He didn't expect to be defeated. Their sex legend had been shattered on this day. The entire scene was silent at this moment, as everyone stared in a daze. After a while, they finally began to accept this impossible notion as the truth. You know demonic arts, evil arts. Eventually, the young noble couldn't help but exclaim, You used an evil art to break my heavens will crystal physique. Even at this time, he couldn't accept the reality of the destroyed legend. In fact, many spectators were silent at this time and wanted to know the answer. Just what method or secret law did Li Qie use to break the crystal physique? Their curiosity was ravaging their minds. Whatever you say. Li Qie smirked and said, It's not important, the important thing is that you have lost. According to our agreement, you have to hand over the incantation law for the crystal physique. Kill me. The young noble laughed pitifully. He was covered in blood, but these wounds were insignificant to him. Nothing was heavier than the pain in his heart. He cried and said, I will pay with my life. There is no merit law, you can have my life instead. He was lost in despair. He was already unable to bear the physique's defeat, so he would rather die than to let Li Qie have their crystal physique. Even if Li Qie tore him into pieces, it would be a better end for him than handing over the physique law. For the young noble, this physique law was the most supreme art of their sect. It wasn't allowed to be given away to just anyone. As the descendant, he had a responsibility to protect the physique. Even if he died miserably and could never enter the reincarnation cycle, he still wouldn't hand the physique law over.
Li Qie leered at the young noble and said, "It seems that you have no intention of handing it over."
The young noble smiled pitifully and responded, "That's right, no physique law, only my life. You can do as you please, but I will never surrender the crystal physique." Countless people held their breaths while watching this scene. Who wouldn't be moved by the crystal physique? To deny it would be spewing out lies. So now, many were hoping that he would hand over the physique law. If this physique law were to be leaked, then other sects and lineages would have a chance to obtain it as well. "You must act in accordance to our bet." Li Qie grinned and said, "If you won't hand it over, then I won't be so polite anymore. Don't blame me for being ruthless since you are the one to violate the bet."
"Kill me if you dare," the young noble shouted austerely.
Don't even dream about the crystal physique. He only wished for death at this moment. Death was not something to be afraid of. It was more like sweet relief. "I am someone who never needs to dream for something." Li Qie revealed a smile and said, "You had agreed, so now, the crystal physique belongs to me. I am a man of my word." Having said that, universal laws appeared on Li Qie's palm. They locked the area around young noble Pei Yu's forehead.
His mind was opened along with his sea of memories at this time. Clank!
Li Qie's mind also opened and shot out a ray of light.
It instantly suppressed a particular law inside the young noble's sea of memories, the law that was related to the crystal physique.
No. The young noble realized what Li Qie wanted to do and couldn't help but scream. Li Qie was trying to take the crystal physique law from his memories. However, the outcome was not up to him to decide. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie's hand turned into a supreme law that clasped the law inside the young noble's sea of memories at lightning speed. He wanted to forcefully obtain it from the young noble's memories. Boom! The moment Li Qie grabbed the crystal physique law, a forbidden seal emerged. In this split moment, not only did the countless universal laws of the crystal physique explode, even the young noble's entire sea of memories was annihilated. His entire mind was blown to smithereens.
It was needless to mention the young noble. His body turned into a bloody mist.
Due to this powerful blast, Li Qie was blown flying as well. His body was covered in blood, not just with the young noble's blood, but also his own. This was a forbidden seal. The descendants and great characters of many sects all had this type of powerful seal because they were afraid that if they were to be defeated one day, the victor would forcibly take their sect's secrets or laws. If this circumstance occurred, the seal would immediately blow up and destroy all things. No one would be able to obtain the secrets inside. Li Qie was blown away and was quite injured, but he didn't care about these trivial things. In his hand was a strand of a law. The moment the explosion occurred, he was able to force out this physique law from the young noble's sea of memories. Chapter 750. Expanse King. Even if it was only one section of the physique law, it was enough for Li Qie. At this time, his eyes blazed as his heavenly gaze activated to derive this universal law. Although it was just a single strand, it was created from countless intertwined runes. Every magical rune was in pairs, and these pairs twisted together to eventually form this law. Just this one strand was as vast as an ocean. The mantras inside were floating with incomparable profundity. Despite it being a short law, it was just as mystical as an unparalleled merit law. Under his Tao derivation and calculations with his heavenly gaze, the entire law was imprinted in his mind. This imprinted seal eventually turned into an endless chapter inside his head. It contained mantras just like the will of the heavens or the cosmos of the 9 heavens. It poured down, seemingly wanting to cover his entire sea of memories. Heaven's Will Crystal Physique. A complete physique law created by immortal Emperor Jingyu finally appeared inside Li Qie's mind. Back when he was the Dark Crow, he had already obtained the complete version and researched it for several generations. It could be said that outside of the creator himself, no one in this world had a deeper understanding of this physique than himself. Later on during his hibernation, He erased this section from his memories. Today, he finally obtained a part of it.
With just this single strand of law, he was able to derive the profundities within and retrieve the memories of the past.
To Li Qie, the bet was just to be more thorough. He understood that even the threat of death would not make the young noble hand over the physique law. Of course, if the young noble had been willing, then nothing could have been better. However, his lack of compliance was fine as well. Li Qie only wanted the moral high ground to own the physique. Since the young noble lost the bet, even if the C-sect later came to demand it be returned, righteousness would be on his side. Fortunately for him, he was able to derive the law just in time. The moment his memories of the physique appeared again, the strand of law in his hand slowly dissipated. The young noble died after his body was turned into a bloody mist. After losing the support of his true fate, this strand of law very quickly lost the power of the Tao, so it dissipated a few moments later. Heaven's will crystal physique. Li Qie grew intoxicated by the profoundness of the grand Tao. Such a supreme secret law was extremely enchanting and craved by all. During his immersion, danger suddenly came for him once more. This danger was completely silent. There were no signs, the assailant only quickly attacked from behind. In this moment, Li Qie's intuition warned him, so he dashed away at a supreme speed. However, with a bang, his back was still struck, causing him to go flying. Be careful. The madam and Yuan Saiha were frightened. However, it was all too late. This ambusher was much stronger than them. Li Qie, who was blown towards the horizon, immediately stabilized his body and coldly glared at the ambusher. At this point, an old man emerged from within the clouds. An aura of water appeared alongside his figure. This person was a great character from the demon race. He had a human body and a fish head adorned with a crown. Although this old man was quite aged, he still had an oppressive aura. The moment he emerged from within the clouds in the entire area were swept away completely. It seemed as if there was a boundless ocean floating right behind his back. It was as if wherever he went, the area around him would become an endless ocean. Expanse King. A few spectators gasped in horror after seeing this old man coming out of nowhere. The old man came down from the clouds and uttered in a deep tone, "Junior, I admit that you have a little bit of skill." Each word of his was like a hammer smashing into the heart of others. At this time, he was not hiding anything. A virtuous paragon's aura swept through the world like a flood. The attack of a paragon was indeed extraordinary. However, his ambush still didn't kill Li Qie, startling him quite a bit. The Expanse King is a real master. He has ruled over the Expanse for almost 10,000 years without any dissension. Even heavenly kings took deep breaths after seeing the appearance of a virtuous paragon of this caliber. Worthy of being the most amazing genius from the Expanse in the past. After holding on for so long, he finally stepped into the realm of paragons after the end of the difficult Tao era to become an early era paragon. Among the experts of the older generation, a character who was from the same generation as the Expanse King gently sighed. The Expanse King was an enlightened fish. That year when he got on land from the Expanse, he revealed extremely frightening talents. It could be said that becoming a heavenly king during the difficult Tao era was harder than reaching the heavens, let alone a virtuous paragon. The Expanse King became one of the most powerful heavenly kings at that time and controlled a vast ocean. Eventually, he was able to become an early era paragon. I am very curious. I don't recognize a nobody like you, so why did you ambush me? There has to be a reason. At this time, a gruesome wound could be found on Li Qie's back. However, due to his mighty physique, this wound quickly closed. I have no grievance against you. The Expanse King's fish head was particularly ugly, especially when he grinned. His smiling figure caused all the spectators to be creeped out. He coldly smiled and said, "Unfortunately, you have offended someone you shouldn't have." He leered at Li Qie and stated, "If you confess your wrongs and prostrate before the white-hair alchemy god's door right now, I will spare your life." After hearing this, not only Li Qie but all the experts from afar understood what was going on. So the Expanse King was doing this for the white-hair alchemist. The status of the Expanse King far exceeded ordinary kings and sect masters. As a virtuous paragon, it was difficult for a junior to obtain his assistance. However, since the start of his cultivation, it had been 10,000 years. He was old and needed longevity medicines to supplement his withering lifespan. Who in this world had better longevity medicines than the white-hair alchemist?
Because of this, it was not strange for the Expanse King to assist the alchemist. With one word, countless characters from the older generation would help the alchemist achieve his goal. Li Qie smirked and replied, "And if I say no?" The Expanse King dryly answered, "If you don't prostrate before the alchemist's door, then this king will personally take action and let you suffer a fate worse than death. Perhaps I will bring your head to the alchemist as a present." Li Qie couldn't help but smile and leisurely say, "Although I don't know who the hell this alchemist is, since his dog wants to bite me, I won't hold back. Thing not knowing life from death. Cease your resistance." The Expanse King's expression sank. In the blink of an eye, he casually raised his hand, causing the sky to darken as he caught a star. This was a treasure that aimed to suck Li Qie inside. Not good, it is the Expanse net. Many spectators were astounded to see this treasure being sent down. Many experts who knew the origin of the Expanse King's treasure became wary. It turned out that his treasure was called the Expanse net. Rumor has it that this net was refined from the evil mist of the vast sea. People also said that the moment this net was cast, powerful cultivators were like doomed butterflies stuck in a spider web. Is that so? Li Qie's eyes became fierce the moment this net came down. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He did not try to run from this net and instead shouted, "Kill!" With that, another treasure came rushing out. With a loud bang that caused the earth to shake and the celestials to lose their brilliance, an old bell came out and turned into a majestic mountain. This mountain seemed to have come from the ancient past, eternal. This mountain soared through the sky and shattered the void. With such power, even the Expanse net was instantly shattered. It couldn't bear even one blow. Declivity Mountain Bell, a supreme treasure that was mysterious and archaic. It was comparable to a true treasure of an immortal emperor. When it came out, even the world would tremble in fear. Is that an immortal emperor true treasure? The faraway spectators quivered in horror as well after this treasure came out. Its power was too great, suffocating even heavenly kings. However, knowledgeable experts knew that this was not a true treasure because its emergence did not carry the aura of an immortal emperor as one would expect. Not good. The Expanse King was horrified the moment the mountain destroyed the net. This all happened too quickly so he couldn't react in time. With endless blood energy from his moving life wheel along with the yin-yang sea of blood, Li Qie was able to power the mountain bell. One could easily imagine how mighty its power was. Its attack could even shake the strongest attack of any immortal emperor true treasure. In this moment of life and death, the Expanse King released endless Tao laws and summoned treasure after treasure to block this attack. However, without an imperial life treasure or true treasure in his hand, his powerful treasures couldn't compare to the mountain bell. With explosions, the treasures all shattered. The Expanse King couldn't escape in time, and his blood gushed out due to the attack. With a miserable howl, the king was slammed by the bell, splattering his flesh everywhere. Chapter 751. Dark Serpent. Nevertheless, the Expanse King was still a paragon even though he was only at the early era level. After his scream, although his body was destroyed by the mountain bell, his head was still intact. There were terrifying cracks on his head, making it seem as if it would split apart at any moment, but he was still holding on. For a paragon, as long as his true fate was still there, he wouldn't be able to die. The head tried to turn around and escape. If he remained with such a grievous injury, he would definitely die in this place. Where can you run to? Li Qie's speed instantly reached its zenith and quickly caught up to the king's head. An early-era paragon was not as fast as the soaring immortal physique of Li Qie. Not to mention that the paragon was seriously injured. Pop! His head received a heavy blow from Li Qie. Even if he was stronger, the already cracked head released all of its contents due to the blow from the hell-suppressing godly physique. Chunks of his brain splattered everywhere. Moreover, his head was crushed by Li Qie's foot, but he was still alive. Junior, don't go too far. The Expanse King was already basically half dead. He couldn't help but quiver inside. Never would he expect a paragon like him to end up in this tragic state so quickly. He was full of regrets. If he knew that Li Qie had such an invincible treasure, he wouldn't have been so bold. The spectators from afar were shaken as well. Although no one could recognize the mountain bell, it was still a terrifying artifact even if it wasn't an imperial true treasure. Someone murmured, "No wonder why he can act so arrogantly."
So he had this powerful treasure as his ace. Even descendants of imperial lineages wouldn't necessarily have true treasures of the emperor level, let alone a sect less junior. No matter who they might be, including ordinary paragons, they would be very wary of an imperial true treasure or something of the same level. Unless they had a similar weapon, even a paragon might not have a great advantage in a direct confrontation. Although the Expanse King was a paragon, he was only a new early-era paragon. In the beginning, he was too careless and thought that he could easily capture Li Qie. He didn't think that Li Qie would start with an emperor-level weapon and directly blow him into pieces. Too far. Li Qie cheerfully said. I like to hear these words the most. Since you said that I have gone too far, very well, I will give you a chance right now. Hand over all of your treasures, then hang your head from the highest peak of Alchemy City. Only then will I spare your life. If not, I will stamp your dog head, no, fish head into paste. Little bastard, go to hell. The Expanse King was still a king and a paragon after all. How could he suffer such humiliation? In this instant, his head cracked open and his Tao foundation erupted. His true fate began to blaze. He wanted to self-destruct and take Li Qie along with him. Boom! A thunderous detonation occurred. When a paragon blew up his own Tao foundation and true fate, the generated force had absolute power. Due to the blast, everything within the radius of 1,000 miles was shattered like glass. A dreadful black hole appeared and the fabric of space-time became chaotic, especially where Li Qie stood. Everything here could be crushed into nothingness. Pop! Unfortunately for the king, 5 bronze doors appeared around Li Qie amidst this terrifying blast. The Pentagate protected him and blocked this terrifying explosion. The self-destruction of a paragon caused a fallout that swept through 10,000 miles. Many spectators in the distance were blown away by the aftermath since they couldn't resist such a force. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ground suddenly split. A huge shadow crawled up from the ground. This was a huge monster. Su! The thing that rushed out from the ground opened its mouth to spew out an endless amount of poisonous mist that completely shrouded the area. Moreover, Li Qie was the target, so he was immediately drowned within. Dark Serpent! A demon king cried out from the distance. He used his fastest speed to run away after getting a good look at this huge creature that appeared from the ground. Dark Serpent, not good. Yuan Saiha was startled after seeing the poisonous mist everywhere. She brought the madam back into their courtyard. At this time, a particular fragrance that was being emitted from the trees inside the yard formed a barrier of air to protect them from the mist. There were many spirit trees and treasure medicines in this yard. Some were recently planted by Li Qie and Yuan Saiha. At this time, the spirit tree that was preventing this poisonous mist from approaching was planted by Yuan Saiha. The vast quantities of poisonous mist quickly spread throughout the area. Many people in the distance reacted quickly enough to run away. However, there were also those who couldn't do so in time and were flooded by the mist. They immediately fell to the ground and twitched for a while before their bodies turned black and stiff. Such strong poison. Madame Ziyan was astonished after seeing this. Normally, ordinary poisons were not effective against cultivators. Yuan Saiha explained, the poison of a dark serpent is not immediately fatal, but once it invades the body, the whole body will become stiff in an instant. Their blood energy would be sealed so the victim wouldn't be able to move. Even a heavenly king would not be able to escape. Without taking the antidote within 6 hours, death would be assured as the body slowly melts into a black liquid. She was very knowledgeable about spirit medicines, and as a prodigy, she also knew about poisonous creatures. Where did this dark serpent come from? The experts who were able to run far away were frightened as they looked back at the spreading mist. This extremely powerful poison could corrode one's true fate and destroy their fate palaces. Not even heavenly kings could resist it. An alchemy saint at the scene quivered and said, "This doesn't make any sense. Dark serpents dwell in the wet depths of darkness. This place is too dry, so it shouldn't have any dark serpents." Although he did not say it explicitly, the implication was crystal clear. Su. At the center of the poisonous mist with howling winds, the dark serpent jumped up and opened its mouth to spew out even more mist towards its target, Li Qie. However, as this mist covered the sky, Li Qie was not afraid at all. He shifted his body around in the mist to avoid the serpent's attack. Many spectators at a safe distance noticed that the serpent was only attacking Li Qie and looked at each other. The wily experts immediately knew that this was not so simple. Someone was using the dark serpent to attack Li Qie. This brat is so scary. He just killed an early-era paragon and isn't afraid of the dark serpent's poison. An alchemist said, I heard that Li Qie's Tao of alchemy is incredible as well. If this is true, then it is not strange for him to be able to resist the poison. In fact, Li Qie was not relying on the Tao of alchemy to repel this poison. He had medicines of the immortal level, so how could this serpent's poison do anything to him? Eventually, after escaping the serpent's attacks, Li Qie circled around its head and suddenly unleashed dozens of needles that penetrated its skull. After being struck by the needles, it suddenly stopped as if petrified. Back to where you came. Li Qie shouted a mantra. With a boom, the dark serpent seemed to have received the command and immediately crawled back into the ground, disappearing without a trace. What is that? A cultivator in the horizon was puzzled by how Li Qie was able to control the serpent. An alchemist was shocked after seeing this scene and shouted, Insect mastery skill. After hearing this, someone who was pale from fear stated, Don't tell me that Li Qie is a disciple of the insect swarm valley? Only they know how to control poisonous creatures. The alchemy saint shook his head and said, Not necessarily. This world is vast, so the insect swarm valley is not the only place that knows how to control poisonous creatures. In fact, this is part of the Tao of alchemy, but very few people are adept at this art. The insect swarm valley were masters of controlling poisonous creatures. Till this day, its name instilled fear in whoever heard of them. At this time, a loud bang could be heard from the horizon. After hearing this, people instantly looked towards that direction. Some activated their heavenly gazes and mirrors to have a better look. Inside Alchemy City, the dark serpent suddenly came out from the ground and commenced its attack. Its large whip-like tail fiercely swung everywhere like a huge mountain range tumbling around. The dark serpent was attacking a mansion. A cry came out from inside as a treasure fly out to stop the onslaught. You dare? Bang! Bang! The dark serpent seemed to be mad. Not only did it use its huge body as a weapon, it also spewed out poisonous mist. Go! The person in the mansion clearly didn't want to fight against the serpent. With a shout, the entire mansion hovered up from the ground and flew out of Alchemy City. That is Chao Guiyao's abode, a mansion from a monarch of the Alchemy Kingdom. After Chao Guiyao came, it was handed over to him. A person movingly uttered after seeing the serpent attacking the owner. After knowing who the serpent attacked, many people began to wonder. At this moment, it was clear as to who had controlled the dark serpent. This sudden development that occurred in Alchemy City attracted the attention of many parties, especially when Chao Guiyao's mansion flew out from Alchemy City while the huge dark serpent gave chase right after it. Many experts and alchemists were quite alarmed and followed right behind them to find out what was going on. Li Qie, what are you trying to do? The mansion's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it stopped 1,000 miles away from Li Qie. Chao Guiyao was currently seated in a high pavilion of the mansion. His eyes were fierce when he shouted at Li Qie. What am I trying to do? Li Qie looked at Chao Guiyao and narrowed his eyes to smilingly say, Nothing, I only allowed this beast to return and find its master. It seems that it has found him. What venomous slander! Chao Guiyao shouted. Everyone here saw that you controlled this serpent to attack me. Do not change black to white and right to wrong. Chapter 752. Alchemy Tao of Wood Mastery. Although Chao Guiyao flatly denied this matter, many experts who came to watch knew that in the present times, outside of the insect swarm valley, only Chao Guiyao knew how to control poisonous creatures. It was no secret that he had traded with the valley for this art. Li Qie smiled and said, Whether you did it or not is no longer important. You should deal with the dark serpent first. Li Qie knew very well who used the serpent to attack him. There was no need to waste words after all the facades had been let go of. One of them must die. Boom, boom. The dark serpent had caught up at this time and spewed out more poisonous mist. It covered the sky once more, enveloping Chao Guiyao's mansion like a tsunami. Many people had seen the effect of this poison earlier, so they quickly retreated to avoid being injured by the poison. Open! There was more than just Chao Guiyao in the mansion. The residents included disciples and experts from the state of Chao. When the poisonous mist shrouded the mansion, many disciples opened their cauldrons to unleash a rolling mist of medicine into the sky. This mist condensed to form a shield. Exhale. Waves of sizzles rang when the poisonous mist touched the medicinal mist. The poison was immediately dispelled and turned into drifting ashes.
In the end, the state of Chao was still an alchemy lineage that had had an alchemy emperor, so their disciples were quite capable when it came to dissolving something like the poison of the dark serpent.
The beast seemed to be enraged. The moment its poisonous mist was dispelled, it let out a loud hiss and slammed its huge tail down. A wild storm immediately assaulted the mansion. Boom, boom, boom. Even though the mansion had a powerful defensive barrier, many buildings were still shattered from the onslaught of the serpent. Some disciples were even blown away while spurting blood. Chao Guiyao had an unsightly countenance as he shouted, "Stop, damned beast!" The moment he gave the order, the 4 divine steel demons quickly soared out at lightning speed. Whoosh! The 4 swift demons used their arms that were as sharp as blades to slash multiple times in the blink of an eye. The moment they came back to Chao Guiyao's side, blood erupted out like a spring. The huge serpent came crashing down like a mountain. Its huge body was severed into several sections that fell to the ground like huge boulders, staining the ground with its blood. The divine steel demons are so strong. Many people shivered after seeing the demons dispatching the serpent so quickly. I heard that they rampaged across the stone realm for some time before eventually being tamed by Chao Guiyao. It seems that they are indeed powerful. It's no wonder that so many experts died to them. An alchemist frightenedly stated after seeing the might of the demons. Chao Guiyao was not happy at this moment. He was not willing to send out the kill order for the serpent as it wasn't easy to find a dark serpent like this. It used to be one of his most useful assistants, but he couldn't do anything else in this situation. Li Chia, not only did you falsely accuse me, but you also used the serpent to attack my country's disciple. I will exact vengeance for this, declared Chao Guiyao, who was sitting up high in his pavilion. Is that so? Li Chia was unaffected as he smilingly said, "What kind of vengeance? Capturing me alive or hacking me into pieces? Of course, capturing me alive is more useful for you, wouldn't you say?" The confrontation between the two was quite well received by the spectators who were watching for their own enjoyment. However, a few great characters knew that this was not as simple as it looked. In fact, any discerning person could tell that Chao Guiyao used the serpent to ambush Li Chia. However, many cultivators and lineages would have to rely on Chao Guiyao eventually, so no one wanted to reveal such a thing. Chao Guiyao glared at Li Chia and coldly said, "If you obediently submit, then I will spare your life." Li Chia returned an enigmatic smile and replied, "Submit? I don't have such a habit to give up before the fight even starts. What if I don't submit? Are you going to come over and force me?" Chao Guiyao's expression became cold as he answered, "If you stay unrepentant till death and remain insensible, then don't blame me.
I will let you see what is called the Tao of Alchemy so that a frog at the bottom of a well like you will know that it is not limited to just pill refinement and growing grasses."
Having said that, he stood up and spewed out an incantation. A green light hovered around his body with the emergence of universal laws. Grasses crawled out from below his feet along with blossoming spirit flowers.
The ground where he stood seemed to have turned into a garden or a field of alchemy.
His body was full of vitality and life. It seemed that all the plants and trees in this area accepted Chao Guiyao's summon. Their majestic life forces poured into his body like a flood. By controlling the aura and pulsating energy of the vegetation in the surrounding area, Chao Guiyao was able to borrow their power. Many people were surprised to see Chao Guiyao's current state. Although no one knew what he wanted to do, they could feel the fluctuation of power in the air. Borrowing the power of the plant life in the entire garden was unbelievable. This is a technique for legendary alchemists. Legend states that this type of alchemist has several different techniques, and one of them is wood mastery. A powerful alchemist murmured, "At a certain level, an alchemist will become infinitely close to all existences in nature and can borrow their power." Inside the courtyard, Yuan Saiha was also convinced and nodded her head to say, "Chao Guiyao is indeed an incredible legendary alchemist.
Although he doesn't know how to cultivate medicines and only knows pill refinement and fire control, he is already very amazing for being able to do this with wood mastery." Yuan Saiha was the voice of authority in this regard. In contemporary times, she was the #1 figure in plant cultivation and was closer to plant life than anyone else. Very few people could compare to her regarding wood mastery. All of these trees emitted the power of nature since their roots were deep underground and were empowered by the blessing of the boundless earth. It was one thing if it was only 1 or 2 trees, but there were several hundred or maybe even 1,000 gigantic trees, forming an army of giants.
Just imagine, each of these trees could cross over a mountain. Just how mighty and terrifying was this force?
Even a heavenly king would fear encountering such a legion.
Alchemists can also be like this?
I've never heard of such a thing.
One of the spectators couldn't believe their own eyes.
In the minds of many people, alchemists were not good at fighting and were not willing to fight, at least with force.
However, Chao Guiyao's display today overturned their views regarding alchemists. No one would have thought that alchemists had such a heaven-defying method.
An alchemy saint with white hair enviously stated, "Only legendary alchemists are capable of grasping this kind of technique to control an army of wooden giants."
Perhaps Chao Guiyao is already a peak legendary alchemist. Alchemy emperors were at the apex while legendary alchemists reigned second. Of course, in the current generation of the stone medicine world, the number of legendary alchemists could be counted on one's hand. Many alchemists couldn't reach this level, but Chao Guiyao was already there at such a young age. Moreover, he was able to summon this powerful legion, causing many older alchemists to be lost in admiration. It was not an exaggeration when people proclaimed him as one of the 4 prodigies. So legendary alchemists can have such a technique. Then what will they be able to do if they become alchemy emperors? An experienced demon monarch was dumbfounded after seeing this scene. Another alchemy saint explained, "Needless to say about alchemy emperors, legendary alchemists already never have to personally take action. When faced with any adversity, there would always be a large group of experts willing to work for them. Because of this, the world rarely has the chance to witness their techniques." Although Chao Guiyao flatly denied this matter, many experts who came to watch understood that in the present times, outside of the insect swarm valley, only Chao Guiyao knew how to control poisonous creatures. It was no secret that he had traded with the valley for this art. Li Qie smiled and said, "Whether you did it or not is no longer important. You should deal with the dark serpent first." Li Qie knew very well who used the serpent to attack him.
There was no need to waste words after all the facades had been let go of.
One of them must die. Boom, boom. The dark serpent had caught up at this time and spewed out more poisonous mist. It covered the sky once more along with Chao Guiyao's mansion like a tsunami. Many people had seen the effect of this poison earlier, so they quickly retreated to avoid being injured by the poison. Open! There was more than just Chao Guiyao in the mansion. The residents included disciples and experts from the state of Chao. When the poisonous mist shrouded the mansion, many disciples opened their cauldrons to unleash a rolling mist of medicine into the sky. This mist condensed to form a shield. Exhale. Waves of sizzles rang when the poisonous mist touched the medicinal mist. The poison was immediately dispelled and turned into drifting ashes. Chapter 753. Tiny Vine turning into a giant. After hearing the alchemy saint's explanation, many people had a deeper understanding of alchemists. Although this was a land where the most alchemists resided, there was very little understanding of legendary alchemists. This was understandable since they were quite prestigious. Outside of alchemy emperors, there was no existence higher than them when it came to the field of alchemy. How many sects would be willing to regard a legendary alchemist as a treasure and pay them tributes? Who would be willing to let a legendary alchemist join a battle? It was just like this alchemy saint had said, the moment they reached the legendary alchemist level, a single word was enough to cause countless people to gather. Bang! In the blink of an eye, this legion of wooden giants surrounded Li Qie. While trapped inside, he seemed to be an ant that could be stomped to death by any of them. Li Qie, out of consideration for a fellow alchemist, it is not too late to surrender. While controlling the legion, Chao Guiyao coldly leered at Li Qie. He had an imperious expression as if he was the ruler of this land. Life and death would be decided by him. He wanted to capture Li Qie alive for his supreme Tao of alchemy. 4 common items, there were plenty of young geniuses and sects willing to satisfy him. However, he didn't want to ask someone else for help in this matter because he did not trust others. Due to this, he didn't mind personally taking action despite being a legendary alchemist. Li Qie looked around at the giant trees that surrounded him and smilingly said, "You think this army of trees can force me to submit?" Chao Guiyao laughed and said, "Li Qie, I know you have an extraordinary treasure, but don't forget, with one word, many powerful sects will besiege you. Countless powerful experts will be willing to push you to the edge.
However, because we are both alchemists, I personally took action today and acted according to the ways of an alchemist to deal with you. Be smart and give up, or else there will be no place left for you in the stone medicine world. What a meaningless threat. Li Qie smiled and said, since you want to use the methods of an alchemist, I'll let you see what real wood mastery is. Having said that, his body began to emit an endless light that made him seem like a green ocean. Behind this green ocean were divine trees that sealed the heavens. There were ancient trees forming their own worlds as dazzling immortal grasses began to grow. His body was empowered with endless life, especially when the tree of life inside his fate palace appeared. He seemed to have become the entire world, as if all plant creatures in the 9 heavens and 10 earths were awakened by Li Qie's unbelievably vast life source. Since you want to compete in the Tao of Alchemy, I'll show you. With a laugh, Li Qie's life force turned into endless universal laws that intertwined to form a heavenly chapter. It was incredibly grand and unfathomable. This is... Yuan Saiha was shaken after seeing a heavenly chapter of this level. It was too profound and mystical. Despite being one of the 4 prodigies, she couldn't find any clues at all to this heavenly chapter. However, the moment she saw the cover, she immediately understood that this was the key to opening the world of the Tao of Alchemy. This chapter was created by the profundities within the alchemy god's grand canon. These were the laws of the 9 worlds Tao of Alchemy. Its beginning. ZZZ. Inside the chapter, a mysterious light fell down and turned into a tiny vine. Boom! In the blink of an eye, peaks were blown apart. This tiny vine grew larger at an astonishing rate. It quickly reached the high firmament as if it was the true favored child of this earth. All the life force in this area was focused in its body. Rumble! The vine branch turned into a gigantic monster that covered the entire sky. In just a split second, waterfalls began to pour down from above. It seemed to have become the ruler of this region as its most powerful existence. The crowd was astounded, their mouths wide open as they stood there in a daze. To them, this was simply a miracle. Compared to such a monstrosity, the wooden army of Chao Guiyao seemed to be insignificant. How is this possible? The alchemy saint exclaimed in horror, one thought to become a god. This is something only an alchemy emperor can do, but he isn't one. It's just simple wood mastery of the alchemy Tao. Li Qie looked at Chao Guiyao and dismissively said, this is no big deal, it's only a minor art that uses the life force of the heaven and earth to create life under one's control. In the end, it is still only an external Tao. Using it often will harm the heavenly order and the Tao laws. Such words made many alchemists here want to vomit blood. They were all shamed and were on the verge of committing suicide. Nearly all of them strived for this level. Wood mastery was something every alchemist had thoughts of, but in the mouth of Li Qie, it had become a minor art. If this was a minor art, then what could be considered a grand art? After he finished his statement, the vine giant slammed downward. With an explosion that illuminated the sky, all the huge trees that were surrounding Li Qie were instantly blown away. It also dispelled the Tao laws that Chao Guiyao imprinted on these trees. They began to shrink as their life force dispersed. Eventually, they assumed their original form as if nothing had happened. Chao Guiyao paled and understood that Li Qie's Tao of Alchemy was even more profound than his. This left him with both fear and hate. Moreover, it made the greed in his heart grow even more rampant. If Li Qie had a better Tao of Alchemy, then this meant that his law was a priceless treasure. If he could obtain such a law, then he could absolutely become the present-day alchemy emperor. Good, Li Qie, you are quite amazing. Chao Guiyao thought of something and looked at Li Qie to say in a serious manner, I am not your equal regarding wood mastery. These words came as a surprise to many people. Who was Chao Guiyao? He was one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, the inheritor of the state of Chao. He would be a shining star no matter where he went. Many geniuses would have to be wary of him, but such an arrogant person today had bowed his head and accepted defeat. No one expected such a thing. Chao Guiyao gravely continued, wood mastery is not my forte. Li Qie, since you are an unparalleled alchemy genius, do you dare to compete with me once more? Despite his arrogance, he was also quite witty. While accepting his loss, he also praised Li Qie. Any other alchemist would enjoy such vanity because Chao Guiyao was a well-known alchemist. No one could resist such flattery. Logically, I shouldn't fall for such a low-level bait. Li Qie smiled and said, however, it is not easy for you to bow your head. Very well,
I'll play along with you since killing all day is becoming dull. The instant Li Qie withdrew his alchemy law, the vast life force disappeared from the sky and returned to the earth. Meanwhile, the vine also became smaller and reverted to its original shape. If people didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that this little vine had turned into a gigantic branch that covered the entire sky. Many cultivators present, especially the alchemists, were incredibly envious and wondered when they could reach such a level. Li Qie lazily glanced at Chao Guiyao and said, "Okay, what other tricks do you have? It is time to use them all." Chao Guiyao took a deep breath and deepened his voice to say, "The mysteries of the Tao of alchemy has myriad ways such as plant cultivation, pill refinement, and insect and monster mastery. How about we compete in insect mastery?" Insect mastery? Li Qie had a smirk on his face as he rubbed his chin to leisurely reply. "This isn't child's play. If one isn't careful, the outcome will be deadly." Chao Guiyao leered at him and stated, "Leave it to fate. If one of us dies here, then we can only blame it on our own lack of skill. No regrets. Do you dare to take me on?" At this point, all eyes fell upon Li Qie. After hearing the alchemy saint's explanation, many people had a deeper understanding of alchemists. Although this was a land where the most alchemists resided, there was very little understanding of legendary alchemists. This was understandable since they were quite prestigious. Outside of alchemy emperors, there was no existence higher than them when it came to the field of alchemy. How many sects would be willing to regard a legendary alchemist as a treasure and pay them tributes? Who would be willing to let a legendary alchemist join a battle? It was just like this alchemy saint had said, the moment they reached the legendary alchemist level, countless people would be willing to work for them with just one word. Bang! In the blink of an eye, this legion of wooden giants surrounded Li Qie. While trapped inside, he seemed to be an ant that could be stomped to death by any of them. Chapter 754. Moon-plucking Iraq. It was no secret that Chao Guiyao was adept at insect mastery. Someone once said that outside of those at the insect swarm valley, no one in this world was more skilled in insect mastery than him. Competing in an unfamiliar area instead of one's specialty is unwise. An older alchemist couldn't help but murmur after hearing Chao Guiyao's challenge. The power of Li Qie's wood mastery was as clear as day. It was extremely powerful. Anyone would be lost in awe, and Chao Guiyao had no way of comparing with him. But now, if Li Qie wanted to forego his advantage in wood mastery and compete with insect mastery instead, he would be put at a great disadvantage. Li Qie seemed to be enjoying things as he said, "It seems that you are very confident in your insect mastery. Since that is so, what will you bet to challenge me?" "My life." Chao Guiyao stood above his pavilion and laughed proudly to say, "My life is more precious than any treasure in this world. My life can handle any bet." These words were spoken with complete confidence and pride. It was not strange for him to have such an attitude. As one of the four prodigies and the one most well-versed in pill refinement, his life was indeed valuable, a unique treasure in the eyes of many. Quite a lot of spectators were aghast at such a huge gamble. He was putting his life on the line. It was just as he said, his life was more valuable than anything else. This was no longer a simple bet. "Betting your life for mine?" Li Qie smiled and glanced at Chao Guiyao to lazily say, "I am not looking down on you, but my life is more precious than yours." Chao Guiyao snorted as a response, but he did not become angry. He coldly said, "I am a merciful person and do not wish to take your life. My demand is very simple. Should you lose, just hand over the secret manual of your Tao of alchemy." His words were even more pleasant than a melody. From the beginning, he came for Li Qie's alchemy manual. Of course, if there was a chance to kill Li Qie, he wouldn't let it go for anything. To him, Li Qie was his strongest opponent on the Tao of alchemy. Li Qie was no weaker than the white-hair alchemist. Many big shots that were watching from afar felt their hearts beating faster. They had heard rumors of Li Qie's Tao of alchemy before, but the majority of them hadn't seen it with their own eyes. But it was different now. Right after seeing Li Qie's wood mastery, it would be a lie to say if these big shots were not tempted by his Tao. Any lineage that could obtain his Tao of alchemy would perhaps be able to train disciples just like the four prodigies. They also recognized that since the very beginning, Chao Guiyao came for Li Qie's Tao of alchemy. It was no wonder why he started with an ambush from the Dark Serpent. This was because he didn't want to kill Li Qie outright. He wanted to capture him instead. Okay, it doesn't matter if you are here for my life or for my alchemy manual. Li Qie smiled and said while rubbing his palms together. I have not played this game in a very long time, so I'll entertain you. You can start first so that when you die, you can't blame me for not giving you a chance. Good, since you are so kind, I will gladly oblige. Xueqi let out a carefree laugh, but he was sneering in his mind. He excelled at insect and poison mastery. Moreover, he had cultivated for a very long time in these aspects and groomed many insects. He came prepared. Even if Li Qie's Tao of alchemy was peerless, how could Li Qie compete with him without sufficient preparations? Xueqi took out an old urn. The moment it was opened, a very large spider came out from inside and squatted on the ground like a mound. It was covered in green, steel hair. Its eyes emitted an awe-inspiring glow, and its terrorizing pair of fangs seemed to be able to bite through anything and erode everything. Moon-plucking Arak. A few powerful cultivators quivered upon seeing this huge spider. A knowledgeable alchemist from the previous generation was aghast as he called out its origin. A moon-plucking Arak was not as frightening as what it appeared to be. In fact, it was not poisonous. However, its silk was extremely strong. Don't dream about escaping once trapped in its web. Thus, many powerful heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were doomed once they were trapped. No matter how much they struggled, they could only become its meal. Its name meant that if even the moon in the sky were to be caught by its silk, the spider would bring it down. This meant that not only was the silk tough and flexible, it also spoke of its mighty power. Go catch him. Xueqi issued his first command after releasing the spider. He had trained it for a very long time, so it obeyed his commands without delay. In an instant, the spider immediately jumped outside and spewed out a great amount of silk that instantly covered the sky. This web was formed at an astonishing speed. To everyone's surprise, the spider didn't attack Li Qie right away. It only continued spewing out more silk to form a large web. In a short period of time, its web sealed the entire area as well as the 4 directions. Countless strands of silk intertwined as if this was its nest. Anyone would feel creeped out by this scene. The mountain where Li Qie stood and the surrounding 100 miles was locked down by the webs. This land now seemed like the lair of the creature, causing all the spectators to feel a chill run down their backs. Pluff! After sealing the area with its webs, it spewed out even more to form a net that flew towards Li Qie. The spider was swift, but Li Qie was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie evaded the incoming net with his great agility. Pluff! As the spider's nets kept on raining down, Li Qie continued to shift his position at an incredible speed, causing the spider to fail time after time. However, as he continued to dodge, more nets came down and his area to maneuver became limited. The spider was not just blindly spewing out its webs. Its ability to strategize was amazing. Each of its moves aimed to eventually seal Li Qie's retreat so that he would have nowhere left to run. At that point, he would become a prey trapped in its net. In addition to the huge webs that locked down the area, the spider continuously forced Li Qie to retreat so that he would run out of room. It seemed that his escape was an impossibility. If your insect mastery is lacking, then it is not too late to surrender. Xueqi was ecstatic watching Li Qie dodging the webs. However, his external expression was one of righteousness. He smiled and said, I will be very sad if the moon-plucking Arak were to hurt Brother Li. The Tao of alchemy would lose a supreme genius, and I would lose a worthy opponent. In accordance with his plan, he acted generously and called Li Qie a brother. In his eyes, Li Qie had become trapped in his net, so how could he not put on this act? Others were also anxious, seeing Li Qie's continual evasion. No matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to escape from the spider. Moreover, Li Qie had yet to counterattack, so many thought that he wasn't adept at insect mastery. Is that so? I'm just playing with you. Do you really think that this little art can actually trap me? Li Qie smiled and stared at the moon-plucking Arak before issuing a sharp cry. Pluff! The spider grabbed onto this rare opportunity and spewed out a huge web towards Li Qie. This particular web was extremely fast and flew towards Li Qie. However, Li Qie didn't try to dodge. Very shortly, he would be covered by this web. Madame Ziyan's heart was hanging by a thread as she watched this scene. She fearfully exclaimed, Watch out! Edge. However, the spider net that aimed for him was cut in half in the blink of an eye. People finally saw a scorpion that crawled out of nowhere. It came from Li Qi's courtyard. This scorpion was even faster than the moon-plucking Arak. Right when it came out, its claw instantly cut the approaching net to save Li Qie. The scorpion could only be called tiny compared to the huge spider. It was only the size of a desk while its outward appearance was completely red with a hint of gold. More importantly, its claws were extremely sharp. Divine Scorpion King. Even Chao Guiyao was shocked after seeing this creature. An alchemist who studied poisonous creatures startlingly stated, "The bane of the moon-plucking Arak, the Divine Scorpion King. Its poison is unbelievable, and it also has a pair of extremely sharp claws that specialize in cutting spider webs." Chapter 755. Engulfing Serpent. Lightning Fly. Chao Guiyao was astounded after seeing the Divine Scorpion King. He was skilled in insect mastery, so how could he not recognize it? He just didn't expect for Li Qie to have one. Earlier, he assumed that Li Qie was unprepared. But now, after seeing the scorpion coming from Li Qie's courtyard, he immediately realized that he had underestimated Li Qie. "Return!" He shouted out a command to the moon-plucking Arak. It was very precious and he didn't want it to die. In fact, after seeing the scorpion, the spider wanted to escape right away. The scorpion was its nemesis, so it instinctively wanted to flee. However, after being trained by Chao Guiyao, it didn't dare to do so without his command. It turned and fled out of its webs. However, the scorpion was much faster than it. With the sound of wind being split, the scorpion pierced through the webs that blocked its path and instantly caught up to the spider. The spider was horrified and ran towards Chao Guiyao. It spewed out even more spider webs, but the scorpion was known as its bane for a reason. No matter how many webs it spewed out, it couldn't delay the scorpion. In an instant, the scorpion caught up and raised its tail. With a glint, its tail shot out needles and impaled the spider's body. Boom! After being struck, the gigantic body of the spider immediately fell down and rolled fairly far before coming to a halt. When it stopped, its body had already gone stiff, struck dead. Although the spider and its webs were mighty, it was not poisonous and met its bane. The poisonous needles of the scorpion were especially fatal to it. Death was assured the moment it got hit. He also knows how to control insects. Even the spectating cultivators became speechless. Many of them realized that the rumors of his pill refinement skill had already been proven. Now, it seems that he could also control wood and insects. Just how unfathomable was this? Perhaps his fortune on the Tao of Alchemy was no weaker than the four prodigies. The crowd became anxious at Li Qie's accomplishments. If they could obtain that secret law, then the future potential of their sex would be unlimited. Li Qie shook his head and said, "What a shame for a moon-plucking Arak. It was a good poisonous creature, but it was too confident. Getting close to me was simply courting death." Chao Guiyao's expression was quite unsightly at this moment. He snorted after realizing that he had fallen into Li Qie's trap. The wretch only retreated in order to kill his spider. If Li Qie called out his scorpion from the beginning, then perhaps there was a chance for his spider to escape. After knowing that Li Qie was more skilled at insect mastery, Chao Guiyao became very alarmed. But now, he had to keep going since he was already riding the tiger. It didn't matter whether Li Qie was strong or not, he had to brace himself and fight. "Okay, I have seen your insect." Li Qie smiled and went back to his courtyard before stating, "Now, it is your turn to meet mine." Having said that, Li Qie stomped on the ground as an alchemy law appeared. With a splash, the water inside the pond suddenly overflowed as if this little pond had become a giant lake. Ew! A ferocious beast rushed out of the pond at this moment. It was very large, taking up miles of space in an instant. It soared in the sky towards Chao Guiyao. This was a creature that looked like a snake but was not a snake. It had 4 legs, a crocodile's head, and a serpent's body, quite fierce-looking. Engulfing Sea Serpent. The previous alchemy saint was aghast after seeing this monster. He was the first to retreat, immediately followed by many others. Splash, however, to the surprise of many, the huge monster did not use its body to attack Chao Guiyao. Instead, it spewed out a huge amount of water. This beam of water immediately crashed down to drown his mansion. "Be careful." Chao Guiyao's expression changed after seeing this oncoming torrent. He also took out a treasure box to release another poisonous creature. However, Chao Guiyao was a bit too slow. The moment the torrential waves came crashing down, some of the disciples were hit and immediately began to scream. They fell to the ground as if they had been poisoned. After a twitching for a brief moment, they instantly died. The engulfing sea serpent was not poisonous, but the water it spewed out was quite bizarre. It could swiftly rush into the body of any living being and engulf their true fate to the point of drowning them. With a small buzzing sound, Chao Guiyao released a very ugly-looking toad. It opened its mouth to swallow the huge waves of water from the serpent. It became a battle between the serpent crazily spewing out more water while the ugly toad devoured it. They quickly reached a stalemate as neither had the upper hand. An alchemist that knew the toad's origin emotionally stated, "Chao Guiyao deserves his fame regarding insect mastery. To be able to keep a ferocious and difficult-to-tame creature like the sea-belly toad around. Truly amazing." Oh, Li Qie made a strange hum, and a similar hum resonated. An insect then flew out from a jar inside the courtyard. This insect was extremely fast and quickly flew to Chao Guiyao's mansion. Many people couldn't even see it clearly. Chao Guiyao was startled by this insect and shouted loudly, "Not good, retreat. It's a lightning fly." But it was too late. This insect instantly shot down a beam of lightning, striking the sea-belly toad. The toad fell to the ground with its belly facing upward and emitted a green smoke. It immediately died after being hit by this beam of lightning. When people finally saw the creature, they found that it was a fly around the size of a fist. Dazzling light flashed inside its belly as if it contained a huge amount of lightning. Lightning fly. Its name alone indicated its ability. It could send down bolts of lightning. Moreover, its flying speed was fast to the point of horrifying others. Splash! Without the toad, the ferocious torrents from the serpent were on the verge of drowning Chao Guiyao's mansion once more. Suddenly screams filled the air. The disciples closest to the water were the first to suffer. They all fell to the ground. The other experts hastily retreated. However, misfortune does not come all at once. Although experts could withstand the serpent's water for a moment, crackling thunder came about as lightning descended, causing a burning smell to permeate the air. One could easily imagine the mansion drowned by water as the lightning fly unleashed its barrage. There was nowhere for the state of Chao's disciples to hide. In an instant, many of them died miserably to either of these elements. After seeing the deaths of so many disciples, Chao Guiyao crazily shouted, "Li Qie, you leave me with no choice." At this moment, his fury was untethered and he didn't care for anything else. He wouldn't even mind killing Li Qie. Die! Chao Guiyao madly commanded the 4 steel demons by his side. At this point, he was ready to massacre everything. The 4 steel demons took action. They were terrifying monstrosities. One could only see 4 flashing rays that intertwined like lightning. Even the lightning fly couldn't escape with its great speed. The moment the rays disappeared, both the engulfing sea serpent and the lightning fly were killed by the 4 demons. They were too powerful, so the 2 beasts didn't even have the chance to strike back. Divine steel demons, these 4 monsters are finally taking action. Many people fearfully quivered before such a scene. Rumor has it that these things will not give up until they see blood. Even a heavenly king trembled at this sight. "Li Qie, don't blame me when you courted death." The livid Chao Guiyao was in pain from losing so many disciples. Some were the elites of his country. He ground his teeth and coldly uttered, "Hand over the alchemy manual right now, or else you wouldn't be able to escape even if you had 3 heads and 6 hands." Li Qie didn't seem to mind at all. He smiled and slowly said, "Is that so? Go ahead and show off all of your abilities. Forward. Slay him." Chao Guiyao let out a deafening cry and commanded the demons. These divine demons were extremely powerful and frightening. Ever since Chao Guiyao tamed them, they had yet to leave his side. However, he was furious this time and would rather kill Li Qie even if it meant not obtaining the alchemy manual. He would never let go of this vengeance. Divine steel demons, not bad. Li Qie narrowed his eyes while looking at the 4 steel demons. Chao Guiyao was astounded after seeing the divine Scorpion King. He was skilled at insect mastery, so how could he not recognize it? He just didn't expect for Li Qie to have one. Earlier, he assumed that Li Qie was unprepared. But now, after seeing the scorpion coming from Li Qie's courtyard, He immediately realized that he had underestimated Li Qie.
Return! He shouted out a command to the moon-plucking Arak.
It was very precious and he didn't want it to die. In fact, after seeing the scorpion, the spider wanted to escape right away. The scorpion was its nemesis, so it instinctively wanted to flee. However, after being trained by Xueqi, it didn't dare to do so without his command. It turned and fled out of its webs. However, the scorpion was much faster than it. With the sound of wind being split, the scorpion pierced through the webs that blocked its path and instantly caught up to the spider. Chapter 756. Divine Steel Demons. Even the ancestors of great powers who came to watch from a distance became serious after seeing the four monsters. As for heavenly kings, they were all very cautious. At this point, even more people became aware of this battle. Inside Alchemy City, a few Undyings and ancestors who were here because of their juniors participating in the conference couldn't help but become interested. Especially after Li Qie defeated the Heavens Will Crystal Physique. After this news spread, even the hidden ancestors had to show up. The Divine Steel Demons, despite being called demons, were not actually demons. They were extremely poisonous creatures as well as a type of ferocious beast. Although a few creatures had a certain level of intelligence, these demons were very close to being as smart as cultivators. Their bodies were as tough as steel. Ordinary treasures and weapons wouldn't be able to harm them in the slightest. Moreover, they were coated with a layer of extremely powerful toxin. Even heavenly kings wouldn't be able to repel this level of toxicity. In addition, their speed was also wondrous and their arms were like sabers. It was as if they were natural saber users. The moment they attacked with their arms, they would utilize some peerless saber arts. Under their special saber arts and poison, ordinary kings wouldn't be able to escape death. One was already terrifying enough, but the four of them together was something else entirely. They linked their consciousness so that they could bring forth the perfect offense and defense. They oppressively headed towards Li Qie as a black mist began to shroud their bodies. At this moment, their poison broke out. Wherever they trod immediately turned black. The vegetation they passed by immediately withered and turned into a black liquid. They turned the area into a poisonous wasteland. The living creatures couldn't escape and died tragically. Nothing could live in these locations as they turned this land into a dwelling of the dead. I'll accept these little toys. Li Qie watched the furious demons poisoning the land and smiled. With a clanking sound, his 9-sun locking heaven law appeared. A gigantic lock fell out from his chest and locked his body. In this moment, fire runes emerged all around his figure and covered him like a divine armor, protecting him. Here I come. Li Qie roared and used an unbelievable speed to rush forward. The moment he attacked, the four demons launched their counterattacks. They formed a formation as their saber-like arms unleashed a wondrous art. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like stars were being cut down from the sky. When their saber formation slashed forward, a poisonous energy filled the air, engulfing the world within its mist. Any living creature that touched this mist would instantly die and turn into a black liquid. Could he stop the four demons without using his invincible treasure? A few stone kings and demon monarchs watching the fight couldn't help but murmur after seeing Li Qie rush forward with his bare hands. Back when the four demons rampaged over the lands of the stone realm, the number of heavenly kings that died at their hands was not few. They even destroyed an archaic sect. Even when its ancestor came into being, he still couldn't save his sect. Eventually, his lifespan withered along with his blood energy. After being poisoned, he was killed by the demons. Pluff, pluff. However, the slash of the demons couldn't hit Li Qie. They might be fast, but they were far from being comparable to Li Qie's soaring physique. Li Qie then used his mighty weight along with his supreme speed to slam into the four demons. Just imagine the terrifying impact from the combination of the two physiques. Even the steel demons couldn't handle it and were blown away instantly. One could even hear the sound of something breaking. Due to the collision with Li Qie, cracks actually appeared on their tough bodies. It was a shame that they met Li Qie. Li Qie's body could even destroy treasures of the heavenly king level, let alone their bodies. It didn't matter how tough they might be. Impossible. Even Xueqi was in disbelief after seeing this sudden development. He knew just how powerful his four demons were. Deadly poison, unsurpassed speed, incredible saber technique, perfect and inscrutable offense and defense. All of these things allowed his demons to triumph over all in the Heavenly King realm.
They could even have a chance of harming an ordinary virtuous paragon.
Because of this, he wasn't afraid of powerful enemies with them guarding him. However, Li Qie not only blew them away, he showed no signs of being poisoned even after directly confronting the monsters. How could Qiao Guiyao accept this? As a great alchemist, the moment he came into contact with the four demons' poison, he would still need to use precious medicines to protect his own body. Otherwise, death was assured. However, Li Qie was unharmed even after direct contact, as if the poison couldn't hurt him. How could Qiao Guiyao know that Li Qie also cultivated the void imperfection physique?
Imperfection was not to be found on this physique, and myriad laws were unable to invade it.
Great toxins were not able to harm it. Moreover, Li Qie's heaven-sealing law was also locking his body. The endless refined fire would not allow the poison to invade his body. Just what physique does this brat cultivate? What kind of emperor law is this? Even an old Undying was shaken after seeing this. His unparalleled speed and absolute force left others in dismay. Just what kind of physique or merit law might this be? After the four demons were blown away, for refined fiery laws like divine chains flew out from Li Qie's hand while issuing clanking noises. They instantly coiled around the four monsters and sealed them. At this point, only strange sizzling sounds could be heard. Under the terrifying flames of refinement, its law imprinted itself on the monsters' bodies. Green smoke came out but was sealed right away so they couldn't run. Bang! 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 All of a sudden, detonations due to collisions could be heard non-stop. Li Qie swung the four fiery laws around as if he was playing with kites. The four demons were swung around in the sky powerlessly and slammed into each other. After continuous impacts, even more cracks appeared on their bodies. If this were to continue, even their tough bodies would eventually shatter. Although they wanted to use their poison to bypass the fiery laws to kill Li Qie, this was essentially impossible. The fire from Li Qie's heaven-sealing law was incredible. It consisted of refined flames from the sun, karmic fire from cultivators, and also fire from his cauldron of life. After arduous refinement, this type of fire could easily burn the poison of the demons. Is this actually happening? Many people rolled their eyes after seeing Li Qie swinging the demons into each other like kites. The force of the collisions caused even the sky to shake. Even heavenly kings paled after hearing about the four rampaging demons in the past. But now, Li Qie easily dispatched them in such a manner, so how could the crowd not be dumbfounded? Qiao Guiyao was both shocked and angry after seeing this. In the past, in order to tame these four demons, he had expended countless efforts. During the taming process, their state of Qiao lost numerous experts. But now, his four strongest demons seemed extremely fragile before Li Qie. Boom! Eventually, the four demons fell onto the ground and couldn't tell north from south. Under the numerous collisions, their bodies almost broke apart. Before they had the chance to fight back, a chapter appeared in Li Qie's hand. Alchemy laws came out from it to form runic symbols. With a buzz, these runic symbols instantly imprinted themselves into the heads of the four demons before disappearing. After this process was over, the four demons suddenly became frozen as if a martial arts expert had knocked on their meridians. Li Qie clapped his hands and cheerfully said after sealing the four demons, "I'll accept these little things from you," with some reluctance of course. With an ugly expression, Qiao Guiyao shouted, "Return!" He commanded the four demons, but they had no response. After issuing the command several more times without any response, he became even more livid. After overpowering the demons, he needed several more years to tame them so that they would show absolute obedience to his commands. But now, Li Qie managed to gain control of them so quickly. He simply couldn't believe it. How could he know that Li Qie cultivated the alchemy god's grand canon? Inside were many writings about techniques for controlling poisonous creatures. The angry Qiao Guiyao yelled at Li Qie in a deep tone. "Li Qie, our bet was about insect mastery, not brute force." At this point, he had no time to call Li Qie brother any longer. The only thing he wanted to do was to kill Li Qie. "Yes, we are competing in insect mastery," Li Qie cheerfully responded. "Earlier, you were controlling the four demons, and I have now tamed them. Therefore, it is my turn to control the demons and your turn to tame them. Don't disappoint everyone here. They initially belonged to you after all. If you can't even tame them again, then I cannot guarantee what will happen." Having said that, A universal law flashed on his forehead and reached the 4 demons. Chapter 757. A sky full of stars. After Lichia assumed control, the 4 demons rushed towards Chao Guiyao like puppets. Get out! Chao Guiyao was aghast at the oncoming offense and shouted towards the experts of the state of Chao, lucky enough to have kept their lives. However, it was too late. Chao Guiyao's words had just come out, but the demons already arrived with their unbelievable speed and were accompanied by a poisonous storm that enveloped the mansion in an instant. Many disciples quickly took out antidotes, to varying success. Some were able to withstand this poison, but most were not. After being infected, the unfortunate disciples screamed pitifully and fell prey, one after another, to the poison. The shocked Chao Guiyao immediately summoned a cauldron to release a huge amount of the antidote. Although his antidote could dissolve the poison, flashing glints appeared. Blood spurted everywhere as those who did not die to the poison were all killed by the demon's blades. Personally witnessing a tragedy like this made his heart bleed. All of the remaining experts and disciples from the state of Chao were massacred by his own former guardians. They didn't even have the chance to run. Lichia shook his head and said, "What a pity, you couldn't even control your own pets." At this point, after killing all the people from the state of Chao, the demons changed their target to Chao Guiyao. His countenance was completely blanched at this moment. Even if he could handle the poison, he wouldn't be able to escape their saber techniques. "Senior, save me." In the face of death, Chao Guiyao let out a cry. Boom! With a loud explosion, a terrifying presence erupted forth. Before the people knew what was going on, the 4 demons that were flying towards Chao Guiyao were blown away by a sweeping aura. Many people trembled before this sudden surge of might. An existence capable of emitting such a powerful aura was definitely a virtuous paragon. Moreover, it was not an ordinary paragon. The person blew away the 4 demons but still didn't show themselves. This made those who were paying attention to this fight very anxious. They understood that Chao Guiyao's true ace was not his poisonous beasts. The 4 demons wanted to have a second bout, but Lichia's law flashed on their bodies and recalled them. He looked towards Chao Guiyao's mansion with narrowed eyes, then smiled and said, "Was this not an insect mastery competition? Why go back on your words?" Chao Guiyao was trembling with rage. His face was pale and his eyes were red. Lichia had killed so many of his disciples that he wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood. "Lichia, you leave me with no choice. I will grind your bones to ashes," Chao Guiyao madly uttered. He swore to never let this go. Amidst his descent into madness, he opened up a box. With a buzz, countless silver specks came flying out the moment it was opened. Screams could be heard coming from wherever these silver specks passed. They first attacked the closest cultivators. Many nearby spectators screamed, then suddenly grew quiet. The cultivators in the way of the silver specks were immediately turned into ashes and dispersed. In the next second, these specks swept everywhere and covered the sky. Plants and animals were annihilated wherever the specks flew. In a short period of time, the entire area became barren. If one were to compare it to a head, then it would be a bare skull that was scraped by a sharp knife until there was nothing left. After one clean sweep, a number of specks doubled as if they had their fill and continued to multiply. This scene scared many people. The spectators who were lucky enough to be alive were shivering in fear and immediately ran back to Alchemy City. They no longer dared to come back out. Myriad stardust. A few big characters, old undyings, and real ancestors were surprised to see these specks. "This is myriad stardust." An old alchemist that gazed at the scene through an observatory was scared off his seat and fell to the ground. Myriad stardust. This was a pleasant-sounding name, but those who actually knew about it would be creeped out. Some said that this stardust consisted of poisonous insects, while others believed that they were just fierce beasts. Each speck was tiny to the point where ordinary people couldn't see its shape. This stardust always came in large swarms. If they left their group, they wouldn't be able to survive. They weren't poisonous, but they were more frightening than any poisonous insect. They numbered in the thousands and could eat through anything by instantly drilling countless holes into their prey before draining the creature dry. After doing so, these victims, no matter who or what they might be, would instantly turn into powder. Moreover, after they devoured a sufficient amount, they could instantly reproduce and double their numbers. Without a method of restraining them, they would sweep through everything in a brief moment, truly worth palpitating over. However, they were very rare. Obtaining these creatures were prohibitively difficult. Qiao Guiyao paid a huge price for his myriad stardust by trading a supreme treasure to the insect swarm valley. At the time of the transaction, the valley had warned him not to release the stardust unless there was no other option because very few people in this world could subdue these creatures besides them. After seeing and knowing what they were, even the ancestors of the great powers were aghast. This stardust was ferocious and even more terrifying than a locust swarm. Unless someone was powerful enough to destroy them in one blow, they would put an end to all the places they went. Myriad stardust. Even Li Qia's expression slightly sank after seeing the silver color in the sky. Qiao Guiyao whistled and the stardust soared towards Li Qia in an unstoppable manner like a flood. The stardust is coming. Even Yuan Saihe was shaken to see the approaching wave. Today is your funeral. Qiao Guiyao shouted with a cruel visage. He could only use a special whistle to direct the stardust to their target, but he couldn't control them. Moreover, once the swarm reached a certain size, he would lose control completely. This meant that upon release, he had no way of recovering them. Imperial Bull. Li Qia called out in response. The Imperial Draco Bull immediately jumped out of the courtyard and guarded the front of Li Qia. Moo! The bull bellowed a cry that resembled a dragon's roar. A powerful draconic aura swept through the sky like a flood and headed straight towards the countless stardust. In just a moment, it seemed as if countless snowflakes fell down from the sky as a large portion of the stardust was assaulted by the mighty roar of the bull. Now! During their plunge, Li Qia summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron. With an explosion, a divine flame from the mouth of the cauldron engulfed the sky, devouring all the falling stardust. Next, the boundless cauldron flame turned into countless fiery needles that pierced the extremely tiny bodies of the stardust, marking minuscule runes on them. As the cauldron spewed out more flames and thus created more runes, Li Qia aimed to use them to refine these countless specks of stardust. After some time, Li Qia finally recalled the cauldron and let out a cry. A new set of stardust flew out of the cauldron and covered the sky. One could only see them floating above his head as if it was another galaxy entirely. The only difference was that these stardust carried a fiery glow as they gathered together. Inside this galaxy were fiery sparks made from intertwined runes, forming a huge net. Under Li Qia's control, the stardust above his head danced around in the sky. Sometimes they turned into a giant, at other times a mountain, or even just its original form of a cosmos. His control over them was absolute and effortless. They had become his supporters. As the Dark Crow, Li Qia had tamed countless evil and poisonous creatures with the alchemy god, and myriad stardust was no exception. This chance meeting today became very simple due to him having the Imperial Draco Bull and the myriad heavenly cauldron. This is impossible. Qiao Guiyao dropped to the ground and looked at the situation in disbelief. Once released, he wouldn't be able to control these stardust. Even in the insect swarm valley, only 3 people could truly control them. But now, Li Qia easily tamed them with complete mastery. This was even more amazing than an ancestor of the valley. After Li Qia assumed control, the 4 demons rushed towards Qiao Guiyao like puppets. Get out! Qiao Guiyao was aghast at the oncoming offense and shouted towards the lucky state of Qiao's experts who were still alive in the mansion. However, it was too late. Qiao Guiyao's words had just come out, but the demons already arrived with their unbelievable speed and were accompanied by a poisonous storm that enveloped the mansion in an instant. Many disciples quickly took out antidotes, to varying success. Some were able to withstand this poison, but most were not. After being infected, the unfortunate disciples screamed pitifully and fell prey, one after another, to the poison. The shocked Qiao Guiyao immediately summoned a cauldron to release a huge amount of the antidote. Although his antidote could dissolve the poison, flashing glints appeared. Blood spurted everywhere as those who did not die to the poison were all killed by the demon's blades. Chapter 758. Xian Clan of the Alchemy Kingdom. Many people gasped at the stardust-changing masters. Of course, the one who was most frightened was Qiao Guiyao since he had far greater knowledge of how terrifying they were. Even those in Alchemy City who watched using a heavenly mirror felt a cold chill running down their spines. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. You can't even control myriad stardust, yet you still dare claim to have mastery over insects. You truly think too highly of yourself. Li Qia smiled dismissively and said, Today, I will open your eyes and show you what is truly considered insect mastery. Having said that, Li Qie ordered the transforming stardust above his head with a shout. Go! Suddenly, all of the stardust rushed towards Chao Guiyao like a tsunami. Chao Guiyao was scared out of his wits due to this horrifying spectacle and cried out. No, boom! In this hour before death, a dark shadow emerged and carried Chao Guiyao towards Alchemy City at an incredible speed. They disappeared in the horizon in just the blink of an eye. This shadow appeared too quickly. However, there were still a few who managed to see that it was an old man. Unfortunately, due to his swift speed, no one could see his face clearly. Whoosh! When the stardust came down and swept through Chao Guiyao's mansion, the whole place turned into ashes which were dispersed by the wind in a matter of seconds. Anyone would be shocked at such a brutal scene. In the present times, only virtuous paragons would be able to confront these fierce little things. However, even ordinary paragons would have a hard time against them. Li Qie recalled the stardust after Chao Guiyao was saved by the shadow and stored them away. He didn't let them continue to chase the enemy. Looking at the location where Chao Guiyao ran off to, Li Qie smiled and said, "This is one of the 4 alchemy prodigies? In my eyes, he is just a beaten dog." How could people not be taken aback? Challenging the Xian clan at Alchemy City. Not to mention the younger generation, very few from the older generation would dare to do this. A ruler was startled after hearing Li Qie's demand. A demon monarch murmured, "This kid is truly ruthless. First, he killed the Huangfu ancestor and now, he is challenging the Xian clan. The Xian ancestor is still alive, yet he still dares to provoke him." In addition to surprise, many thought that this was an extremely unwise decision. Li Qie was on a victorious streak, but challenging the Xian clan could only be described as suicidal. Brother Li, dying is but one's head falling to the ground. After Li Qie revealed his intention, the current master of the Xian clan, the World Pillar Monarch, had to show himself and communicated with Li Qie out in the open. Brother Chao had acknowledged his defeat, so why the need to be so aggressive? Calling me brother now? Li Qie spared the monarch no cordiality and said, "You can call me brother after you hand over Chao Guiyao." And what is this about heads falling to the ground? What nonsense! He had lost, so according to our agreement, he has to hand over his life. If not, then don't blame me for being merciless. The monarch's expression sank after Li Qie refused to give him any face. Not mentioning the entire stone medicine world, at the very least, very few people in Alchemy City would not show his Xian clan some respect. But now, a human junior like Li Qie was being so audacious. He could no longer bear this affront. "Brother Li, I am sincerely trying to mediate things between you two." Xian Miao lowered his tone and said, "If Brother Li is willing, then our door is always open for negotiation regarding Brother Chao's matters." Although this was a conversation out in the open, Li Qie still interrupted him and said, "There is nothing to discuss. One has to face the consequences of defeat. Let Chao Guiyao hand his life over, and I will pretend as if nothing had happened." "Li Qie, don't push it." Eventually, Xian Miao lost his cool and uttered, "Alchemy City is not a lawless place for you to do as you wish." Li Qie raised his brow and said, "So what if this is Alchemy City? Even if this was the immortal world, I would still do as I pleased. If your Xian clan wants some respect, then I'll give you some. Hand Chao Guiyao over, and I will not go to your Xian clan to cause trouble." Li Qie stated indifferently. Xian Miao coldly responded, "And if we don't?" Li Qie smiled cheerfully and said, "If not, then I will annihilate your Xian clan. Of course, I am a merciful person. I will give your Xian clan 3 days to reconsider. Within 3 days, feel free to send away your young and old or dismiss your disciples. All in all, 3 days later, I will personally come to your Xian clan." Although this conversation echoed across the sky so no one could interrupt them, many shuddered after hearing Li Qie's declaration of annihilating the Xian clan. Many people gasped at the stardust-changing masters. Of course, the one who was most frightened was Chao Guiyao since he had far greater knowledge of how terrifying they were. Even those in Alchemy City who watched using a heavenly mirror felt a cold chill running down their spines. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. You can't even control myriad stardust, yet you still dare claim to have mastery over insects. You truly think too highly of yourself. Li Qie smiled dismissively and said, "Today, I will open your eyes and show you what is truly considered insect mastery." Having said that, Li Qie ordered the transforming stardust above his head with a shout. Go! Chapter 759. Confrontation annihilating the Xian clan. Such words would be incredibly arrogant no matter which sect or imperial lineage uttered them. The Alchemy Kingdom would not idly sit by and do nothing as the Xian clan was destroyed. Such a declaration was like thunder ringing beside one's ear. Someone couldn't help but murmur. So arrogant. Does he think there is no one here at the Alchemy Kingdom? Xian Miao's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Ever since his Xian clan separated from the imperial family to form its own clan, no one had ever declared such a thing towards their clan. Good, Li, our Xian clan also wants to see just what you can do. He also left behind a tough and cold response. We will definitely protect Brother Chao. If you are unconvinced, then come. We'll take on your schemes. Xian Miao ended this conversation and turned back to enter his palace. 3 days later, I will visit your Xian clan. Destruction will ensue if you don't hand Chao Guiyao over to me. Li Qie didn't care for the monarch's response. After saying his last words, he also went back inside his courtyard. Everyone's eyes widened after hearing such strong words. They all thought that both sides would reach an agreement regarding this matter. Are we really doing this? After Li Qie came back, Tai Yi couldn't help but ask with a wry smile. Li Qie glanced at him and said, You should know very well whether the Xian clan truly wants to resolve this peacefully or not. They are just posturing and want nothing more than for me to come to their door. That little skit earlier was only for show so that the world knows that their Xian clan has the moral high ground. Even if I didn't mention attacking their clan, they would still find a reason for me to go there. At that time, they would have the justification to do as they wish. Having spoken to this point, he couldn't help but smile. Big brother, you might as well try to reason with them. Yuan Saiha said softly. Li Qie laughed and said, Why should I? They should be the ones coming to me. If they were sincere and wanted peace, then they wouldn't have replied via spatial message. They would have come to my place and let Chao Guiyao accept his punishment. This would be true sincerity. Of course, they are not acting in good faith. This is even better. I like unreasonable people. Li Qie leisurely explained. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. If people kneel down and beg for forgiveness, then I really can't just kill them. However, for those who arrogantly deal with me, let them come. Only when dealing with unreasonable people would I be able to kill as I please. Yuan Saiha gave up. She had a kind heart and understood that Li Qie was ready to rumble the moment he set foot into this city. It was unfortunate that the Xian clan didn't know this yet. The entire city was in an uproar after Li Qie's declaration spread. No way, is this real? Li Qie actually said these words? This is Alchemy City, not some random place. It is only one step away from the ancestral ground. To make such a declaration. Was he insane? The first reaction was, of course, disbelief. A cultivator who knew a few tales of Li Qie said, This Li Qie person has stayed true to his words ever since his debut. I'm afraid this is not just tough talk. Just what is this kid's hidden ace? Even demon kings and ancestors who had experienced many things had to wonder. Don't tell me a big character from Alpine Mountain is here to back him up? Some people also arrived at this conclusion, but no one had heard of an Alpine ancestor coming into being. It could even be said that when Li Qie made his declaration, Alpine Mountain didn't have any reaction at all. This made them very confused as to just what was hidden in Li Qie's hands. Just how powerful was it to let him say that he would destroy the Xian clan, challenging the Alchemy Kingdom's prestige? While many people discussed this issue with doubts, a certain person was very satisfied with their work and murmured, Yes, kill everything until even the sky shatters. Alchemy Kingdom, Alpine Mountain, State of Chao, Radiant Sea Sect. Nothing would be better if all of these sects become involved in this conflict. A complacent, cold laughter resounded in the darkness. This person was ready to reap the benefits from this turmoil. After the first day, both the Xian clan and the Alchemy Kingdom didn't make any move. Likewise, Li Qie remained unperturbed. However, on the second day, someone came to visit Li Qie. He was the observant monarch, the leader of the monarchs in the kingdom. Li Qie continued to show consideration and granted him an audience. Is observant monarch here because of the Xian clan's matter? Li Qie got straight to the point after seeing him.
The monarch had a bitter expression as he responded. Young noble Li, I am also very helpless here. The other monarchs chose me as the envoy, so I had no choice.
Li Qie looked at him and spoke calmly. The other monarchs? The monarch exasperatedly replied. The monarchs don't want this matter to reach the point of no return. Our alchemy kingdom has always maintained a low profile and does not wish for a grand battle to occur inside the alchemy realm. Moreover, the alchemy conference is about to take place. Even if the ancestors from the imperial family do not blame us, we monarchs will still feel responsible. We are unable to ignore this matter, but we also don't have the ability to settle it.
Settle this matter? Li Qie smiled and shook his head in response. Observant monarch, it is not that I am refusing to give you or the other monarchs from your kingdom any face.
You should know very well that the issue is not on my side. It is the Xian clan's. The monarch couldn't help but smile wryly at Li Qie's reply. Li Qie chuckled and said, if the other monarchs want to settle this matter, then it could be very simple. Tell the Xian clan to hand over Chao Guiyao. The helpless monarch replied, before coming to see young noble Li, I took a trip to the Xian clan. The World Pillar monarch's attitude was unyielding. Unless young noble Li starts by apologizing to the Xian clan, there will be no negotiations regarding Chao Guiyao. Not bad. Li Qie was not surprised at all and said, then we'll deal with it 2 days later. I am more than happy to personally visit the Xian clan. The monarch softly sighed. He knew that there wouldn't be a peaceful resolution. In fact, he knew a lot more than the other nobles. Before coming, he already predicted this result. However, the monarchs pushed him here, so he had to take the trip regardless. Young noble Li, sometimes, taking one step back is the right way to go.
The monarch tried to persuade Li Qie once more. If this was before, then I and the other monarchs could pressure the World Pillar monarch into giving us some face.
However, he is very confident at this moment, so I'm afraid your arrival is just what he wants. Li Qie cheerfully asked, so what?
The monarch hesitated for a moment before eventually continuing.
Right now, I can say for certain that the Huangfu sacred ancestor and the Xian alchemy ancestor are residing in the Xian clan. Although people said that the alchemy ancestor had left, I'm quite certain that he is still there. I am putting myself at great risks by revealing this news to young noble Li. I appreciate monarch's thoughtfulness. Li Qie smiled and said, since someone dug such a big hole for me, I would truly feel sorry for their hard work if I didn't jump in. Although the frustrated monarch wanted to settle this matter, it was beyond his power. Even though this whole incident had dire consequences with deeply involved parties, nothing would be resolved unless the imperial family was willing to step in.
Young noble Li, I am not underestimating you. The monarch ultimately held on to his objective of persuasion and said, even though the Xian alchemy ancestor is not considered an apex existence with regards to cultivation, his venerable is still a great paragon. As for the Huangfu sacred ancestor, there is no need to speak further of his might. The monarch paused for a moment before continuing. Although Alpine Mountain supports young noble should also know that the alchemy ancestor has great ties with some of our imperial family's extremely powerful ancestors. If virtuous paragons from Alpine Mountain become involved, then the ancestors from the imperial family will not sit idly by. His words made it clear that if Alpine Mountain helped Li Qie, then the behemoth that is the imperial family would absolutely step in. Li Qie chuckled and said, as for this, you need not worry, monarch. There is no need for Alpine Mountain to assist me if it is only destroying a Xian clan. I alone am more than enough. The monarch gave up when things came to this point. The only thing he could do was to gently sigh. Li Qie continued, however, since monarch is so sincere, I will ask you to send out some words. Tell the Xian clan to send away their young and old. I do not hope that on the day I go, I will have to kill the feeble and weak. Tell them to not be optimistic. I will stay true to my words in destroying the Xian clan. Even if your imperial family takes action, nothing will change. Li Qie's eyes became fierce as a terrifying murderous intent rose. He resembled an awakened prehistoric beast at this moment. The monarch shuddered after feeling Li Qie's murderous intent and understood that he was not just bluffing. Young noble Li, I will deliver your words. In the end, the monarch cupped his hands and bowed deeply before leaving. Annihilating the Xian clan. Such words would be incredibly arrogant no matter which sect or imperial lineage uttered them.
The Alchemy Kingdom would not idly sit by and do nothing as the Xian clan gets destroyed. Such a declaration was like thunder ringing beside one's ear. Someone couldn't help but murmur. So arrogant. Does he think there is no one here at the Alchemy Kingdom? Xian Miao's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Ever since his Xian clan separated from the imperial family to form its own clan, no one had ever declared such a thing towards their clan. Good, Li, our Xian clan also wants to see just what you can do. He also left behind a tough and cold response. We will definitely protect Brother Chao. If you are unconvinced, then come. We'll take on your schemes. Chapter 760. Surging undercurrent. These 3 days seemed particularly slow, as if each day was as long as a year. Countless eyes were on Li Chia and the Xian clan as many people held their breaths in anticipation. On the 3rd day, when the sun set in the west, many people waited for the sun to rise again. Inside Alchemy City, the crowd was ready for the upcoming battle. At sunset, Li Chia once again sent a message stating, "One night remains. If the Xian clan still harbors their young and weak, then send them away now. Tomorrow, the Xian clan shall turn into smoke. I am a merciful person and will allow time for you to send them away." These words spread across the entire city and the Xian clan. Humph, but this time, no one showed up from their side, only a snort came as a response. The moment this snort appeared, countless souls from those who heard it left their bodies. They quivered due to this threatening snort. A demon king felt a chill and murmured, "Was that a virtuous paragon?" An old undying realized something and said in astonishment, "It is not an ordinary paragon. Even if it is not someone who is stepping onto the path of the heavens or the path of the grand era, they are still a peak paragon." Virtuous paragon was a general title. This realm was vast, and once a paragon reached a certain level, they would be presented with 2 possible paths. One was to head for the heaven's will. This road took one to compete for the heaven's will to become the emperor. The other path was to reach sublimation of the paragon realm so that they could obtain the divine investiture. This path would not compete for the heaven's will. Once they reached the apex, these beings would be bestowed the title of God King or maybe the even higher title of being an emperor assailant. Before they stepped on these 2 paths, all paragons would be considered ordinary paragons. Ordinary paragons had 5 levels. In ascending order, they are Early Era Paragon, Rising Era Paragon, Peaceful Era Paragon, Prosperous Era Paragon, and Golden Era Paragon. The 5 levels of ordinary paragons were easy to understand. Early Era Paragon meant the start of a new paragon. Being a rising paragon meant reaching some success during their generation. Peaceful paragon meant that the being had the power to calm an era. Prosperous paragons were able to strengthen their era, while golden paragons were able to illuminate their era. On this night, the Xian clan's snort disturbed the entire city. Many were aghast after hearing this sound. Some guessed that there was an extraordinary paragon residing within their residence. There were no eternal secrets in this world. After the night's curtain fell, news came out of nowhere regarding the Xian alchemy ancestor staying at their residence. Rumor has it that the Xian alchemy ancestor has long been a legendary alchemist but couldn't reach alchemy emperor. It looks like he is actually a legendary master as well. The hearts of many sank after hearing this voice. More often than not, juniors couldn't really gauge the paragon realm, so they only used general titles. For example, Old Undying's or Great Power's ancestors were mostly ordinary paragons. The majority of them were Early Era Paragons or Rising Era Paragons. Only a few of them were Golden Era Paragons. Those known as Legendary Masters were no longer ordinary. They were definitely Golden Era Paragons, top-level ones at that. They could even be paragons who had embarked on one of the 2 paths. The first thought of those that learned that a legendary master was in the Xian clan was that Li Chia should stop messing around. The Xian alchemy ancestor being there didn't only mean they had earned his personal support, it also meant that the imperial family had revealed their stance because the ancestor was previously buried inside their ancestral ground. It could be interpreted as the imperial family supporting the Xian clan. It seems like this is going to be a huge deal. A stone king with a good intelligence network spoke with someone next to him. The Xian clan does not only have the Xian alchemy ancestor, all 5 of their elders have also joined while the young and old were moved away to a different branch. It seems that the World Pillar Monarch has earned the support from the clan and is ready to play. The Xian clan was one of the branches of the imperial family, but the Xian clan of today was not the one that originally separated. After the Xian clan left the imperial branch, they formed several different clans. The Xian clan of the World Pillar Monarch was only one among many. Now that their forefather, the Xian alchemy ancestor, was back, how could the other clans of Xian not support the World Pillar Monarch? With their full support, it seems that the monarch had sufficient force. A worried cultivator murmured, if the World Pillar Monarch's clan has earned the support of the imperial family, then even if Li Qi'er is backed by the Alpine Tree Father, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. On this night, the entire city was silent as everyone waited for the sunrise and the battle. Ming Yeshue slowly wandered around her garden inside an alchemy garden in the kingdom's ancestral ground. She was enjoying the spirit medicines as Grandma Bai came to inform her of the newest information. What is the Xian forefather trying to do? The grandma couldn't help but say after informing Ming Yeshue, he is not a foolish person. How could he become involved in the affairs of juniors? I wonder what benefits the Huangfu clan promised him. The charming Ming Yeshue was quietly savoring the spirit medicines. It seemed that her appearance was always alluring and fascinating. The Xian forefather has certainly been bewitched by the Huangfu sacred ancestor. Ming Yeshue withdrew her gaze and mused. What could the Huangfu clan possibly have to move an ancestor from our kingdom? Ming Yeshue's words were correct. As an ancestor from the kingdom, the alchemy ancestor could have whatever he wanted. A clan like the Huangfu had nothing that could tempt him. The Xian forefather didn't mind coming into being and letting go of all pretenses. He even prepared a trap for Li Qi'er. This is simply him coveting the manual of Li Qi'er's Tao of Alchemy. Ming Yeshue spoke graceful words that would enchant all those who listened. Grandma Bai couldn't help but wryly smile and say, the Xian forefather is being too greedy. He is already at the peak and is only one step away from becoming an alchemy emperor. Plus, our kingdom has the alchemy manuals from 4 different alchemy emperors. This should be more than enough. Grandma, this is different than before. Ming Yeshue shook her head and said, if, say, the Xian forefather was only a simple legendary alchemist, then it would be a different story. However, he has been just one step away from alchemy emperor for so long now. Does that mean he still has aspirations of becoming one even now? The grandma wryly smiled and said, with his current age and his dried longevity blood, even if he could become enlightened, would his blood energy be able to bear the final Tao test? Ming Yeshue nodded and said, yes, he does want to become an alchemy emperor. He cultivated the supreme manuals of our ancestors, but he still couldn't fathom all of it or surpass the final test. He needs a different alchemy manual to help him become an alchemy emperor. Li Qi'er's Tao of Alchemy can't help him become an alchemy emperor. The grandma didn't believe such a thing. Regarding the Tao of Alchemy, their kingdom was untouchable in the entire stone medicine world. They had produced 4 alchemy emperors, so they had the most complete Tao of Alchemy manual in this world. No lineage could compare when it came to their alchemy Tao. Ming Yeshue gently shook her head and said, it's hard to say. However, after the forefather heard about Li Qi'er refining pills like frying beans, he was certainly tempted. At the very least, he would not be able to replicate it, so he must witness it with his own eyes. I'm afraid the moment he saw Li Qi'er's wood mastery and insect mastery was when he became determined to capture Li Qi'er. After all, he requires Li Qi'er's supreme Tao of Alchemy. Ming Yeshue gently sighed after revealing her speculation. Li Qi'er's mastery over insects and wood is indeed very scary. The grandma had to admit this. She then had some doubts and asked, however, the 4 manuals from our alchemy emperors were not enough for him to become an alchemy emperor, so can Li Qi'er's manual do it? Who knows? Ming Yeshue also pondered for a moment before responding. Our 4 alchemy emperors could be said to be from the same origin. Their possible paths had been expended. The Xian forefather needs another angle, a different sublimation to understand the final Tao test. Moreover, young noble Li's Tao of Alchemy is indeed scary. I have never seen or heard of such a thing before. I even suspect that his manual is not from any alchemy emperor. He might have obtained the legacy of the alchemy god. The alchemy god's legacy. Grandma Bai was shocked. Since the start of time, there had been many alchemy emperors, but no one had dared to call themselves god. This was mainly out of respect for the alchemy god, but it was also because none of the alchemy emperors were able to reach the heights of the alchemy god. The grandma couldn't help but say, that isn't possible. The alchemy god's legacy has been lost for countless years. Our forefathers have been searching for it for generations, but no one was successful. How could Li Qi'er obtain this legacy? Ming Yeshue replied, "This world is unpredictable, so who can accurately predict its motions?" Chapter 761. Ming Yeshue's plan. The grandma eventually sighed, not knowing what else to say. The matter was settled the moment the Xian forefather decided to make a move. This was not something that she could control. Ming Yeshue asked, "What do the ancestors think?" The grandma wryly smiled and said, "Young miss, the ancestors didn't reveal anything. In fact, I'm afraid that they think this is only a small deal, so there is no need for them to show their stance. Li Qi'er is only a junior, so there wasn't a need for them to worry." "Young noble Li is indeed a junior," Ming Yeshue said. "However, age does not represent everything. Moreover, he is extraordinary. Anyone who takes him lightly will definitely lose out in the end." "Young miss, not everyone thinks like you," Grandma Bai said. "Our kingdom is entrenched in our imperial foundation. Not to mention people like us, but even the ancestors think that no one can shake our kingdom. Why should the ancestors become involved in such a trivial matter? Things will be settled swiftly since the Xian forefather is taking action, so why should the other ancestors bother with this sort of thing?" Ming Yeshue deepened her tone and asked, "What if the Xian forefather dies?" Grandma Bai's expression changed as she responded, "Young miss, that is impossible. It would be unbelievable for Li Qi'er to actually be that powerful. And even if he has such capabilities, killing our ancestor inside Alchemy City, even the Alpine forefather has to think twice before doing this." "Grandma, you are mistaken. There is nothing young noble Li can't do. Do you really think that he puts our kingdom in his eyes?" Ming Yeshue gravely spoke. "These are harsh words, but essentially, he has never taken our kingdom seriously." Grandma Bai's heart sank as she thought about all the things Li Qi'er had done before. Everything he did was on a whim. It seemed that he really never considered their kingdom in his plans. Grandma Bai pondered for a bit before speaking. "Li Qi'er should know that if he truly has the skill to kill the Xian forefather, our kingdom's ancestors will not just sit and watch." She felt a bit helpless at this moment. Any rational person would know that provoking their kingdom wouldn't end well, but she was not certain about someone like Li Qi'er. "He will not care." Ming Yeshue slightly shook her head. "Think about it. What kind of person is the Huangfu sacred ancestor? A sly fox like him would have already destroyed Li Qi'er if he was able to. How could he leave the supreme manual to us? Why did he come to our kingdom? It was simply to drag us in as well." Ming Yeshue's eyes became serious as she spoke. "Li Qi'er killing the Xian forefather is exactly what the sacred ancestor wants. When that time comes, our kingdom will truly be dragged under the water. Not only would the Huangfu clan rejoice, Yi Qingqing and the Heavenhoof Ravine would profit as well. Existences like them want nothing more than unceasing war in our alchemy realm." The grandma went quiet. This was the decision of the ancestors. As juniors, they couldn't influence them, let alone turn the tides. Ming Yeshue asked, "What about Ancestor Wushuang?" Grandma Bai said, "Ancestor Wushuang agreed to see young miss, but young miss should also understand that it is not easy for him to meet a junior. His venerable needs at least several days before opening his doors." "No, it has to be tomorrow at the latest." Ming Yeshue spoke austerely. "It will be too late after tomorrow. Grandma, no matter what, I have to meet Ancestor Wushuang tomorrow. You and His Majesty along with the elders must accomplish this." "Young Mississippi." The grandma hesitated for a moment before responding. "Even His Majesty is not in a position to comment regarding the alchemy ancestors' matters. If you forcefully intervene before officially taking the reins, it would be defying the current sovereignty. I'm afraid the ancestors will reprimand you." "That's not important." Ming Yeshue was resolute as she said with a deep voice. "It doesn't matter if the elders agree or not, I must see Ancestor Wushuang tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll personally go to the Star Cliff." "Young miss, please don't scare people." The grandma jumped after hearing this and quickly tried to persuade her. "If you barge into the Star Cliff, then it would cause a huge commotion. The ancestors will only be even more angry." "So what if the ancestors become angry?" Ming Yeshue spoke calmly. "It is much better than bringing about a calamity. If I don't see Ancestor Wushuang tomorrow, I will personally go to the Star Cliff to see my master." Grandma Bai said, "Young miss, are you not taking this too seriously? A calamity? With just Li Qie? I'm afraid that is impossible. Even if the Alpine Forefather himself arrives, this outcome would be unlikely. Ming Yeshue replied, Grandma, these words feel unbelievable to me as well. I have a very strange feeling when I'm together with young noble Li. If something were to happen, I would be willing to stand by his side. However, I am still the kingdom's disciple and its descendant, so I can't just watch something happen to the kingdom. Although I don't know what schemes the young noble is concocting, I know that he is ready. Ready for what? Grandma Bai couldn't help but shudder as she asked for clarification. Ready to destroy our alchemy kingdom. Ming Yeshue had an austere look as she said, any rational person would know that the moment they bare their fangs at the Xian forefather would be when they provoke the alchemy kingdom. However, young noble Li still declared his intention of destroying the Xian clan. This means that he is ready to wage war on our kingdom. But the question is, are we prepared for a war for our survival? There is no chance, destroying our alchemy kingdom? The grandma was very skeptical and hesitantly said, I'm afraid that even with the Alpine Forefather backing him, it would be impossible. This was not the grandma being arrogant, it was the truth. Who in this world could topple their regime? Not even the personal arrival of the Alpine Tree Father could do so. Grandma, I do not wish pointlessly argue with you regarding this issue. Ming Yeshue responded, just answer my one question. Is our alchemy kingdom prepared for a crisis involving our continued existence? The grandma began to wonder. She knew that their kingdom naturally was without such preparations. The ancestors simply didn't care for a little problem like Li Qie. Because of this, I will have to make the trip tomorrow if I can't see Ancestor Wushuang. Let His Majesty and the elders know of my determination. Since young miss is so adamant, I will go arrange for it immediately. The grandma responded in a sober tone and quickly took her leave. She didn't believe that Li Qie could actually destroy their kingdom. This was too exaggerated and absolutely impossible. But she also believed in her young Miss intelligence. She had never seen anyone wiser than her young Mississippi. She was definitely the future immortal emperor. After a quiet night, dawn finally came forth. Countless people lost hours of sleep, and their gazes were fixated on the Xian's residence. When the sun shone on the stony pathway towards the Xian clan, the shadow of a carriage appeared along with dull clacking noises that echoed around the mountain. The eyes of many spectators lit up after seeing the appearance of this carriage. One of them couldn't help but raise their voice. Li Qie is here. Instead of calling the Xian's residence a palace, it was more apt to call it a treasure ground. It was built in a valley surrounded by peaks. Instead of a clan, it was closer to a sect or lineage. At this place, rolling hills and vine-decorated valleys were everywhere. Old pine trees took root along with many green bamboo shoots. Pavilions and old temples appeared within this area, giving the royal residence a very archaic look. In fact, although the Xian clan was known as a royal family, they had formed their own branch and lineage. The imperial Draco bull slowly pulled the carriage forward with Tai Yi as the driver. Li Qie was resting his eyes inside with Yuan Saiha and the madam beside him. Li Qie was half lying down with a fur coat on his body as if he was asleep. With beauties by his side, he seemed to be on an outing rather than marching to battle. The spectators were at a loss for words after seeing this scene of Li Qie going to battle. They didn't know whether to admire him for having such great luck or to be in awe of his confidence. Eventually, the carriage stopped right outside of the Xian clan's gate. The madam next to him softly said, "Young noble, we are here." Li Qie opened his eyes and brushed away the fur coat. Under the gentle support of the madam, he got down from the carriage. Him requiring support to get down from the carriage once again dumbfounded the spectators. His appearance seemed more like a feeble playboy rather than a soldier going to war. "It's about time." Li Qie smiled and raised his eyebrow before commanding Tai Yi. "Go inform them." Tai Yi had always been a coward, but he somehow mustered courage out of thin air. He arched his chest and went to the gate and shouted, "Xian clan, listen well, our young noble is here to take Chao Guiyao's head. Hurry up and hand it over." Normally, whenever trouble came, Tai Yi would instantly flee without a trace, but things were different this time. He found courage and confidence from nowhere and was able to shout in an incredibly arrogant manner. Of course, Tai Yi knew very well that this was his opportunity to show his loyalty. If he didn't do so now, he wouldn't even have the chance to do so in the future. The grandma eventually sighed, not knowing what else to say. The matter was settled the moment the Xian forefather decided to make a move. This was not something that she could control. Ming Yeshua asked, "What do the ancestors think?" The grandma wryly smiled and said, "Young miss, the ancestors didn't reveal anything. In fact, I'm afraid that they think this is only a small deal, so there was no need for them to show their stance. Li Qi'er is only a junior, so there wasn't a need for them to worry." "Young noble Li is indeed a junior," Ming Yeshua said. "However, age does not represent everything. Moreover, he is extraordinary. Anyone who takes him lightly will definitely lose out in the end." "Young miss, not everyone thinks like you," Grandma Bai said. "Our kingdom is entrenched in our imperial foundation. Not to mention people like us, but even the ancestors think that no one can shake our kingdom. Why should the ancestors become involved in such a trivial matter? Things will be settled swiftly since the Xian forefather is taking action, so why should the other ancestors bother with this sort of thing?" Ming Yeshua deepened her tone and asked, "What if the Xian forefather dies?" Grandma Bai's expression changed as she responded, "Young miss, that is impossible. We don't know whether Li Qi'er is actually that powerful. And even if he has such capabilities, killing our ancestor inside Alchemy City, even the Alpine forefather has to think twice before doing this." "Grandma, you are mistaken. There is nothing young noble Li can't do. Do you really think that he puts our kingdom in his eyes?" Ming Yeshua gravely spoke. "These are harsh words, but essentially, he has never taken our kingdom seriously." Chapter 762. Xian Clan's Alchemy Ancestor, Clank. A loud knock on the wooden doors came about. At this time, the Xian's gates slowly opened as if they weren't prepared and were actually welcoming Li Qi'er's arrival. Many watchers shuddered at the sight of the welcoming doors without any guarding disciples. This posture clearly showed that the Xian clan was not afraid of Li Qi'er's attack, and that they had complete confidence in their victory. "Li Qi'er, don't even dream about taking Brother Chao's head." The World Pillar Monarch, Xian Miao, appeared on top of a mountain within the land of the Xian clan and gravely uttered, "Those who stay at Alchemy City are our guests. Our Alchemy Kingdom has the responsibility of protecting their safety." This remark carried another meaning. This was not a problem for the Xian clan alone, it was also a problem for the entire kingdom. Those who were paying attention to this battle felt a cold chill after finding out that the kingdom indeed wanted to take action. Suddenly, no one favored Li Qi'er any longer. No opponent would have a good end after the entire kingdom became involved in the conflict. Li Qi'er raised his brow and leisurely said, "I am not here to negotiate with you. I give your clan two options. 1. Hand over Chao Guiyao. 2. Allow me to destroy your clan." Such a big tone. Xian Miao coldly countered. "Do you really think Alchemy City is a place where you can act so wantonly? Be smart and beg for forgiveness. Then we might settle this matter peacefully. Our Alchemy Kingdom's prestige will not allow for dissension." The monarch once again brought up the Alchemy Kingdom as if he was its representative. Taking on this stance was very scary indeed. "All right, it seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Very well, I will help you." Li Qi'er slowly shook his head and said, "I have been merciful and gave ample time for your young and elderly to evacuate. It is now time for me to wash your clan with blood." "Child, you dare to utter such outrageous words outside of my gate?" A shout came at this moment. Although it was not particularly loud, it rang like thunder in everyone's ears. The entire city could hear this statement. An old man appeared inside the grounds of the Xian clan, standing above a peak. The moment this old man appeared, myriad existences prospered and hundreds of flowers bloomed. An alchemy aura as vast as a sea immediately flooded the entire Xian clan. Any vegetation that sensed this aura immediately came alive with rich vitality. One could only imagine just how frightening this old man's Tao of alchemy was to be able to immediately invigorate the plants and trees in this land. Xian Alchemy Ancestor. Even ancestors from the great powers were astonished at his appearance and exclaimed in horror. There had been early rumors of the alchemy ancestor staying at the Xian's residence, but this was merely hearsay. Seeing his appearance in the flesh was quite different. Xian forefather, one of the ancestors of the imperial family, a legendary master, a peak legendary alchemist. A great character listed all of the alchemy ancestors' titles as he shuddered. Those who were called legendary masters were very powerful. At the very least,
They had to be a golden era paragon or even an existence that had taken their first step onto one of the two paths.
The Xian alchemy ancestor was not only a legendary master, but also a peak legendary alchemist. Just how prestigious was this status? For any great power, he was simply a priceless treasure. The World Pillar Monarch immediately prostrated on the ground to greet his ancestor's arrival. As for Li Qie, he was not surprised as if everything was within his expectations. Back when my Xian clan showed its dominance, it caused storms in this world and myriad realms lost their colors. The alchemy ancestor had a stately yet intimidating appearance. He looked straight at Li Qie and coldly uttered, "Today, when my Xian clan chose to maintain a low profile, an ignorant junior dares to come to our door to shame my Xian clan. Any other junior would be incessantly trembling with weakened legs after getting stared at by a legendary master like this." However, Li Qie was unperturbed without a care. "If you are finished boasting, then it is time for me to take action. Any other serious statements you want to make?"
Li Qie lazily stared at the ancestor. "Of course I can say them all for you. For example, I don't know life from death, daring to provoke your Xian clan, challenging the might of the alchemy kingdom, not knowing the immensity of the heaven and earth. After a bunch of righteous and solemn rhetoric comes the real goal."
Li Qie smiled. "Aren't you just after my Tao of Alchemy manual? Why the need to talk so much? That old geezer Huangfu is also at your place, right? You've been meticulously planning yet you still pretend to be innocent and righteous. Why bother? Just be straight if you want to rob people. The world of cultivators is where the strong reign over the weak. Murder and robbery are nothing shameful. The most disgusting thing is being a prostitute while pretending to be pure. So nauseating." Li Qie took the initiative and mocked the ancestor. This made others take deep breaths. A few big shots already guessed the Xian clan's goal, but no one wanted to expose this thin layer of deception. Now, Li Qie's brief remark made everything very obvious. "How slanderous," Xian Miao harshly shouted. "Our alchemy kingdom has 4 alchemy emperors. Your Tao of alchemy is not worthy of entering my ancestor's sight." Li Qie interrupted him with a lazy expression. "Okay, like I said earlier, don't waste time acting pure if you are a prostitute. To be frank, I want to trample your Xian clan. Who told you to mingle with the Huangfu clan geezers? Of course, destroying your alchemy kingdom is fine with me as well. There is nothing shameful to reveal these things. Since everyone is here today, go ahead and let it out." These words made all the spectators open their eyes wide. Declaring the destruction of the Xian clan was already bold enough, but now he stated that he wanted to destroy the alchemy kingdom. This made others feel as if Li Qie had become crazy. "Your words just now are beyond redemption, even with death." The Xian alchemy ancestor glared at Li Qie. With a terrifying aura, he spoke awe-inspiringly. "Junior, will you give up, or do I have to personally take action?" "Okay, stop acting cool in front of me. I simply don't give a damn about you." Li Qie retorted. "Today, I will sharpen my blade starting with you." With that, his eyes narrowed as a murderous intent shot out like a ray. "Young noble, why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? He's only an old man. There is no need for young noble to take action." Before Li Qie could attack, Tai Yi stepped forward and volunteered to be the vanguard. "This little demon is ready to pave the way for young noble." An inconspicuous little demon like this suddenly coming up surprised all the spectators. Earlier, everyone saw and thought that Tai Yi was only Li Qie's driver. But now, this little demon dared to utter these bold words and called the ancestor an old geezer. This was too incredible. Some people even thought that Li Qie purposely arranged for this in order to humiliate the alchemy ancestor. Even the madam was astonished to see Tai Yi suddenly volunteering to fight. The Xian alchemy ancestor was a legendary master, but this unknown little demon still dared to fight him. How unbelievable was this? Good, I have not come out in a very long time, so even a random dog on the streets thinks that I am so easily bullied. The ancestor laughed due to his overwhelming anger. He was nearly driven mad from Tai Yi's statement. He was a famous ancestor. In the stone medicine world, who wouldn't fear his name? But now, a little demon came running, wanting to take care of him. How could he not be driven insane? Haha, you're only a golden era paragon. Calling yourself a legendary master is merely flattery. Tai Yi hid his usual cowardly look and arched his chest forward with an engulfing aura while looking down on the ancestor. Very well, if I don't break you into pieces today, I will cease being human. The ancestor vomited blood from rage. His eyes became fierce and his great bloodthirst spanned for thousands of miles. With a new demeanor, Tai Yi bowed towards Li Qie and said, "Young noble, please allow this little demon to take his head." Li Qie slightly waved his sleeve and lightly said, "Go. Since you want to contribute, then let this merit belong to you." Little beasts die. Seeing the master and servant playing their tune left the ancestor furious. He crazily roared as his grand palm came forward. His 5 fingers were as mighty as a suppressive mountain, capable of crushing the world. Only a minor technique. Tai Yi's body flashed and disappeared as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, no one saw how he appeared before the ancestor. Bang! 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 Amidst the commotion, the ancestor was struck 6 times by Tai Yi. Even if the ancestor had energy protecting his body, he was still one step too late. After the loud detonations, he shattered a peak with his feet after being blown away by Tai Yi. His face was pale and his breathing ragged. Without a doubt, the 6 strikes from Tai Yi had wounded him. However, it was not serious. This sudden change amazed everyone. This Tai Yi was a little demon who no one valued. Everyone thought that him attacking the ancestor was courting death. However, Tai Yi actually hurt the ancestor. Of course, some of this was due to the ancestor underestimating his enemy, but it was still enough to show that Tai Yi was powerful enough. He was definitely a virtuous paragon. Otherwise, without any weapons, he wouldn't be able to injure a legendary master. A paragon acting as Li Qie's driver caused many people to shudder. Chapter 763. The mighty Tai Yi. The madam herself was shaken by Tai Yi's strength. Normally, Tai Yi always had a cowardly look and escaped at the first sign of trouble. Who would have thought that he would be able to deter an existence like the alchemy ancestor? "Little demon, come meet your doom." The ancestor's expression was unsightly to the extreme. He was a legendary master, yet he suffered in the hands of this no-name demon. It was only their first exchange, yet it was still extremely humiliating to him. He cried out and soared to the sky. Under his wrath, his blood energy erupted to its most powerful state. For someone with weak longevity blood like him, erupting his blood energy to this level was truly reckless. "Here I come." Tai Yi remained undaunted in the face of this eruption. He laughed, then soared in the air straight at the ancestor. At this time, Tai Yi was like a completely different person. No one would be able to recognize the coward that he was. His aura engulfed the world as if he had been reborn with a domineering presence. Die! The ancestor's invincible treasure slammed down without holding anything back to meet Tai Yi's offense. In the blink of an eye, this invincible treasure blindingly lit up and broke all the laws in this world. The world seemed to be trembling under this blow, along with all the cultivators in Alchemy City. Boom! The alchemy ancestor was worthy of his fame. This blow tore the fabric of space. Even when Tai Yi took out a powerful life treasure to meet it head-on, he still couldn't stop this oncoming attack and was blown away. One could hear a loud detonation as the void was shattered. From this scene alone, one could easily imagine just how terrifying the attack from the ancestor was. Tai Yi stabilized himself and coughed out several gulps of blood and murmured, "This body is becoming weaker and weaker. I really am getting old." The spectators finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the ancestor wounding Tai Yi. If a legendary master like the ancestor was defeated by an unknown little demon, it would be too hard to take in. However, outsiders didn't know that this was not the ancestor wounding Tai Yi. It was Tai Yi's old wounds coming back due to the battle. Die! The ancestor didn't give Tai Yi an opportunity to breathe. The invincible treasure lit up again and carried with it an unstoppable momentum. For the ancestor, if he couldn't kill this unknown little demon, then it would be difficult to re-establish his reputation. Who's afraid of who? Tai Yi also laughed wildly and pounced forward to meet the ancestor head-on. It was as if he was an awakened lion, ready for battle. Li Qie watched the battle between the two for a bit before losing his interest. He looked at the land of the Xian clan and smilingly said, "It is time to flatten this land." Having said that, he took out a pouch. Hush! In this instant, the wind suddenly howled. Poisonous insects and ferocious monsters came out one by one after being released by Li Qie. Loud roars resounded as if a flood of monsters had arrived like a stampeding cavalry. These creatures crowded the Xian clan's gate. There were 8-meter-long red-eyed winged centipedes, toxic horned lions as tall as little mountains, black widow snakes that stretched like rivers, true fire-virulent toads spewing out poisonous flames, iron-hoof evil bulls full of poisonous parasites. Many people gasped at the sight of Xueqi quickly releasing so many poisonous creatures. The infestation wreaked havoc across this land, left them with a terrifying and creepy sensation. Looking at the poisonous serpents with dripping saliva and spiders full of green hair, the beasts with evil flames surrounding their bodies. All of these terrorizing images caused people to tremble. Some even wanted to vomit. Where did he get so many poisonous creatures from? Even a demon king was aghast in the face of so many monsters. Red-eyed winged centipedes, toxic horned lions, black widow snakes, true fire-virulent toads, iron-hoof evil bulls. An old alchemist could name all of these creatures. He paled as he murmured, "These are all indigenous species from the alchemy kingdom. The majority of them hide around in the dangerous locations here. How did Xueqi get them?" An alchemist realized something and uttered in shock, "Don't tell me he captured them just recently?" A few people knew the ancient rumors of Alchemy City. In an archaic age when the phoenix and divine tree tried to obtain rebirth via fire, they left behind divine ashes that cultivated this land. This turned the city into a treasure ground for spirit medicines and grasses, as well as a land occupied by many poisonous creatures and fierce beasts. Because of this, there were still locations in this city where many of these creatures resided. From then on, these areas became so dangerous that even heavenly kings wouldn't dare to venture inside. How incredible! Just what level has Xueqi's insect mastery reached? An alchemy saint uttered in disbelief. Legends describe the insect swarm alchemy emperor coming to Alchemy City to capture many poisonous creatures. However, besides him, very few people later on managed to catch so many. After witnessing Xueqi's amazing display of prowess, many were frightened. In just a moment, they became very wary of this insect mastery branch from the Tao of Alchemy. Although this was a world with the highest concentration of alchemists, an art like insect mastery was inferior in the eyes of many alchemists. First, one had to be a legendary alchemist before learning insect mastery. If one was able to reach this level, they would obtain a very proud status, and countless people would be willing to work for them. There was no need to waste energy researching insect mastery. It was enough to specialize in pill refinement. Second, even for many alchemy emperor lineages, insect mastery was not well researched. As a result, insect mastery and even wood mastery were very rare among alchemists. A few lineages had such abilities, but their alchemists still chose to focus on refining pills instead. It was very rare for someone to take insect mastery to the extreme, like the progenitor of the insect swarm valley, the insect swarm alchemy emperor. Activate the formations. Prepare for battle. The world pillar monarch was alarmed and shouted after seeing so many poisonous creatures outside of their gate. With a series of booming explosions, lights flashed among the peaks of the Xian's residence. Even sweet fragrances could be smelled. Rah! At this time, there were creatures that had infiltrated the clan. However, the dozen of them all bellowed miserably. It didn't matter whether they came from the sky or the ground, they twitched on the ground and instantly died. Increase the power. The monarch gave another command to the disciples of his clan with a loud shout. Fiery lights appeared inside a few valleys and caves on this land as if they were burning something. An even stronger medicinal fragrance quickly enveloped the entire residence. The poisonous creatures crowding outside of the Xian clan were very afraid of this smell and couldn't help but retreat. Even those who were not afraid of this smell didn't want to enter the Xian clan. It was as if they could sense the danger. Alchemy formation. An alchemist who was watching this scene emotionally commented, "The Xian clan is indeed a branch from the imperial family. By having such a powerful alchemy formation in their clan, they could even stop a huge number of poisonous creatures." Haha, fool, not knowing your own strength. Do you really think you are unbeatable with your insect mastery? Don't forget, our Xian clan is a branch of the imperial family. Regarding the Tao of Alchemy, nothing compares to our alchemy kingdom in the 9 worlds. With the protection of the formation, Xian Miao sneered with complete confidence as if victory was a foregone conclusion. Although his words were unpleasant, they were backed by logic. It was difficult to find a lineage within the 9 worlds comparable to their alchemy kingdom regarding the Tao of Alchemy. Should you be so proud of such a trivial formation? Xueqi smiled and patted his myriad heavenly cauldron. Open, the cauldron opened its mouth wide. With a boom,
its mouth seemingly turning into the gigantic jaws of a beast capable of swallowing the heavens. Its raging flames immediately turned into a giant vortex. In the blink of an eye, this fiery vortex sucked in all the medicinal fragrances that covered the Xian clan. With another loud bang, the cauldron spewed out its own fragrances. Moreover, all of these fragrances suddenly caught on fire. They created a sea of fire that ran along the alchemy formation's runes from the Xian clan, causing the entire formation to blow up. Bang! In an instant, explosions could be heard from within. Under the raging flames, the formation initially powered by cauldrons blew up. The central area of the formation exploded as well. Many mountains collapsed instantly due to the explosions. Suddenly, loud screams came from everywhere as flesh and blood spattered in the sky. With the formation's collapse, the experts that were controlling the formations were blown away. Many headed to their deaths. Chapter 764. Massacring the Xian clan. The alchemy formation was broken in an instant by the myriad heavenly cauldron. Chaos ensued in the Xian clan as the shrill screams that came from within caused the World Pillar Monarch's countenance to be quite unsightly. The alchemy formation could be considered one of their prided creations. Ordinary clans wouldn't be able to have such a formation, but it was broken so easily by Li Qie. It can also do this? A cauldron breaking an alchemy formation. This is so unreal. The spectators watching this fight were astounded after seeing the Xian's alchemy formation explode. This kind of alchemy formation is not even worthy of me taking action. My cauldron alone can already easily break it. Li Qie smirked dismissively. Terrifying roars could be heard right after the formation went down. Without its deterrence, all the poisonous creatures rushed into the Xian residence. Their rampage caused the land to shake and the pavilions to be crushed. One of the poisonous serpents slithered all the way to a high peak and spat out some roiling mist. This mist instantly spread everywhere and shrouded one mountain after another, eroding many valleys. Many disciples from the Xian clan immediately screamed and met their demise after being invaded by this mist, leaving behind only bodies on the ground. One of the spiders full of green hair quickly rushed into the residence and spewed out countless webs. These webs covered the sky and surrounded the disciples before they could fight it. Sizzling sounds could be heard after they were covered by this silk. Amidst their screams, their bodies began to rot. Some golden bees flew inside and swiftly shot out a barrage of poisonous needles as thin as hair. Many disciples couldn't dodge in time. They weren't ready to escape as they were hit by the needles. Once stricken, no matter their cultivation, their body instantly froze up as if petrified. Poisonous toads, ferocious rhinos, and dark bulls. All kind of creatures invaded the Xian residence like a tsunami. They trampled this land with devastating force. Buildings fell one after another from their onslaught. Li Qie only smiled while watching the fight from outside of the gate. There was no need for him to personally take action. Screams came left and right from within the residence. All the Xian disciples came to fight. The World Pillar Monarch didn't have time to watch Li Qie as he rushed to the front lines to fight these monsters. Many people had begun to pay attention to this battle as early as 3 days ago, but no one had ever thought that it would begin in such a manner. There were many speculations regarding how things would begin. Some believed that a great character from Alpine Mountain would act as the vanguard. Others believed that Li Qie would take out that invincible treasure to bombard the Xian clan. However, no one thought that Li Qie didn't need to take action and would just leisurely stand there, directing his horde of monsters to attack the Xian clan. The crowd was dumbfounded and sent into a daze. This offense from Li Qie was indeed too powerful. Who would ever dare to say that alchemists had weak combat potential from now on? Insect mastery and wood mastery. Both of these techniques can easily massacre a clan or even destroy a sect. An alchemist lamented after seeing this scene. However, there was a tinge of pride in his words. Damned beasts, stop running amok. In the depths of the Xian clan came 5 gray-haired old men that instantly formed a formation. They carried treasure medicines and divine roots and initiated their grand formation, coming forward with a powerful sweeping momentum. Bang! A series of rumbling occurred. Under the pressure of the formation from the 5 old men, many monsters receded like a tide since they couldn't withstand this attack. 5 elders of the Xian clan. They are all amazing alchemists and were once renowned in the world. An alchemist who recognized the 5 was startled from seeing their formation.
These 5 elders were the most exceptional alchemists of the Xian clan. Although they couldn't compare to the Xian alchemy ancestor, they all had remarkable accomplishments. They formed another alchemy formation to expel and kill these poisonous monsters. This was enough to prove their worth on the Tao of alchemy. An alchemist-based formation? Li Qie smiled and said, "Let me show you what a heaven-made poisonous formation can do." Having said that, a Tao of alchemy emerged. Li Qie's hands instantly formed 5 runic incantations that flew out and imprinted themselves on 5 different creatures. Croak. A gold-striped one-eyed frog as big as a mound jumped out from the poisonous herd. Pluff. A crimson flame serpent with a tongue as big as an arm came forth. Z. A scorpion with an iron carapace crawled out from the mass. Next, 100-meter-long centipede with 1,000 blade-like legs arrived. Just its movement alone could sweep through many experts and take their lives. One spider covered in poisonous needles also rushed out from its peers. These 5 poisonous creatures instantly formed a team and pounced towards the 5 Xian elders at an unbelievable speed. They attacked together in the blink of an eye. The frog spewed out poisonous mists while the crimson serpent unleashed its fire to burn this mist. The burning mist immediately turned into a sea of fire. In this same moment, the spider spat out a large amount of webs that was accompanied by needles towards the sea of fire. In an instant, they became extremely vile fiery nets that locked the entire sky. The 5 creatures unleashed their combination attack towards the 5 elders. Boom, boom, boom. The scorpion shot out 4 needles towards the 4 cardinal directions that turned into formation pillars. In the blink of an eye, the 5 elders were trapped inside. At this time, the poisonous fire had turned into lava. Moreover, the webs had locked the area inside the formation, so the 5 elders couldn't take half a step backward, let alone escape. Open! The 5 elders wildly shouted and unleashed their formation's most powerful state. However, the combined attack of the 5 creatures with their venom, fire, webs. All of these powers worked together in harmony, causing their power to soar exponentially. In just a brief moment, the sea of magma refined the 5 elders' alchemy formation. The 5 elders were also incinerated while they screamed pitifully. What is this? The spectators were amazed. From the start, the 5 elders were able to push back these creatures. But now, these 5 monsters instantly reversed the situation and killed all 5 of them. This is the legendary 5 poisons mutual generation, a natural formation that abides the laws of the world. There is no need for formations or techniques since the 5 poisons rely on their natural harmonizing affinity to create this formation. A legendary alchemist who didn't want to show his face understood this particular method. His eyes widened as he murmured, 5 poisons mutual generation. This is easier said than done. To be able to display this natural effect in a formation in an instant. This allows for the strength of the poisons to rise by at least 10 times. Scram! When the poisonous creatures invaded the depths of the Xian clan, Chao Guiyao finally showed himself. He summoned a cauldron and spewed out an alchemy mist to stop the flood of monsters. Chao Guiyao was indeed a great alchemist, especially after obtaining the insect mastery arts of the insect swarm valley. He alone was even stronger than the 5 Xian elders as he stopped the incoming horde. Not bad, let's see if you can stop this. Li Qie saw this scene and smiled. He took out a tiny bottle and let out a creature. Buzz! Chao Guiyao, who was battling the poisonous horde, suddenly heard a small humming sound. He lifted his head and noticed a little white silkworm flying forward. This silkworm had a pair of wings, so it flew very quickly. Such a cute and tiny white silkworm would make anyone think that it was completely harmless. Evil silkworm. However, Chao Guiyao acted as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly recalled his cauldron and turned around to flee without a care for anything else. However, he didn't make it too far before he let out a shrill scream. His body dropped to the ground and began to twitch as a terrifying scene ensued. A strange fleshy growth began to bud as if a bean sprout was growing on his body. The moment this fleshy meat reached a certain size, it began to crack and spew out black blood. The little silkworm flew out of Chao Guiyao's body and immediately sucked up all of the black blood. Fuck, where did Li Qie get an evil silkworm? A knowledgeable alchemist paled at the sight of this little silkworm. His legs grew weak as his but hit the ground. Is that little white silkworm that terrifying? A disciple couldn't help but ask after seeing his master frightened to such an extent. The alchemist said, if it is not terrifying, then Chao Guiyao wouldn't have tried to flee. He obtained the arts of the insect swarm valley and was fighting so many poisonous creatures alone. Do you think he was afraid of them? However, after seeing this little silkworm, he ran right away. He eventually calmed down and licked his lips. Evil silkworm, this devilish thing is very rare. Some of them live in some vile marshes in Alchemy City. I only heard that the insect swarm alchemy emperor caught one after coming here. Later on, it was groomed by the valley to become a devil that could easily kill virtuous paragons. Rumor has it that this evil silkworm is still protecting the valley to this day. The alchemist quivered while recalling the tale. Chapter 765. Sacred Ancestor Chao Guiyao dying just like that caused the onlookers to grow silent. They were unable to describe their own thoughts at this moment. He was once one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, a genius flattered by many great powers and experts. It could even be said that when he was alive, he was a mighty figure that no one dared to offend. But now, he died miserably, and to a poisonous insect at that. Even his great insect mastery couldn't save his life. He once proclaimed that outside of the insect swarm ancestors, no one in this world could compare to him regarding insect mastery. Just how ironic was his ultimate demise today. Screams continued to emanate as the beasts rampaged in the Xian residence. Blood ran like rivers in the area as countless disciples died. Even the effort from the counter-offensive of the older experts was useless. From start to end, all the disciples and experts wished to defend their clan. However, after being surrounded, they couldn't even break through the swarm to escape. Such a scene left the spectators with tingling palms. No one thought that this would happen since they assumed that the Xian clan would clearly have the upper hand. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, the Xian clan would be swept away and decimated? The clan that held great pride in their Tao of alchemy couldn't stop the rage of the poisonous beasts and were eventually massacred. Old dog Huang Fu. What are you waiting for? The Xian alchemy ancestor couldn't help but cry out. He was gritting his teeth as his heart bled. If you don't take action, my alchemy kingdom will not forgive your Huang Fu clan. The alchemy ancestor was driven insane after seeing his clan being abused like this. Despite his great mastery of alchemy, it was of no use. He was busy dealing with Tai Yi and couldn't do anything to save his clan. He was indeed wondrous. With his non-stop offense, he pushed Tai Yi back into a disadvantageous position. However, Tai Yi's might was unexpected as well. At this moment, Tai Yi's old injuries resurfaced and he would occasionally spit out blood. Moreover, him taking on the ancestors' continuous attacks only worsened his state. Nevertheless, he was a raging dragon despite his bloodied self. In his frenzy, he unleashed his most powerful attacks again and again until the sky collapsed. His bloodthirst and hostility erupted. Anyone would be horrified by this scene. They would rather run instead of battling with this dire wolf who was fighting without regard for his own life. Tai Yi fought with the aim of bringing the enemy down with him, so no one could connect him to his prior cowardly form that fled at the first sign of danger. The alchemy ancestor had the upper hand early on in this battle, but he couldn't suppress Tai Yi's rampaging state since he was not a paragon capable of divine investiture. He was not what people called an eternal existence. Despite his advantage, if he was not careful against Tai Yi's recklessness, then the tides would turn. It could even result in both of them going down together. The ancestor was full of remorse at this moment. With one wrong move, he lost the entire board. He was confident that this war would be easy since it was just killing a junior like Li Qia. He didn't expect to bring about a disaster to his own clan. What made him even angrier was that the Huang Fu sacred ancestor just loitered around without showing his face. They had a pact that the moment Li Qia came, they would instantly attack and kill the virtuous paragons on Li Qia's side. But now, Li Qia's poisonous horde had destroyed the Xian clan while the sacred ancestor had yet to show his face, causing his Xian clan to suffer great casualties. How could the alchemy ancestor not go crazy? The regretful ancestor felt that he had fallen into the trap of the Huang Fu ancestor, becoming nothing more than cannon fodder. I'm here, brother alchemy. My cultivation was tampered with and I almost suffered chi deviation, so I am late. The sacred ancestor finally showed up. When he emerged from the Xian clan, the stars seemed to have shifted. A terrifying aura swept through the entire alchemy city as if a deity had arrived. In the end, the sacred ancestor still took action. Although this was against his will since it was better to play the waiting game, he was forced to take action. After the Xian ancestor uttered those words, he would truly break all ties with the alchemy kingdom if he remained hidden. That would bring about a disaster to his own clan. Kill the little bastard. Although the enraged ancestor didn't believe this drivel about qi deviation, he had no time to care for it. He needed the sacred ancestor to reverse the tides of this battle. Boom! The sacred ancestor's attack resembled a blow from a god monarch. Myriad laws were destroyed, blowing away all the poisonous creatures from the Xian clan. As for the beasts closer to him, they were instantly rendered to ashes. At this second, he didn't care whether the creatures that went flying were alive or not. He stepped out of the Xian clan with his invincible aura and suppressed the 9 heavens and engulfed myriad realms. Sacred ancestor. Is he a god monarch? Even great power's ancestors felt a cold chill. As for other people, they were naturally trembling with fear. The most powerful ancestor of the Huangfu clan is still alive. So this is a god monarch. An ancestor who knew the sacred ancestor became nervous. The sacred ancestor took one step forward. His 2 eyes were as dazzling as the sky when he coldly uttered while emitting a terrifying aura. Little bastard, today marks your demise. That being said, with one palm blotting out the sun, he reached straight for Li Qia. This encroaching palm seemed to be capable of grasping the entire world, causing all the experts in the city to feel fear. A god monarch was indeed brilliant. Go! The moment Madame Ziyan saw that Li Qia was about to be captured, she acted without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she carried the immortal devouring evil jar forward and used all of her blood energy to empower it. The jar spewed out an endless black brilliance like a star flying all the way to the firmament, blowing away everything in its trajectory. The immortal devouring evil jar had a monstrous origin and was no weaker than even an emperor assailant's true treasure. With the madam not sparing anything, even if she couldn't exert its ultimate power, the strike would still be devastatingly powerful. All existences in the city trembled before this endless black brilliance that crossed the sky. Everyone felt as if their souls were leaving their bodies as they were sucked in by the jar. An ancestor recognized this treasure and exclaimed, "Immortal devouring evil jar." Even the sacred ancestor was alarmed and immediately withdrew his hand. He shouted and opened his mouth to spit out his true fate weapon. Even though he was a god monarch, he still didn't dare to meet the jar head-on without a weapon. Boom! The madam with the evil jar couldn't withstand the blow from the sacred ancestor's true fate weapon. After all, it could destroy even the world. Boom! 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 The madam was forced back repeatedly as the ground shattered behind her. If it wasn't for the evil jar protecting her at the last second, she would have either suffered a grievous injury or died. After all, the cultivation gap between the two of them was simply too much. Without the evil jar, the sacred ancestor's finger alone could kill the madam. Immortal devouring evil jar. Even the eyes of a big shot like the sacred ancestor lit up with greed after seeing the jar floating above the madam's head. He couldn't be blamed since anyone would covet an item such as this jar. It was not weaker than immortal emperor true treasures, something that their Huangfu clan didn't have. This evil jar will only rot at your giant bamboo country. The sacred ancestor snorted. From now on, it will have a different master. Come again. Although the madam knew that it would be difficult after experiencing the last blow, her fighting spirit was still surging. Despite not being the ancestor's match, she still wanted to fight using the evil jar. Little girl, that was only a casual blow from me. If I actually attacked seriously, even the jar would not be able to save you. The sacred ancestor coldly smiled. It is not too late to hand over the evil jar. If you do so, I will spare your life. If you force me to attack again, then not only will I kill you, I will also destroy your country another day. The madam still wanted to go forward but was stopped by Li Qia. You're only a false god yet you still dare to bluster. Even a real god monarch would not dare to talk about destroying my giant bamboo. You are nothing. Li Qia smirked as he stared at the sacred ancestor. The ancestor grimaced. People always referred to him as a god monarch, which was a source of pride for him. For a paragon, being called god monarch was a great honor. In actuality, the sacred ancestor was not qualified to be called a god monarch due to the strict standards. His strength was enough to form his own country or be part of the divine list, but it was far from being of the god monarch level. For example, the sacred ancestor from the Thousand Carp River was absolutely worthy of this title. He was a real god monarch that would be respected by the entire sacred nether world. However, the thousand-carp sacred ancestor had seen immortal Emperor Qianli before, and had witnessed what true invincibility was back when all the generals of the great emperor were still in this world. Even if he was qualified for the title, he would rather stay humble and refuse to call himself a god monarch. Chao Guiyao dying just like that caused the onlookers to grow silent. They were unable to describe their own thoughts at this moment. He was once one of the 4 alchemy prodigies, a genius flattered by many great powers and experts. It could even be said that when he was alive, he was a mighty figure that no one dared to offend. But now, he died miserably, and to a poisonous insect at that. Even his great insect mastery couldn't save his life. He once proclaimed that outside of the insect swarm ancestors, no one in this world could compare to him regarding insect mastery. Just how ironic was his ultimate demise today. Screams continued to emanate as the beasts rampaged in the Xian residence. Blood ran like rivers in the area as countless disciples died. Even the effort from the counter-offensive of the older experts was useless. Chapter 766. Black Bones. This was not the case for the Huangfu sacred ancestor. With regards to cultivation and qualifications, he couldn't be bestowed the title of God Monarch. However, as the strongest existence in the Huangfu clan, he struggled to reach such a level, so he grew very prideful and complacent. At that time, many experts flattered him and all called him God Monarch. Thus, even till now, he always considered himself as one. He was very sensitive when others brought this up. Li Qie calling him a false god reminded him of what he was most annoyed with. Because of this, the sacred ancestor grimaced in an unsightly fashion and coldly uttered, "Fool, today, not only will I take the evil jar, I will also take my time torturing you until you wish for death." His blood energy erupted, causing his aura to become even more powerful. Earlier, he only casually attacked. Now, he didn't mind spending blood energy to kill the madam as well as to seize the evil jar. In the blink of an eye, a divine ring pulsed from his true fate weapon that appeared to be a galaxy in the sky. A fist emerged from the center of this ring. Its arrival immediately suppressed the world. All the Xian disciples and poisonous creatures were immediately frozen. Even the evil jar emitting its black brilliance above the madam's head was weakened by this oppressive fist. It was easy to imagine just how powerful this suppression was. Even if the sacred ancestor was not a god monarch, he was still an eternal existence, and a top one at that. When he actually became angry and used his blood energy to fuel his fate weapon, seizing the evil jar or other emperor weapons would not be difficult at all. As the fist came down, even ancestors from the great powers trembled, so it was needless to say for others. "Ignorant insects, tremble before me. Those who oppose my Huangfu clan shall not meet a pleasant end." The sacred ancestor sneered. The divine fist suppressed the entire battlefield. Outside of the sacred ancestor and Tai Yi fighting in the sky, everyone else was subjected to its suppression. The evil jar also buzzed when faced with the oncoming fist. It started to shake in an unstable manner. Without a doubt, it was affected by this fist. "It's over." The spectators gently sighed at the fist going for the evil jar. They knew the fight was about to end. When a powerful existence like the sacred ancestor took action, everything would quickly end. "A false god still acts so unbridled before me." Li Qie smiled at this. "Watch me slaughter you." With that, a gray death energy floated around his body along with the emergence of the death chapter. The chapter quickly embedded itself in the ground. Crack! Back at Li Qie's abode, the dry mountain suddenly cracked. A broken black bone flew out from the desolate mountain. Like a heavenly spear, it crossed 10,000 miles in an instant. As the divine fist was suppressing the area, the black bone immediately pierced through it. "Who dares to ambush me?" The sacred ancestor was shocked after his fist was penetrated. This bone being able to do such a thing made him feel threatened. Pluff! Even more black bones flew out from the desolate mountains. "Die!" As these incomplete bones flew forward, the shaken ancestor roared. He no longer held back any of his blood energy. His true fate weapon shot out even more fists from its divine ring to meet the approaching bones. Boom! 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 The earth was torn asunder. The most unbelievable thing happened. These bones actually pierced through all the fists as they tore through the sky. Everyone had the feeling that the heavens itself was being penetrated. What are those things? An ancestor saw these black bone fragments clearly. They were burnt crisp black as if they had caught on fire countless times. Moreover, their lengths varied. A few bones were cracked as if they had been destroyed after being incinerated numerous times. Such bones, in anyone's eyes, were useless. However, they managed to pierce through the sacred ancestors' fists. This was simply terrifying. Many became dumbfounded at this scene. They didn't know just what these bones were to be able to accomplish such a task. Descent of the gods. The aghast ancestor howled. He spewed a blob of longevity blood onto his true fate weapon to unleash the most powerful attack of his life. For an existence like the ancestor, his longevity blood had already dried up. Expending this large of an amount right now was akin to taking his own life. However, if he didn't take such a risk, then these bones would take his life anyway. Fear began to consume even an existence like him. Boom! As this unbeatable attack descended, a sacred image emerged. Many godly figures took form as if they had sent down their most powerful attacks. In the blink of an eye, they imprisoned myriad realms as they unleashed their onslaught to destroy all laws. Bang! The area immediately exploded. Under this ultimate attack, these black bone fragments were blown away. However, even the most tattered ones among them remained unharmed. Die! Liqia's eyes turned fierce as all of his death energy erupted. The death chapter began to rebuild and derive a boundless profundity. As Liqia empowered his chapter, these broken bones began to come together and rebuilt a new body in an instant. What kind of bird is that? Someone finally saw the shape of the restructured bones. This was the skeleton of a huge bird. Moreover, it was far from being complete as many pieces were missing. Just one incomplete skeleton was already so powerful. The moment it was successfully put together, it spread its wings with a force capable of stretching even the 9 heavens. Screech! A phoenix soared to the sky. This skeletal bird swooped down from above. Its bony wings swept by with a force capable of destroying the heavens above and annihilating all devils below. A flap of its wings left behind terrible scars in the sky. The heads of these godly figures started to fly as the wings of the creature swept forward. The most powerful attack of the sacred ancestor was instantly destroyed. Bang! His true fate weapon was torn apart under this pressure while the ancestor was blown away with his blood crazily spraying everywhere. Whoosh! One bone fragment flew out and immediately penetrated his chest, suspending him high in the sky. No, this can't be. He couldn't move at all after being immobilized in the sky. His wide eyes started to roll as he couldn't accept this reality. He was a god monarch and yet was defeated by the skeleton of a bird. No one could accept this result. This is impossible. The spectators watching this scene with their own eyes felt that this was impossible as well because it was simply too terrifying. A skeletal bird defeating a god monarch. Even if he wasn't a real god monarch, this was still too much to take in. Nothing is impossible. Liqia smirked. It is just that you cannot understand what true power is in this world. Pluff! With a sweep of a bony wing, the sacred ancestor's head flew to the sky as a spring of blood erupted from his neck all the way to the sky. Even at his moment of death, he didn't understand how he lost to a mere skeleton. He couldn't accept this fact. The world suddenly turned silent. Many people were creeped out, chilled by this astonishing development. Is this really happening? Some thought that they were simply dreaming. Just think about it. A god monarch. A frightening existence. Even if the sacred ancestor wasn't truly a god monarch, he was still a terrifying eternal existence. If, say, he was killed by a real god monarch or a god king, then it would be understandable. However, he was slain by an incomplete skeleton. No one could accept such a thing. Just what is that thing? Many people couldn't figure it out while looking at this incomplete skeleton. No one knew what this creature was to be able to kill a god monarch. Madame Ziyan next to Liqia took a deep breath. Recently, her young master used his death energy to gestate the mountain, reaching all the way to the depths of the ground. He spent a lot of time on this seemingly trivial matter. At this moment, she finally understood what her young master had been doing. Pop! In the meantime, the alchemy ancestor was struck by Tai Yi, causing his blood to run. He quickly turned around to flee. The ancestor purposely accepted this attack from the crazed Tai Yi to use the opportunity to escape with his fastest speed towards the ancestral ground of the alchemy kingdom. His fear was understandable because even a powerful existence like the sacred ancestor was killed. Even if he were to stay behind, he wouldn't be able to escape death. At this moment, only the ancestral ground would be able to protect him. Thus he had no choice but to risk it all to run towards that direction to seek asylum. Chapter 767. Invincible Bones. This reversal caught everyone by surprise. When the alchemy ancestor escaped, the surviving experts and disciples of the Xian clan were overwhelmed by despair. Even their most powerful forefather had escaped, so they were caught in a hopeless situation. Want to run? Too late. Xueqi snorted at the sight of the fleeing ancestor. The death chapter rotated and the skeletal bird in the sky flapped its wings again. Before the ancestor could reach the ancestral ground, the bird instantly caught up to him. Its speed was too fast. Even someone like the ancestor couldn't compare to the bird in this regard. Pop! Before he could counterattack, the bird's wings swept him flying. He fell down from the sky while vomiting blood and heavily slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. His blood began to stain the soil. Before he could stand up to try to escape again, the bird swept down and smashed the surroundings. Its claws instantly pierced his shoulders as he was caught by it and carried into the sky. He couldn't move at all. When the bird gripped his shoulders, it also sealed his true fate. No! The lucky survivors from the Xian clan cried out as they were plunged further into despair. The spectators were even more frightened by the sudden appearance of this bird. First, it killed the Huangfu sacred ancestor, and now, it captured the Xian alchemy ancestor. Just an incomplete skeletal version was already this powerful. So wouldn't it have unimaginable might if it were still alive? They quivered uncontrollably while watching the ancestor being gripped by the skeletal bird like a little chick. The majority expected the alchemy ancestor to win while Xueqi's side suffered total defeat. Who would have thought that the sacred ancestor would be killed, the Xian clan annihilated, and the alchemy ancestor captured alive? I have never been reserved towards those who aim for my life. Xueqi cheerfully smiled while looking at the ancestor. Junior. You can't kill me. The ancestor was extremely pale. He knew just how close to death he was. Until now, he was always imperious, the one to control the life and death of others. A junior like Xueqi would never be able to enter his sight no matter the occasion. But now, his life was in the hands of this exact junior. Is that so? Xueqi smiled. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you because you are a denizen of the alchemy kingdom? You truly think too highly of yourself and the alchemy kingdom. There is no one in this world that I do not dare to kill. The ancestor's soul left his body after hearing this response. He knew that he had met his maker, so he shouted, "Senior uncle, save me!" With that, he spewed out an arrow made of blood that flew all the way to the ancestral ground of the alchemy kingdom. With his life hanging by a thread, the ancestor used this blood arrow to ask the ancestors and seniors in the ancestral ground for help. Boom! When this blood arrow reached the ancestral ground, a divine light soared from the place all the way to the sky. Although its entrance was still closed, it was as if one deity after another awakened when this terrifying light reached the sky. A vast and invincible aura suddenly hit the world. Such a terrifying aura from an awakened being was able to shake all of the alchemy realm and even the entire stone medicine world. At this moment, many imperial lineages were alarmed by this powerful aura. The Jianlong clan, the Beastmaster Citadel, and the Heavenhoof Ravine had many sleeping ancestors that woke up due to this powerful disturbance. What is going on? Ancient existences were woken from their slumber by this force. They couldn't help but look towards the alchemy kingdom. Is someone attacking the alchemy kingdom, or did something strange happen to the world? Why is it that so many ancestors of the kingdom woke up? Even an ancestor from the low-profile Jianlong clan spoke emotionally after sensing this disturbance. The cultivators inside Alchemy City became nervous. Many even prostrated to the ground since they couldn't handle this aura. It was as if all the powerful subjects of an archaic dynasty had woken up overnight. These powerful auras were not necessarily weaker than the arrival of an immortal emperor. Countless people lost their minds out of fear of this horrifying power. For the masses, the might of the alchemy kingdom was only something from legends and gossip. In fact, for many cultivators, especially the younger generation, they simply couldn't imagine the magnitude of the kingdom's true power. Some even felt that the kingdom's power might have been exaggerated. But at this very second, when divine rays soared to the sky from the ancestral ground and powerful auras swept through the 9 heavens, people finally felt the true prestige of the kingdom. This was the limit of power, a might that could shake the entire stone medicine world. Even heavenly kings had the urge to prostrate on the ground. This left a permanent mark in many people's minds. Although no one could see how many ancestors actually woke up from the ancestral ground or what they looked like, their auras alone showed that it was not just one. Moreover, they were all fear-inspiringly powerful. Long live the imperial family, long live the invincible ancestors. The despairing Xian disciples finally caught sight of a thread of life and couldn't help but rejoice. Phew! With a single breath, the wind started to howl. A god monarch's power engulfed the world. In the blink of an eye, a huge sleeve swept forward like a gust of wind, blowing all the clouds along with all the poisonous creatures assaulting the Xian residents to the horizon. Just one sweep of his sleeve was enough to blow all the monsters away. Just this one move was enough to show that the person who had just taken action was much more powerful than the Huangfu sacred ancestor. "Senior uncle, save me!" The captured alchemy ancestor shouted with a hint of embarrassment and joy in his voice. When he came into being and left his blood era stone, he told the imperial family that he was going to refine a longevity medicine cauldron. Right now, he couldn't face them after things came down to this. Within the endless lights in the ancestral ground, a figure emerged. They carried the endless light with their back leaning on countless mountains and rivers. Just this figure alone was enough for his god monarch aura to cover Alchemy City. His aura was vast and majestic, leaving people breathless. They couldn't help but want to prostrate before his imposing might. Although the sacred ancestor also emitted a powerful aura earlier, there was something missing in his aura compared to the aura emitted by this figure ahead. The sacred ancestor's aura was indeed oppressive to the point where people would quiver, but it still had a feeling of putting on airs. However, the aura from this current figure was exalted and regal as if he was a true god monarch sitting above the firmament just to allow his subjects to prostrate to him. People felt their lips drying up with cold chills running down their spines after seeing this figure from the ancestral ground. One of them couldn't help but murmur, "A true god monarch." Even those who had never seen a real god monarch before knew that this person was the real deal while the sacred ancestor was truly lacking. A true god monarch had no need for flattery from others. An existence like the sacred ancestor that needed the acceptance and praise of others to be a god monarch was ultimately lacking. He couldn't reach this true level. Although few could guess which ancestor the senior uncle of the alchemy ancestor was, the entire city was completely silent at this moment. Many people didn't even dare to breathe as they watched this scene. Only Li Qie remained calm and at ease as he stared at the figure. "Young friend, the storm ends here. Let go of my alchemy kingdom's disciple." The figure eventually spoke. His voice was ancient and resoundingly powerful. The crowd held their breaths and stared at Li Qie. Many people assumed that he would back down in this situation since so many ancestors of the kingdom had woken. Li Qie smiled and leisurely responded, "And? For me, this is just the beginning. Things are far from over." Li Qie's words rendered many speechless. He had already breached the Xian clan, killed the sacred ancestor, and captured the alchemy ancestor. This was enough to make him famous in this world, enough to make him become a peerless genius comparable to Yi Qingqing and Mei Aonan overnight. However, Li Qie still didn't falter after reaching this level. This was too aggressive and overconfident. Chapter 768. Alchemy Kingdom's God Monarch. It was so silent that one could hear the wind blowing about. No one would dare to interfere in such a matter. The behemoth that is the Alchemy Kingdom had finally revealed itself. Any lineage would feel pressured by this development. The atmosphere became extremely tense. There was a phrase that rang quite true. The world trembles before the fury of the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family. The figure inside the divine light in the ancestral ground slowly uttered, "Little friend, the real culprit, the Huangfu sacred ancestor has already been killed. You have destroyed the Xian clan and defeated the alchemy ancestor. Your goals have been accomplished, so what more do you want?" Each of his words was full of power and immense weight. Li Qie gently shook his head. "We won't talk about future matters, but even in the present, this is far from enough without killing the alchemy ancestor. Unless he leaves his life behind, I will not let this go." All watched with bated breaths. No matter their view on Li Qie or their grievances towards him, everyone had to admit that this kid was really courageous. To dare to bargain with the imperial family and still act nonchalantly before a god monarch, this was not something anyone could do. Such boldness and courage made many feel inferior.
Not to mention the younger generation, even those of the older generation and the ancestors would feel their knees giving in while standing before a god monarch of the imperial family.
You! The alchemy ancestor was vomiting blood from anger. However, even if he was enraged, he wouldn't be able to do anything. His life was in the hands of Li Qia. Today was the most shameful day of his life. Little friend, don't be so aggressive. There is no need to go too far on every little thing. Leave a way out and bask in the immensity of the world. The figure replied in a deep tone, My alchemy kingdom is not the unreasonable type. We do not wish to bully the weak. However, if little friend goes too far, then don't blame us. Reasonable. Li Qia smiled. I can reason with you any time. My bet with Chao Guiyao, what does it have to do with your alchemy kingdom? He owed me his life, yet your Xian clan chose to protect him. I demanded the person from your Xian clan, yet the clan wished to take my life. Li Qia paused before continuing. And now, after I destroyed the Xian clan, your alchemy kingdom is claiming that I am the aggressive one? What are you trying to do? To be frank, this is simply your kingdom desiring my supreme Tao of alchemy and digging a pit for me to jump into. Such venomous slander. The captured alchemy ancestor cried out. Our alchemy kingdom has 4 alchemy emperors. Your Tao of alchemy isn't worthy of entering my Xian clan site. Shut up. Li Qia didn't bother looking at him and simply swung his hand. Pop. A heavy slap landed on his face. The ancestor grew even more enraged. To be slapped by a junior in front of the world. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. The spectators' jaws dropped to the ground. Just how domineering was it to slap an ancestor of the alchemy kingdom? Anyone would be dumbfounded at this lawless youth who dared to do anything. Little friend, you take it too far. Even the god monarch could no longer remain calm. Not to mention that the alchemy ancestor was his junior. Even if he was only an ancestor from the kingdom, to be slapped in the face like that was something unacceptable to their kingdom. The monarch coldly stated, If you release the alchemy ancestor right now, our alchemy kingdom will not pursue this matter any further and let bygones be bygones. If not, then suffer the consequences. Although his words were not loud, everyone heard them very clearly. It made them feel suffocated, as if each of his words was a hammer bashing their hearts. Suffer the consequences? Li Qia smiled. I like hearing these words the most. Come then, I want to see your kingdom's abilities. Boom! The god monarch walked forward step by step with endless divine light accompanying him. Stars hovered around his body as if he was the ruler of the heavens and myriad Tao. The endless light didn't allow for anyone to see his face. Under the vast god monarch aura, numerous people prostrated in worship. He was high above like a deity, controlling the fate of all existences in the 9 worlds as if they were mere ants. God monarch. This was a true god monarch, the ruler of deities. When one was bestowed this title, they would accept the worship of countless existences and became the lord of their own domain. Little friend, it is not too late to let him go. When I take action, you will either be dead or gravely injured. The god monarch continued to suppress the sky, engulfing myriad realms. Everyone in Alchemy City was breathless. The entire alchemy realm was also shaking from his terrifying aura. I am someone who prefers soft over hard treatment. Li Qia smiled. The more people provoke me, the more I will enjoy killing him. With that, Li Qia's eyes became fierce as more grey death energy emerged. Senior uncle, kill this ignorant brat and obtain vengeance for the Xian clan. Ah! The alchemy ancestor saw the god monarch taking action and thought that he was about to be rescued. He couldn't help but shout, but before he could finish, a scream came about. The skeletal bird had torn him in 2. Blood immediately sprayed out everywhere, signaling his demise. The god monarch also felt unease after Li Qia's death energy emerged. His heavenly palm aimed for the skeletal bird. This attack could shatter the heavens and conquer myriad realms. However, the god monarch was still too late and couldn't save the alchemy ancestor from being torn apart. It seemed as if the world froze. An ancestor of the alchemy kingdom was killed. Just how shocking was this scene? For a very long time now, no one had dared to do such a thing. But now, a junior like Li Qia had done something that was taboo for the past 100,000 years. Boom! One strike to break myriad laws. Although the god monarch couldn't save the alchemy ancestor, he still struck the bird flying. The bird's skeletal figure was shattered as fragments flew about. Die!
Li Qiye shouted with more death energy emitting from his body. In a split second, the black bones quickly came together again with the same death energy. The skeletal bird screeched like a phoenix roaring. It flew to the sky with an absolutely perfect pose like a phoenix traversing the 9 heavens. Under Li Qiye's command, each of the bird's actions was in accordance to the rhythms of heaven and earth. The bird attacked with its wings across space. All of its actions and motions were absolutely incomparable. It reached a higher level by dragging the worldly order, no longer staying in accordance with it. Rumble. The god monarch took control of myriad laws and also used a supreme gesture to derive the ultimate emperor law in order to stop this skeletal bird. However, the bird's offense was absolutely perfect. Each of its moves were able to stop the god monarch's emperor law. Its attacks didn't carry the laws of the Grand Tao or an unstoppable momentum, yet they were still flawless and capable of stopping all emperor laws. In just a moment, the two sides fought above the firmament. If this battle took place on the ground, then it would definitely destroy Alchemy City. Many big shots opened their heavenly mirrors and Tao platforms to watch the contest between the skeletal bird and the god monarch. The battle shattered the void and annihilated the worldly laws, causing all spectators to be aghast. Just what is that thing? Many were left in disbelief at seeing this bird capable of fighting against a god monarch. This broke the common sense of many since it was simply impossible. Someone couldn't help but murmur, just its skeleton is able to fight against a god monarch. If this is the case, then what kind of existence was it when it was still alive? An immortal bird? Or an existence comparable to an immortal emperor? What kind of demonic art is Li Qiye cultivating? To be able to control a corpse. Could this be a puppet master technique? However, I have never heard of such powerful puppet mastery before. Many were horrified while watching this battle, and many questions popped up in their minds. They didn't know what this powerful corpse was, only that it exceeded the limits of their imagination. Even the madam and Yuan Saiha who had always been with Li Qiye were astonished. Neither of them could imagine how this corpse reached such a level. No one would believe that a corpse could fight against a god monarch. As for Tai Yi who was tending to his wounds, he was even more alarmed. He gasped while shuddering inside. He knew more than other people. It could even be said that he had searched around Alchemy City and its lands before. Although the deepest parts of this domain were full of dangerous seals and traps that were beyond his reach, he knew that below this land was an unimaginable mystery. At this moment, these incomplete bone fragments coming together actually wielded such incredible power. Looking at the attacking skeletal bird like a phoenix soaring up high, looking at its perfect actions that were controlling the mystical rhythms of the world, in the blink of an eye, it was as if Tai Yi had seen a phoenix. He thought about a very old legend that few were aware of. Impossible, the shaken Tai Yi murmured. He was skeptical of this legend before, but he couldn't help but be reminded of it after seeing this skeletal bird in front of his eyes. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.